things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Wisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready! Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stunning South Africa for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Season Final. I'm your host, James Dash. As always, happy to be joined by none other than Tanya Sachdev and David Howe to bring you all the action for our thrilling conclusion of the 2025 Grand Slam Tour. But first, we got to take a moment to just appreciate that we are in paradise.
This is insane. This is absolutely nuts. I mean, I wake up every morning and I'm like, is this even real? This is spectacular. It's like a nature's amphitheater. David, we've got the ocean. We've got the mountains. I'm going to tell you guys, I'm from Delhi. I'm just glad I get to breathe. I'm going to bottle up some of that oxygen, take it back home with me. But in all seriousness, the players have got to be feeling inspired right now.
Yeah, there's no excuse not to perform well. I grew up playing chess in dusty school classrooms. This is another world, and I'm hoping it helps the players to bring their best.
Oh, I would venture to guess that they're in top form. It's been a spectacular few days here on the Grootbos Nature Reserve that will be the host over the next 4 days to our beautiful event. We've seen horseback riding, we've seen helicopter rides, we've been to the botanical gardens and beautiful dinners to boot. But we have 8 players here who are all looking to cement themselves as the final Grand Slam winner here in South Africa. This beautiful place is going to play host over the next 4 days for our final event of the year. First, though, we need to take a little trip down memory lane. Remember how we got here over the course of 2025. Let's start by taking a look at the overall tour schedule. We started things off all the way back in February in Wisenhouse in Germany. It was Vincent Keimer who came out on top, surprised many at the outset of this freestyle endeavor by taking the top spot. But not to be outdone, Magnus Carlsen would strike back twice in a row in Paris, taking 2 back-to-back Grand Slam victories. Levon Aronian, though, our most recent Grand Slam victor from Vegas this summer in July. And as you can see there, one more Grand Slam champion to be decided over the course of the next 4 days here in South Africa.
And that win by Kayma, it goes a long way beyond the freestyle tour as well, because it was pretty much the start of his breakout year, the year where he went on to get more than 50 rating points, is now currently at world number 4 at his highest rating ever with 2,776. Vincent Kayma, the first winner of the first tour, and what a way he did it. You know, along the way, took down Fabi, took down Hikaru, just beat all of them, getting that win in on home turf. That was a big one. The guy in the middle looks familiar, David. I mean, no surprises there.
He really does. Magnus Carlsen, the usual suspect. He tends to rise to the top when he's really challenged. I will say, as you mentioned, Tanya, chess is maybe the one sport where home advantage throughout the years has just been kind of discarded. It's not regarded as a factor. If anything, the home fans, it gives you more pressure. But Vincent Kayma winning in Germany, Magnus winning his 2 Grand Slams in Europe, and then Levon, who lives in the US, taking it in Vegas. It feels like the players are inspired by the fans.
Too soon, David, to joke about all of that, because the World Cup, I think about the home advantage there and how every one of us got knocked out. And Levon Aronian was one of the key players to get that done. I mean, he's going to be in it. What a week he had in Vegas. It was super dramatic. The oldest player in the field there, taking down Hans in that crazy final, getting it done. He was cooling the kids in Vegas.
Well, now that was just a picture of our previous winners. Why don't we take a picture of the overall standings to know exactly where everyone sits as they enter this final event of the year. It's going to come as no surprise that your leader in the overall Grand Slam standings for 2025 is none other than Magnus Carlsen. He's got 80 points to his name right now. A huge separation over the number 2 placeholder in Fabiano Caruana. 49 points to his name. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura not going to play at this event, so we won't see his point total move at all. And then you'll see the top 5 rounded out by Vincent Kayma and Levon Aronian. If we flip to the second page of the overall tour standings, that's where you'll see Javokir Sindarov, perhaps the player in this tournament today with the lowest number of points coming in. But there's a lot up for grabs at this tournament, so plenty of room to run, and perhaps he can make a big climb up the standings today. Magnus Carlsen, though, I mean, again, 80 points. He's got a 31-point lead over Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano with the best chance, David. I think that's where I would look. Fabiano, while he's not gotten a Grand Slam victory, he's been the picture of consistency largely across all of our events.
Exactly. Some second-place finishers, third-place finishers. Fabi, Mr. Consistent. It will take a mammoth effort to overhaul Magnus, I think, from any of the players. Magnus with such a big lead, he's going to be feeling comfortable. But then again, he's going to be taking risks because he wants to win the event as a whole. So maybe some of the other players will be able to take advantage of that. And for the likes of Vincent Kayma, Levon Aronian, I think just the fact that it's been such a fantastic season, this would be the cherry on the cake. Cherry on the cake, even.
Up for takes, though. But I will say one thing. I mean, all eyes on Javokir Sindarov, as you were mentioning, right? Fresh off his victory in Goa at the FIDE World Cup. He knows the pressure is on him. He's the youngest ever winner of the World Cup. He comes here. He had quite a fantastic run in Weissenhaus. You know, going into that quarterfinals, picking Hikaru Nakamura as his opponent, going on to prove that pick. But on the other hand, Paris was extremely shaky for him. A bit up and down. So I think he wants to come back here and show that Goa was not a fluke.
Well, it's not going to be an easy start for him. I'll just give you a little teaser. His first matchup of the day is going to be Magnus Carlsen. We'll talk more about the matchups in just a little bit. First, let's talk about what's in store over the course of the next 4 days with our schedule for South Africa. We kick things off here today with the round robin, the group stage, if you will, where all players will play in a single round robin to determine seeding going into the bracket stage. As you can see here on your screens, over the course of the next 3 days, we'll go quarterfinals, semis, and finals, where we determine not just the winner of this Grand Slam, but the winner of the overall Grand Slam Tour. From here, let's talk about format. How exactly is it going to be played here in South Africa? Today, we kick things off with a full round robin between all 8 players. So that's 7 matches of rapid play. 10-5 will be the time controls for them. From there, based on the finish and the standings, the top 3 players or finishers from the round robin will have the opportunity to choose their opponents from the bottom 4 finishers as we move into those elimination brackets. Of course, it is a double elimination. I'll call it a pseudo double elimination because once you fall below or out of the upper bracket, you will not have the chance to vie for the top spot, but you can still fight for more placement and all important tour points and money.
And we've seen it throughout the season. The players love the opportunity to pick an opponent. You mentioned Sindarov earlier. There have been multiple cases of, trying to target the weak link. And I'm not sure if there are any weak links at this point with just 8 beasts here in the tournament. But today means a lot. It's not just tour points on the line for finishing the round robin as highly as possible, but also that luxury of choosing.
You really want to finish in top 3, but is it really a luxury is the question in my mind. It's such a double-edged sword. You're speaking about Sindarov beating Hikaru. We've got Fabi, who picked Gokesh and went on to win that match. But let's not forget, the one player you don't want to pick is Vincent Keimer.
That's right.
There have been a few who've tried that before, hasn't gone down too well. So the pressure of choosing the opponent between the absolute elite of the world and then having to prove it, I would just let destiny decide. I don't think I would be too happy with that choice.
Yeah, remembering one Jan Nepomniachtchi, who took on Vincent Keimer back there in Paris. Yeah, it didn't work out too well for some of those guys. So, again, I'm very excited for the conclusion of today and the eventual dinner picks as we see them. What's at stake, though?
And that happens tonight.
That happens tonight.
Watch the space.
We're moving quick here in South Africa. And talking about moving quick, let's take a look at the stakes. What's in store for these players if they do manage to come out on top here in South Africa? There's a lot of money in play. A reminder that we're not fighting just for the Grand Slam win itself here in South Africa, but the overall tour. Here's a picture of what you can earn in South Africa from just this event. It's $200,000 and 50 circuit points to the winner, 120 for the person finishing in second. Now, those plus X's, for those of you at home who are wondering what that's about, those are additional points gained based on the round robin finish. It basically will go from 8 down to 1 based on your finish, so a few extra points that can be gained there. From what's earned here to what's earned overall if you come out the overall point leader at the conclusion of our event. There's $100,000 up for grabs for the overall 2025 Grand Slam Tour winner. From there, it drops down to $50,000 for second place and $25,000 for third. Just adding to the overall purse and what's at stake here.
I'm hoping the organizers have got suitcases full, just packed wads of cash, just presenting the players at the end. I mean, that's going to motivate the players.
You're going to have to check an extra bag on your way home, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what David's thinking. He's thinking Magnus gets the 200,000, he gets the 100K dinners on him.
Yeah,
the next 20 dinners are on him.
Exactly. And a lot of drinks too.
Yeah, and a lot of drinks too. All right. With all of this in mind, what's at stake, let's start talking about the group stage and what we have in store for us. We could maybe take a look at some of the matchups and go from there based on what we think is going to play out. I did give the teaser to the audience just a little bit earlier that Javakir Sindarov, he's going to have a tough start up against the likes of someone like Magnus Carlsen. This is the group stage picture that we'll be checking in with all throughout the event, though, to keep apprised of the standings. Of course, everybody starts at zeros. That's perfectly natural, and then we'll quickly fill that out as we can. All right, matchups for the first bout of the day. Let's take a look at the 4 different setups that we have coming for you. First up, it's going to be Javakir Sindarov up against Magnus Carlsen. Again, a young gun who's run into Magnus plenty of times on the freestyle circuit. Magnus Carlsen, though, the world #1, he's always a tough guy to beat. I think, if anything, it's just going to be about maybe some aggression for Javakir. That's where I have felt that Magnus has been the weakest in events past.
Exactly. Hit him before he's warmed up. That's the best chance. And that did happen in Weissenhaus, where Sindarov was able to take down Magnus.
From there, we're looking at Vincent Keimer and Levon Aroni and 2 of our previous Grand Slam winners. And then we'll move on to Hans Mokniemen versus Arjun Erigaisi before we conclude things here in the first round robin with Parham Magsudlu and Fabiano Caruana. I mean, what a picture this is. Again, a young guy like Javakir, hot off of the World Cup victory up against the world #1. You've got 2 previous winners going up against each other, trying to cement themselves here in the freestyle format. Hans, who kind of made things very exciting and messy on the Vegas stage, up against Arjun, who's been one of our most exciting players, I feel like, but at times one of our most inconsistent. And then, of course, Parham, maybe the guy who has had the least experience on the freestyle stage, only taking part in 1 previous Grand Slam. That would be Grinke, but he did finish second to Magnus Carlsen. That's not a bad finish. But Fabiano Caruana, the world #2 and the most consistent player here on the stage.
We've been calling Fabi Mr. Consistent. I want to call him Mr. Almost. Let's not forget, in Weissenhaus, he finishes second. In Paris, he finishes third. In Vegas, he finishes 5th. He's been all over the podium except clinching that title. I mean, I'm going to say it, even in diving chess, he finished second, losing hands in the final. You know, that's the guy I'm rooting for. I know we got to be unbiased and we got to be neutral, but I want Fabi to do it this time. This is his final opportunity. You know, go Fabi. It's not your birthday, but go Fabi.
Always the bride. Always the bride.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
You mentioned birthday, Tanya. We can't forget. Birthday boy, Javokir Sindarov today turns 20, no longer a teenager.
All right, moving into his 20s. We'll see if he gets a nice birthday present with a sweet victory to kick off the day.
I know, right? And he gets his reward as starting his campaign against the world #1. I mean, that's really huge. For Sindarov, he wants to prove that he belongs. Magnus Carlsen wants to remind everyone that he runs this format.
He runs this format, and if you want a little bit more information as to what's going on here on the freestyle circuit, take a look at this quick video to explain exactly what you can expect.
8 of the world's strongest players come together for a compact, high-intensity competition where only one of them will emerge as champion. Here's how the tournament unfolds. Day 1 features a complete round-robin stage in which every player faces all 7 opponents. Each game is played with a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. The final ranking is important, as players can win decisive Grand Slam points. On Day 2, the tournament moves into the quarterfinals. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time control increases to 30 minutes plus 15 seconds per move. Before the games begin, the top 3 finishers from the preliminary round receive another strategic advantage. They each get to choose their opponent for the quarterfinals from among the players ranked 5 through 8. First the leader, then second place, and finally third place. The 4th ranked player receives the remaining opponent. Day 3 brings the semifinals, where the winner of quarterfinal A meets the winner of quarterfinal D, while the winners of quarterfinals B and C face each other. The players who lost their quarterfinal matches are not finished yet. They enter the placement playoffs for the 5th to 7th place. Everything culminates on Day 4, the decisive final day of the event. The 2 semifinal winners compete for the championship title in the grand final, while the semifinal losers battle for the podium in the 3rd place match. Both played with 30 minutes plus a 15-second increment. At the same time, the lower half of the standings is resolved through the 5th place match and the 7th place match, which use the quicker 10 plus 5 time format. 8 players, 4 days of freestyle chess, 1 champion. Who will take the crown?
Well, there you have it. Everything that you have in store for you here in South Africa over the course of the next 4 days. I do want to hone in, though, on our most recent Grand Slam victor, Levon Aronian. He really put on a show, showed us some of the magic and why he is a player that should be respected on the freestyle stage back in Vegas. David, I'm going to come to you first. Where's your head at when it comes to Levon? What are his chances here in the tournament? Strengths, weaknesses, how does he match up?
Ooh, I think he's looking good. He seems to be feeling good. We've been hanging out with him a little bit the last couple of days. He's feeling confident, relaxed. That was his secret recipe in Vegas, surrounded by his family. He is more than double the age of Sindarov, of the birthday boy. So you've got to think that the kind of youthful energy is what the likes of Sindarov will be trying to use against him, maybe trying to prolong the games. But Levon, he has such class, such feel, such instinct, all those years of experience. I think he's probably one of the favorites, I've got to say, just judging on the last time out.
I like the call out for the family being there in Vegas, perhaps a little bit of the secret sauce. The family's here as well in South Africa celebrating with him, so maybe that is the good luck charm he needs to push himself over the edge, Tanya.
It's exactly what we saw in Vegas, right? Levon's the kind of player who needs to be in a good mood, and it's hard to not be that in a place, well, like this, you know. Levon, he is the eternal artist in the chess world, and I think the format of freestyle, which involves so much raw creativity, it just suits him perfectly. He goes up against our, well, the #1 tour winner, which was Vincent Keimer, in Weissenhaus. So it's sort of the clash of the 2 winners in this one. Levon, Gary Kasparov said it, when Levon's in good shape, the chess world is a better place, and I think this year has truly been the resurgence of Levon Aronian.
It really has. And in the meantime, here we see a player card that I was responsible for making. And I've bumped those numbers up because this year in Freestyle, he's been very, very impressive. Didn't start so well in Weissenhaus, but it's been getting better every time. GM already for 25 years.
Run those arrivals whenever.
But that is so fascinating to me because look at that number, GM at the age of 17. Today, if you're not a Grandmaster, by the time you're 12, it's time to look for another career. So traditionally, Levon actually, and I think he's got this incredible story of starting slow, starting pretty late. I think he took to chess when he was 9 years old, and then going on to be one of the absolute elite in the world. You know, everything that he's achieved for Armenia at the Olympic stage. Now he plays for the US and winning it on home soil then in Vegas. I think it meant a lot for him, and he wants to do it again. He starts with Vincent. Predictions, guys. Who's the favorite? Because I want to say that Kaima has been equally impressive in freestyle.
He has. I think one of the unfortunate realities, though, for Vincent is that he set the bar so high for himself in Weissenhaus that every performance after that maybe felt like it was a bit of an underperformance. But maybe we need to reset our expectations overall, that we shouldn't expect him to come out the victor at every single Grand Slam just because he won in Weissenhaus. I'm still looking a little bit for that intuitive feel that Vincent seemed to have as we see him making his way into the venue just moments ago. Hans as well making his way up the pathway and into the playing hall. I think with Vincent, the story of Weissenhaus was that intuitively he felt like he understood the positions better than any of the other players in the field. Do we still think that's the case, or has the kind of the general understanding of freestyle positions developed as a whole for everybody?
I think everyone's got better. I was talking to Fabiano about it. I was talking to Magnus about it a while ago. They feel that everyone has leveled up so much this season. I'll also mention the format. In Weissenhaus, it was longer games. Vincent didn't need any tie breaks. He was defeating his opponents in the 1.5-hour games, and he had a bit of time to think. He had a bit of time to get to understand the position a bit deeper. That's kind of what he used as a big weapon. He hasn't been impressive in the round robins. He tends to be in the bottom half. That's why people have been picking him. He's been struggling a bit in the quicker games.
Now, I'm just going to look at the overall score so far. You gave him 1 point less than Levon Aronian there. So in the overall, it would be just the slightest of edges to the Armenian Lion. But then let's hone in more on the specific scores there. What is it that Vincent, you feel, is best at as compared to Levon?
The highest number I gave him, the 95 for strategy. He's he's got very deep positional understanding. Peter Lecco inspired, of course, and calculation I think is underrated as well. He uses that kind of mix of calculation. He uses intuition first of all to know where to start from. Maybe the weakness has been time management in the quicker games, though.
All right, well, Tanya, you said predictions. You wanted some predictions.
Yeah, I just
we haven't actually thrown any out.
The real question here.
I know. Well, we did a good time dodging, but now that we've gotten all of our reasoning out,
Put it out there, James. Give me a name.
I'm going Vincent. He strikes back strong at the start of the day today. Our Grand Slam Tour 1 winner, or, Event 1 winner, is going to come back and get a win to kick the day off.
The timer for you. What about you, David?
Levon.
Levon.
Tie break. See, now you don't want to be in this position, huh?
That question. But I will say one thing. I think something about what David said earlier. We've seen Vincent struggle in the round robin a little bit. It comes to those time controls. He's an extremely principled, fundamental player. He understands strategic positional concepts, I think, second to none. And that comes from his training with Peter Lecco, who's such a classical chess player. I do think in this particular round robin stage, I would say Levon is the slight favorite. But once it goes into the knockouts, we might have a completely different pick because it'll be a longer time format.
Okay, so it's me against the experts. I don't like my chances all of a sudden in my prediction, but we'll see. I'll look rather good if Vincent does manage to take it. Let's go through the rest of the matchups there, and let's do some predictions as well. So let's kick things off then with Sindarov versus Magnus Carlsen. I have a sense of where everybody's going to go, but you going to surprise me?
I'll say Sindarov. I know Magnus is in the building now, nice and early, which is
rare.
Rare, exactly. Always a nice surprise. But
rare footage of Magnus Carlsen arriving early.
I have a feeling Sindarov, though, he just the World Cup confidence, the boost. I just think it's a golden age in chess when you're kind of in your late teens, early 20s. You feel that that's the breakthrough. You feel that you can win any game against any opponent anytime. So I have a feeling Sindarov is going to play Magnus at a good moment. He beat him in the round robin in Weissenhaus.
You're a braver man than me.
And I will tell you guys one thing. I was on the helicopter ride with Sindarov and Bivisara, and we were talking about this matchup. And I think I can say this is something that people who have been following Magnus in chess for a few years would be aware of this, that Sindarov feels it as well. If you have to play Magnus Carlsen, the best time to play him is early on in the event, before Magnus becomes Magnus. Once it goes into a longer time format, I mean, we saw Magnus do that in Paris as well, in Paris and then in Grenke as well, where he was just unstoppable in the longer time formats, needed absolutely no tiebreakers at all. So for Sindarov, he feels as well that his best chance against Magnus is early in the day, get that round in. And you know what? When you want to make a mark in the chess world, this is the game you want to create noise in. And that's exactly Sindarov's feeling. He was pretty confident of starting the day against the number one.
No bigger statement can be made than a win against Magnus Carlsen, adorning his patented white jacket here on the freestyle circuit. And I think it's a good point, akin to the point we made about Vincent Keimer, that, the shorter time controls and earlier in the tournament might be the place where he's the most vulnerable. We saw that in Vegas itself. It was Levon Aronian and took him down in those tie-break scenarios coming out of the round robin and into the bracket stage that really set him up for success. A couple more matchups that we have to talk about. I'm going to jump over to Parham versus Fabiano Caruana. I think this is an interesting one. Again, for me, perhaps the player I know the least about is Parham. I have a hard time betting against somebody like Fabiano because of that point of consistency that we just keep coming back to. I can never count him out of a bracket stage, and I can almost never count him out of a podium finish. So that's where I would lean. Could one of you make the case here for Parham over Fabiano?
Ooh, I think tactically Parham is one of the players who can hang with Fabiano. If he gets on the front foot, I think Fabiano will feel a bit uncomfortable. Parham's had an incredible journey throughout his chess career. He broke onto the scene as a teenager. He was kind of in the shadow of Alireza Firouzja. Not many people had known of him, but he was a rock-solid defensive player. He would lure the opponent forward, and then he would counterattack. In recent years, he's become the total opposite. He's going straight for your throat every single game. Very streaky, momentum-based player. I'm going to say draw. Just because I can't decide. I am a big fan of Parham.
I'm going to cop out. Okay.
Yeah, I think Parham Maksudlu, he's a walking tactics generator. We see him do it time and time again, and that sort of makes this a clash of styles with Fabi. But Fabi, it just feels like he has this incredible feel and understanding of freestyle chess. We've seen him in those pre-analysis before the game starts. Just he's one of those players who's able to get good positions out of the opening. He knows where the pieces belong, and it seems to come very naturally to him. So again, a very principled player. It's a clash of styles. I think if Parham wins, it would be a big upset. He's the underdog, but do not underestimate him.
All right, now I want just the quickest of hits on our final matchup. It's going to be Arjun Erigaisi versus Hans Niemann. David, who do you think takes it? Simple as that. Who's going to take it?
I'm going to go draw again. They're born like 2 months apart. I can't separate them.
Oh, my goodness. All right, then you give me somebody.
Prediction ever. I think this one's going to be an absolute street fight. It's speed versus swagger, and I'm going with my countrymate, Arjun Erigaisi takes it.
All right, I'm hungry for some chess. I know everyone else is hungry for some chess. That's enough out of us. Let's get inside and to the stage with Fiona Style Anthony to give us our opening ceremony to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Season Final.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals here in stunning South Africa. My name is Fiona Style Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the upcoming days. And before we welcome the players, I would like to hand the microphone to our founder and CEO, Jan-Henrik Büttner.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I'll be very brief today. I would like to say that we are very proud, Holly and I are very proud about what we have accomplished with everybody on the team. In this year, we have invented and brought to market a completely new, revolutionary, high-end professional sports league in the game of chess, together with the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen. And we have conducted tournaments on 4 continents. We are basically conducting on the 4th continent, in Europe, in Asia, in the US, and also here now in Africa. And so now we have the best grandmasters, and I have no more to say than I wish every single one of them good luck, and may the best win.
Thank you so much, Jan-Henrik. And indeed, as Jan mentioned, on 4 continents we had 4 spectacular events, and what better place to finish the season than here at the magnificent Grootbos resort, where we will crown our first ever Grand Slam champion. So now, without further ado, it is time to welcome the players. First up, we have a player who just recently won the World Cup, and it happens to be his birthday today. Give it up from Uzbekistan for Yavokir Sindarov. Next is a player who qualified to this event by coming second only to Magnus Carlsen in the Mega Granka Open from Iran. It's Parham Maghsoodloo. Returning after a magnificent event, finishing runner-up in Las Vegas, he warmed up for this event by winning the diving championship in Cape Town. It's Hans Niemann. Next to the stage is the player who was last to arrive here in South Africa. He was busy winning the Jerusalem Masters from India. It's Arjun Erigaisi. And we now turn to the winner of the most recent Grand Slam event in Las Vegas. Please welcome Levon Aronian. And next up, we have the winner of the first event of the season. He won Weissenhaus by beating none other than Magnus Carlsen in the finals. From Germany, Vincent Keimer. And we now welcome a player who won this year's Grand Chess Tour in style. From the United States of America, Fabiano Caruana. And finally, the man who took home the Paris Trophy and won the Granka Open with a historic 9 out of 9 perfect score, the greatest to ever do it. Please welcome Magnus Carlsen. Now, today, the players will play a round robin in a rapid time control of 10 plus 5. So let's take a look now at the first round pairings. So first up, we have a big clash between the birthday boy, Yavokir Sindarov. He beat Magnus in the round robin in Weissenhaus, so that's a big rematch. Keimer against Levon. Arjun Erigaisi is taking on Hans Niemann. And finally, we have Parham Maghsoodloo against Fabiano Caruana. And now, well, the stage is set, the players are ready, we are ready, so all that's left to do is to draw the first position. And I would like to welcome to the stage a young player from South Africa. Please give it up for John Aiden Reichert. Aiden, you've been playing chess for a long time. You started taking it more seriously 5 years ago. You were named Chess Player of the Year for the Under-16 session in Limpopo, and you were honored as the junior sportsperson of your school. How does it feel to you to see the best players in the world in your home country of South Africa?
It feels like a fever dream, really. It's amazing to see all of them here. And I just want to see great chess today from them.
Well, now it's for the players to deliver. We are going to draw the first position. Are you ready? Can go. So the first position is, I'll ask you to hold this if you don't mind. First position is position 516. As always, the players will have 10 minutes to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to all the fans, have fun. 16, 516. So we see the position behind us, and the players are going to head outside where they will get 10 minutes. Thank you, Aiden.
King on E1.
Bishop sure king?
No, yeah, king on E1. Yeah. Queen. Queen. They change actually. Yeah. They change actually position. The first was 560.
What's going on? Old guy.
D4, D5, D4, Queen D5, Knight.
What about D4? E5? Take knight or take you want to play knight C6? Yeah, take knight f3, queen e7.
C4.
C4. Why not e4?
I like it for a while. C4, Knight C3. Very comfy.
Is
I don't
e4
like
is e4 c6 a playable move?
Wait, I'm playing D4, no?
Sorry, d4 c6.
D4 C6.
A move one? Yeah. I feel like d4, d5, e4 cannot be super dangerous. We win a pawn like this, right? Yeah, I mean the bishop is out of play, no?
But how do you protect the pawn? Queen C6
Queen
or what?
c6. d5. It's too much. d5, queen d7.
Queen D7.
Queen d7?
Mm-hmm.
Knight g3, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Hmm? Check. And if they go slow, then Knight F6, yeah? Then
Yeah,
we're kind of
this
fine,
looks... Okay, but, I mean, I feel like... d4 is not forced, right? No.
E4 also.
Yeah, e4, e5. Is e4 c5 bad?
I was thinking C5.
e4 c5 and b6. Let's check something. That's probably, reasonable. And we can always play c5 later, too. We can always play e5 later after c5.
So you mean D4, D5, E4?
Okay, let's, this.
Knight C6. Ah, yes. Very nice.
d4? Here. I mean, I've definitely seen worse. For who?
That's a good compensation, yeah. But maybe we shouldn't retreat.
Black is not doing badly either.
Yeah.
Can play f6 first.
I think you can also play B6.
I don't give it so.
Yeah, if cannot work for the other.
Queen b5, queen d2, then d3. Take e2, king e2, knight d5. Knight e4. Knight e3. No, okay, there.
Calculate now.
It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually I was thinking about this move, but in general it should be. You have to play d4. Yeah, even if you play
Oh,
d4.
actually, maybe b4, yeah.
d4? No,
It's not that stupid. d4, take d4.
Ah.
No.
Para caballo.
Is it very bad?
Some crazy game.
Oh, why very bad?
No, I don't think
very interesting.
It's very interesting, but why you should always...
Some kind of Evans gambit.
Okay. I mean, why not
Improve the Evans gambit.
Okay, I want to take this. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Okay, it's one more pound. King G1.
With the king on G1.
I mean, H4, H5, look H4. So, it's one more pound.
Yeah, one right to that one.
Oh, it should be better.
Yeah.
Okay, very good compensation. But
are we sure it's better to go c3 instead of castle?
okay, next move.
If I go castle, you,
okay, I
you
can
castle
play
anyway,
yeah,
right? So you basically.
I mean, the idea to play to c6 is before, right?
Okay, what happens if I go c3?
So you want to play knight f3, knight c6, yeah?
Yes.
So knight f3, knight f3.
You can still go d4 there.
Yes, still good.
But still, I go queen e7, knight f6, I have bishop e5 quick, I think I'm not.
Yeah, maybe, but...
Oh, it's nice on e3.
Then you want to play some f4, yeah, a4.
But okay, then maybe here I can.
But maybe you can, against c5, you can just play.
Okay.
Maybe you could just play knight f3, huh? And knight f3, then if you go knight c6, just maybe some d3.
Yeah, I mean, in general, also some Spain position is like always better.
Bishop
a4, bishop e2, bishop g5.
Yeah. Bishop g5, knight e3.
I mean, bishop on b8
Yeah,
is so
okay,
bad.
it should be.
So bad.
This is what I think.
It's just weird, yeah, that like c6 is not the move we want to play, but we need it for d4.
A confession already.
Knight f6. So that's logical.
Yeah, okay.
Knight f3. Okay, we can play castle, but
Can they play
d4 also, yeah?
But d4 I really feel like at some point.
Can they just play just d6, knight c6, and a6, bishop
No.
a7, like Italian?
No, it's like, okay, bishop g5, knight e3.
Very similar to Italian.
No better place to analyze a position than with that beautiful landscape as a backdrop to each of our players. It's position 5-1-6 that will kick things off here in our round robin. Only a couple digits away from the normal starting position, but there's a few peculiarities within the position itself. I'd say most notably, though, for me, Tanya, was that cheeky smile that crept across Magnus Carlsen's face over there on the black pieces as they were discussing the starting position.
It's awesome. And I have to say, this has been one of my favorite bits about the Freestyle Tour is because you don't see this happen anywhere else, where at the start of every game, you've got these great chess players, the very best sort of sit and analyze. You get a peek inside their brains into a position that they've never seen before. And where does that happen? Nowhere. Another thing that I noticed about the position, you know, you were talking about 5-1-6 being so close to 5-1-8. You've got 4 pieces which are in their original 5-1-8 starting position, the 2 rooks, the knight on the right side, and the dark squared bishop on that left flank. But I think, David, what really stands out to me is just how quickly this can actually transpose into a standard chess position. One can visualize white capturing the center, taking out that knight on the right flank, quickly going castle on that short side, and we might be headed into a standard territory. Magnus, meanwhile, looking very chill and calm on that sofa. Another thing, guys, we've got these 3 stalwarts, you know, the big giants on one side, and you've got the younger generation analyzing on the other side. One guy is missing, Hans Niemann. I mean, I'm just wondering, David, any particular reason we don't see him on the sofa? They're kind of hard to decipher. What do you think is going on?
I think we photoshopped him out of this image.
Oh, yeah, he's there. He's there.
He's hiding behind Levon.
Magnus is taking too much space on that sofa and in Hans' head.
Well, it seems like he is kind of going the same way as we saw him go in Vegas a number of times, deciding to sit on his own when it comes to evaluating the position. And, of course, the players have every right to do so. Group up or play it by your own accord. So these 3 stalwarts, as we've said, of the chess world, working together to craft a strategy for victory here on the black side of the board. Hans will try to do the same on his own. Now, David, what was it that sequence that Magnus was looking at that kind of elicited that smile, if you will, on his face?
Yeah, it was a crazy pawn sacrifice, and it's actually something that the other team, I think, looked at in a different kind of style. It was pushing these two pawns forward, some knights coming out, and then white just giving up a pawn by pushing this pawn to b4. And I doubt we'll see that somehow. The team with the white pieces, the young ones, I don't think they'll be sacrificing a pawn against their their legendary opponents as early as move 3. But we saw with the heat map earlier, no matter which pawn white pushes, black is likely to copy.
And here you can see the countdown there on the screens hanging above the playing hall. As it hits 1 and 0, the arbiter will call the start to the games as the players take their seats. The handshakes will be extended. This will be our featured table for the first round of the day. Magnus Carlsen up against Javakir Sindarov.
And what a big one this is. The world #1 taking on the youngest ever World Cup winner, Javakir Sindarov, fresh from his big Goa victory. Has to be riding high on confidence. But David, that event, a month long, can also be a huge brain drain.
Exactly. He's had a little bit of time to recover, but yeah, the intensity of the World Cup is really, really unique. So we'll see how Sindarov tries to keep his momentum going. In the meantime, it looks like 3 boards have started, and all of them have begun with the same pawn move.
Yeah, all e4. We're looking for symmetry to be broken. Keimer and Aronian, they'll go a different way than we see the 2 boards on the left-hand side of your screen going. So some quick differences, but still most going for that central control when it comes to the initial pawn move.
So it almost feels like the younger generation, they collaborated and sort of came to an agreement that this is the way they want to start. We see white gain control of the center, the knight coming out. I'm expecting white to go shot side castle pretty quickly, reinforcing the point that you want to get into a standard chess position, and some tactics appearing there on the Javakir board already.
All right, let's dive in then and take a deeper look at some of the tactics already in play. Just a few moves in our featured matchup here between Javakir Sindarov and the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I wonder if this was on the bingo card of any viewers at home. When would Magnus sacrifice the first pawn? It was on move 2 in this game. We'll do a very quick action replay. This game started with pawn to e4, as we said. And all of the games look like they've started this way. And after white pushed this pawn forward, Magnus decided it's time to gambit. He pushes his pawn. He allows it to be captured, but this check is a double attack. This was the reason, given a question mark by the computer, very harsh there. But maybe this whole idea is a bit too ambitious for Magnus. The queen blocks the check. He takes back with his own queen. He's breaking a lot of rules, the world #1. They do say don't bring your queen out too early in normal chess, in classical chess. But here he's saying I can get away with it.
Yeah, but we're seeing a bit of why. They usually tell you not to bring your queen out so early. The knight will develop while also hitting the queen at the same time, so she's going to be forced to move.
Forced to move, and perhaps to a square where she doesn't stay connected to that central pawn. We might see Javakir develop the other knight with tempo as well to that f3 square next. And look at that. Magnus playing with tactics. He loves those early gambits to get piece activity in freestyle chess. But has he already realized that this perhaps was too rash?
Yeah, I mean, he was talking about similar ideas when the experienced players were discussing. But I don't think they went into too much detail on this exact position. And Magnus, I think he learned in Weissenhaus that bringing the queen out often is actually a decent idea in freestyle specifically. But this might be one of the exceptions. I think the queen is just too vulnerable, and black's pieces are not ready for this action.
Not just the queen being vulnerable. What did we say? The most vulnerable you'll ever find in Magnus Carlsen is early in a tournament, perhaps at the outset. And this is an aggressive Javakir Sindarov already who's looking to attack.
And we were talking about that the entire of our pre-show, right? If you want to strike at Magnus, you want to get a game early on in the day with him before Magnus becomes Magnus. We've seen things go wrong for the world #1 so many times at the start of an event, and I wonder if Sindarov already feels his chances creeping up here.
I'll just remind everybody at home that we're playing 10-5 when it comes to the time control. So as you can see, the clock's ticking down. In particular, Magnus here already about to sport a 1.5-minute deficit. That's going to be something that we consider a bit later on into the game. But time will very much be a factor today as compared to perhaps the bracket stage when we give them a little bit more room to breathe.
That's right, and we should also remind everyone, Sindarov at the World Cup, he won it in tie breaks. He won it in the rapid games. He's so speedy, so confident. So this 1.5, now almost 2-minute advantage is going to be meaningful. Magnus already clearly unhappy with what's happening.
And we've seen Magnus struggle in these round-robin stages throughout the entire tour. You know, he's finished in the middle somewhere, has had a shaky off, so as well, David, whenever it's a good moment to jump on. I would say right about now.
Yeah, this would be a good moment for us to hop on over to Vincent Keimer versus Levon Aronian, because I did just see the bar kind of swing just a little bit. It was a minor advantage for Vincent just moments ago. And as we flip over to their board, you'll see that bar is slipped just below the central mark.
Dear.
And gives Levon an ever so slight advantage.
Yeah, something just went very wrong for one of the players. I'm not sure exactly what was missed. It feels like the Black King was very, very uncomfortable where it started the game on a diagonal that the White Queen was staring down at. But now that he's castled, Levon is going to be breathing a sigh of relief. He's a very speedy player. He's 2.5 minutes up. I do fear that Vincent might be overthinking this type of position. He still has 4 pieces at home here, all of his pieces on the left flank yet to enter the action. And if Levon can break out, blow open the center, then the 2.5, nearly 3-minute advantage will really start to count.
You're talking about the D5 break. I'm eyeing the F5 break as well to open up that sniper on B7. So Vincent, he grabs the opportunity to take more space. D4 activating those bishops. I'm wondering if this is the time that Levon strikes. You're talking about Lev being one of the fast players on the circuit. Vincent has been struggling on the clock throughout the tour.
Yeah, especially in the rapid games. That's why he always gets picked when it comes to the knockouts, because he's always in the bottom half come the round robin. But yeah, White's pawn center is deceptively strong here, but it can be easily eroded. That's why Levon is doing decently.
And David, do I spot Keimer's lucky ring on one of his fingers? He mentioned this during the World Cup. Ever since May, he's been wearing that. And since May, he's gained about 50 rating, ELO rating points. And has climbed up the world rankings to world number 4, currently at 2776, and it's on his fingers right now as well. A bit of a lucky charm of Vincent Keimer.
Do we know the story? Was it a gift?
Oh,
An heirloom?
Someone put a ring on it.
Somebody put a ring
liked
on
it. And okay, we were correct. It was Levon striking out with this pawn. He's trying to open up his rook to create some action, maybe towards this white knight, which is the only real defender of the White King, and the black bishop as well, staring X-ray vision through the center towards this knight as well. So Vincent's not feeling so comfortable right now, but everything is held together for the moment. The central pawn was guarded by the knight. Black's knight therefore jumps out. It does feel like a Levon Aronian type of position, I would say, Tanya. It just feels like it's got all the potential, all the dynamism, especially those 2 black bishops about to wake up.
And just incredible harmony in the position of the pieces, right? You've got a healthy pawn formation, that stress at the center that you're pointing out, F5 versus E4, the bishop on B7 ideally placed, the rook on F8 ideally placed. Always watch out for sacrifices on that knight on F3 that White has once the line opens up. I think Levon's feeling good, you know. He sits back on his chair, and he's got reasons to be relaxed on the clock as the board.
And he's been the one who's set the pace here in this game, right? Just as Keimer will dip below 6 minutes on his clock, 8:22 for his opponent. So a very solid time advantage. It feels like we're playing exactly Levon's style and pace of game.
What do you think is going on with Lev, you know? Because he had a couple of years where he was struggling with tournament performance, and then 2025 has been just absolutely fantastic. I mean, in Vegas, David, I don't think it was on anyone's radar to go all the way and to be the winner, even though a lot of people were rooting for him. What has switched up for Levon Aronian over this last year?
Yeah, it's tough to pinpoint one specific thing. I would say in general, it's just a good mood. It feels like the pressure is off. He himself has said he never performed very well in the candidates tournaments because his dream of becoming world champion was so overwhelming. It was the only thing he could think about. It made him tense up. It made him maybe not relax and play his brand of chess. So now that he knows, okay, becoming world champion is going to be difficult, at least in classical chess, it feels like he's just playing with a lot more freedom. And that certainly shone through in Vegas, where he took down Nakamura, took down Carlsen in the tiebreaks, and he did it so convincingly.
Yeah, he knocked the 2 greatest players into the lower brackets in Vegas, went on to beat Hans Niemann in the epic final, and not just the scoreline, the quality of his play, just the way he handled stress, the time control, finding brilliant defenses. I think Levon wants to do it again here. We spoke about this, you know, he's here with his family, Annie's here, his daughter's here. And I think that's huge support for Lev and something that he really relies on, enjoys their company. He's loving it here in South Africa. He's been for all these trips out there. So definitely in good mood and with a good position to start with.
I'm glad to see he's in a good mood because last night he and I lost 3 rounds of Codenames together. So impressive bounce back if he comes away with a victory here to kick off the day.
You can beat Lev on 3 times, not 4 times
Not
in a row.
4 times in a row. And not in a completely different game. Either way, I think it might be wise for us to jump back to that featured table that we had left a few minutes ago. Magnus Carlsen against Javokir Sindarov, just to kind of check in on how things have developed. I'll remind everybody that it was that queen coming out nice and early for Magnus to try and grab back a pawn. Of course, that meant that it was an open target for Javokir to attack. But we've seen a couple more pieces leave the board since the last time we were here, David.
We have. We've seen the center pretty much explode, and it was a short-term pawn sacrifice for Sindarov here. He is going to get it back, most likely. This black pawn is in no man's land. It's hit by 2 knights. It's going to drop off the board very shortly. But the question is whether Magnus has time to castle his king. It's all about the black king. It's so vulnerable. There's an open line near it. You can imagine a bishop landing up on this diagonal, and that could come with a lot of pain. It feels like it's a matter of timing right now. If Sindarov can land a check, it's deadly. But does he have that one tempo that he needs?
So Magnus trying to hold on to the pawn, at least for one more turn here.
Yeah, if you've got to suffer, you've got to suffer for something. But David's idea, I mean, you could put it into play right now. Push that b-pawn 1 step forward, not giving Magnus enough time to take out the other knight and get his king to safety. And bishop a3 comes with huge effect there. So Magnus, will he be forced to give up his bishop pair in that line?
It looks scary.
Looks super scary.
Really unpleasant for black. And I don't think Sindarov's going to miss that opportunity. There we go.
He does it. And David, can we just quickly do an action replay to see how we actually got here? Because this is very different from where we left it last.
It really is. We'll take it back to the moment we were last in this game. We saw the black queen attacked. She dropped back. And like Tanya said, everything comes with gain of time. Everything comes with a threat. First, Sindarov hit this pawn. Magnus actually defends it with his bishop. He's trying to clamp down on the center as well. If Sindarov is too slow, then these black pawns will create a bit of a bind, making it tough for white to break out, to open up lines. But Sindarov says, nope, I'm going to break out anyway. And not given a kind of approval by the computer there, but in human terms, this is very, very natural. And look at this, Magnus about to get hit on the long diagonal, has just brought his knight out. And it's such a tough position because when the bishop does land, and I mean, this is an automatic move almost. There we go. This is now a pin. I'm not going to say for eternity, but certainly for the near future. Magnus in trouble.
He can't castle. That knight on e7 is super tender. So Magnus's rook on h8 out of play. The king still unsafe. A huge pin that can't be blocked anymore on the diagonal. Sindarov down a pawn, but up what looks like an entire position right now. The pieces are coming out fast and quick. The other bishop, the light squared bishop, can land on the center of the board at some point, trying to eliminate a key defender from the position. So you've got all these big threats and ideas. I've noticed that Magnus has these 2 ways in which he appears for a game, right? It's the crazy hair, wild hair Magnus and the slick back Magnus. Usually when it's the slick hair, you're seeing Magnus, you know, meaning business and wanting to really establish his domination. But David, this time it looks like it's backfired a bit. Maybe he had to stick to that crazy hair.
Exactly. At least at the start of the day, you lull your opponents into a false sense of security. You look like you're a bit sleepy, just rolled out of bed. But then, second half of the event, slick back the hair, and they know you mean business.
I mean, even for the likes of Magnus Carlsen, it's going to be tough to measure up against an opponent who's finding top-line moves, right? And that's what it is. Everson's given that just small advantage to work with. Javokir has really put his foot on the gas, and more recently has started to pile the pressure. Engine really not liking this most recent move here from Magnus Carlsen, and now giving a 3-point advantage over to Javokir Sindarov.
Wow, that's almost decisive, Tanya. Like, if he finds the right moves now, he was reaching out for his knight there. He was going to capture this black pawn. The most natural move, also the strongest one, and
Also,
it's that pressure on the knights.
it's on the board. You get rid of a key defender. And you can't grab that knight. The knight on e7 falls with a check. This might be a Javokir Sindarov immortal game. A miniature that might happen. Knight takes pawn. Magnus Carlsen on a think right now. Javokir Sindarov, he knows he's super close. On the brink here, is there a defense? I'm not seeing it. Knight takes knight is a massive threat.
One of the big victories for Javokir on this circuit came all the way back in Wiesenhaus, undoing Magnus Carlsen as well in one of the faster games and really stacking up against him. So looking to do the same here with more than double his opponent's time and a huge advantage on the board, just looking for him to apply the clamp.
And look at the clock. Magnus down to about 2 minutes. Did you see the side glance that he just did? That's usually Magnus, not happy, knows that this has gone tremendously wrong. David, if you point out the journey of Magnus's queen, start of the position, the queen was next to the king. From E8, it went over to B5. It went over to D5, falls back to D7, comes back all the way to D8. When you're Magnus and you play like that, you know everything's gone wrong.
4 moves with the queen, and she's back on a square that normally she starts the game on. Very passive, and I mean, the rest of his pieces have just not woken up. He's moved his knights once each, but they're both about to be eliminated. It's actually, it's just all about this one pin, the bishop staring down at the king, and this is deadly. Magnus is...
He's in a wildly uncomfortable position for him, almost out of options at this point. You can see bottom of your screen just a quick reminder of what was the starting position for those of you who might just be joining us now early here in the round robin in South Africa.
He can't believe it. Magnus just cannot believe this. We're on move 12, and the world #1 is busted.
He knows it as well. There we go.
Sindarov, he's trying to create a fairy tale story for himself here. Coming off of the World Cup victory, can he begin to separate himself from the rest of the field right out the gate against the world #1?
This is absolutely horrible. Magnus is playing an ugly move. He had to try this. He's trying to release the tension. The white knight now is hit by a pawn. If it does step forward and take the black knight, at least there's a bit of reinforcement here. The other black knight will step back and capture, but that's just the beginning. And Magnus here, he knows that along this diagonal, he's going to be facing some severe issues long term. He's still facing the pin in the short term. It just feels like it's too many issues. And Magnus, I've never seen him this negative with body language this early in a day. It just feels like something's gone wrong. Sindarov's energy, too much for him.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's leaned in. And Magnus's position is just absolutely horrendous. And it's gone wrong so quickly. That knight on E7 taken now. The pin remains. But the big question is, how do you put the finishing touches? How do you put the ball on the other side here, get it over the line? Is there a knockout punch? Does Javokir see it? Can he keep his nerves in this moment? You know, this is really the matchup that you want to win. This is how you want to start your campaign. You're Sindarov. You're playing against Magnus Carlsen, the greatest of all time. You're hot from a win at the World Cup, the youngest ever World Cup winner. This is going to be huge for him if he gets it done.
And the key here is to realize that Black's next move is to bring the bishop out. I think almost guaranteed that Magnus will want to do this just to block the power of White's bishop here and to block the pin. So if he can arrange one of the white rooks to come to the center, to stare down the black queen, create a pin when that bishop does land, then he should be able to transform his advantage into something a bit more tangible, probably a material advantage. It's just a question of whether White castles now or brings his bishop out, clearing the line for the rook.
There it is, best move in the position. Once again, Javokir Sindarov finds it.
He's on hot form right now. He hits that pawn on B7, but not only that, wins Magnus's queen, and that's not a sacrifice, that's desperation by Magnus.
Oof. And it's so accurate that he brought his bishop out, because at the end of this variation, there we go, the white bishop snags a pawn. If it was just queen versus rook and knight, maybe some chances of clinging on survival for Magnus. He does, in general, like giving up his queen, but this is one of the worst situations to do that. Big, big advantage with the pawn.
But I just want to remind everyone, it was at Freestyle Chess, Magnus against Sindarov's countrymate, Nodebek Abdusatra, where Magnus had this phenomenal queen sacrifice and went on to win. Well, this one, it's not the same situation. I don't think it's going to be the same narrative, but I wonder if that's playing in Sindarov's head, that he can't just get too overconfident. He can't feel that he's done it all just yet. He needs to still finish it off. And that's one of the hardest things to do against Magnus.
99 times out of 100 for Magnus Carlsen, the queen sacrifice will be to put a beautiful finishing touch on an opponent. This time around, as you mentioned, it's his only stab at staying alive in this game. Still a very steep uphill battle, though, for him to climb if he wants to find his way out of this one at all. At the very least, maybe trying to scrounge his way to a draw, but hoping for a mistake somewhere along the way here from Javokir Sindarov as well to maybe help him in that endeavor.
I mean, this is just an insane way to start the grand finals here in South Africa. Javokir Sindarov taking on Magnus, a winning position by the time we reach move 12, on the brink of a huge upset right now. The World Cup winner about to take down to world #1.
I just want to say, I did predict this. I was the one who said
Oh,
Sindarov.
yes! you
No
did.
way.
He said it.
Oh, it's going to go straight to his head, too. But, you know, we got to give credit where credit is due. You did call that out in our prediction segment at the top of the day.
And now Magnus is in pure defensive mode. The white queen and bishop, the battery against the black king, a pawn in the way as well. That's going to push Magnus onto the defensive. The black knight might have ventured too far from home. It looks like it might get trapped in the next few moves if Sindarov is careful. Magnus knows this might be the final moments that he holds some chances. And Sindarov, I will mention, his heart rate was very high a few moments ago. He knows that he's winning. He knows he's excited. He even takes a pawn. Magnus shakes his head. If the black rook had taken, the knight would have dropped.
He shakes his head like he missed that bishop takes pawn move. Like, it completely was a blind spot by him. Loses another pawn. Sindarov calmly brings the bishop back to the center of the board. Magnus, running out of moves, doesn't know what to play, pushes the pawn without any idea. The knight's still trapped on e2. The only thing you have to watch out, don't go rook e1. Don't put pressure on that knight. You still got to be careful of the traps here.
Yeah, that move now impossible due to the black bishop, but also would have allowed the black knight to jump out the way with a check. And the white rook would have been edible there. It would have been on a vulnerable square. So Sindarov is just bringing his king forward first, very professional, not allowing any back rank checkmates. Good tip for everyone at home. He's so excited, though. Look at his heart rate. He knows he's 1 or 2 accurate moves away from winning this game.
And Magnus at 76, knowing he's just a couple of moves losing, looks pretty calm to me there. I mean, this has also been amazing to watch from Magnus, that regardless of what's going on the board, you know, the heart rate just remains pretty level. And I think that's what also enables him to make his comebacks.
Without a doubt. That's why you can never count him out in a tournament as a whole. But might be time to count him out of this game. Hard to believe that a player of Sindarov's caliber would find a way to let this one go, with the king now in a slightly safer position and also having a quicker route to the center of the board once we have a little bit more liquidization, if you will, of the pieces. You can see a pretty distraught Magnus there as he leans back in his chair, reaching deep into his mind for any answers.
You know, James, miracles happen on the chessboard, and they seem to happen a lot more when Magnus is on one side. So I would say it's still not completely over with Magnus until the last move is made. The game goes on. Sindarov doing everything right. How trivial is this to get the full point in for Sindarov?
I think he's done the hard work. I think simply it's a maths equation now. You just need to trade off pieces and ultimately, with your queen, help your 2 extra pawns to walk forward. This is a great move. He's hitting the knight now. The knight doesn't really want to step to the side of the board and grab a pawn. That looks like it would be suicidal almost. The knight would surely be trapped there. And if the knight tries to save itself by taking a bishop, that's where the simplification begins. White will recapture. It looks like this is happening. And he's getting ever closer to being able to mobilize his pawns. Magnus just has to keep rooks on the board, but you can even trade them off if you wanted by force now. Sindarov, you can also start going for the black king. This is over. I think it's beyond hopeless now for Magnus.
There we
go. Wow. And just like that, our first result of the game, it's none other than Javokir Sindarov, hot off of his 2025 World Cup victory, coming in and dispatching the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. In top form, Javokir looks to be as he enters the final Grand Slam of 2025.
Incredible scenes here. I mean, just how hopeless Magnus's position was. It shows he didn't even wait for Javokir's response to that last move. Everything busted after move 12. What a brilliant handling. A clinical victory after getting the advantage there out of the opening. Fantastic stuff by Javokir here.
What a way to start your birthday.
Oh, yes. Happy birthday there.
Seriously. And while the player with the white pieces comes out on top on that board, we flip over to Levon Aronian and Vincent Keimer. Again, 2 of our Grand Slam winners from earlier in the year. And you can see Vincent with 8 seconds to his name and a slight disadvantage on the board. It's been a while since we've been here, David. Maybe we can walk it back just a little bit, understand how we got to where we are.
Yeah, we'll take it back just very, very quickly while Levon ponders what to do next. We talked about the potential in Black's position. He brought his queen out. Look at the potential of the bishop, especially on this diagonal. The queen as well lining up. White pushed that pawn forward. We saw some exchanges, and Levon did press the chaos button by blowing open the center. And if we fast forward just the next few moves, this was a temporary piece sacrifice from Vincent Keimer, bringing his knight now forward, hitting this knight, hitting this pawn in the corner. And we saw some crazy moves. Starting with this check, bishop out to check, and just to catch up with the current position. That was a brilliant sacrifice. Here we are, a check, and this is, looks like where we're at. A knight check has just landed. The king moves, and ooh, could be a draw.
Right, we're moving fast and for good reason. Both players playing with mere seconds on their clock. It looks like it will be a draw in the end. So Levon, while he might have had a couple openings there, Vincent will hold strong, and both players will walk away with half a point apiece here at the beginning of the day. Just double checking here with our arbiters to make sure that everything is kosher.
Yeah, this was incredible scenes because Levon, from a position of strength, goes into a repetition. And I think, David, you will just show that there was no smothered mate in that position. White could not have sacrificed the queen and gone for knight to f7 because you just take that queen back with the knight, defending f7. But this is the tough part. Levon could have continued the game, but he needed to sacrifice the exchange. And I think to evaluate that as a winning position or a very big advantage for black is extremely hard here. You're just going for white's king.
He actually would have 2 knights for a rook, so Levon wouldn't be down material. And as Tanya says, the white king would have been weak. But yeah, it feels like a missed opportunity for Levon Aronian there.
There it is. As the arbiter returns to the table, he will confirm the result. It is a draw as we see both of the kings placed at the center of the board. So half a point apiece here to Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronian. Still 2 more boards in play. I want to hop over to Fabiano Caruana and Parham if we can. Again, Fabiano, one of the players we've talked about, such a consistent performer, but never the one to take the top spot at a Grand Slam. And he as well finds himself in a bit of a tricky situation here up against Parham. But both of them as well working with mere seconds, single digits to their name.
This could go in any direction. I think it's just the white pawns that should give Parham an advantage, but black's rook is super active right now. And there we go. He closes out the black bishop, which does grab a pawn, but this will allow the white pawns to start marching forward. Oh, this is a clear runner. This one's going to run through. The black king is trying to stop it. The bishop is just so strong, though. Cemented, protecting everything.
Yeah.
It's a question whether Parham could break through.
And look at the combination of the white pawn and bishop stopping the black king from coming to the center of the board, keeping everything under control. So Parham has all the time to get his own king into activity there. This is pure domination by him. Could be our second upset. So that would mean Magnus goes down, Fabi about to go down at the start.
And how about that? And what a statement it would be, honestly, out of Parham. I mean, again, having only attended one other Grand Slam in the year of 2025, he finished second to only Magnus Carlsen. But here he's showing up to say, I know some of you weren't at that event that I finished second to Magnus, but I'm going to prove my point nice and early that I'm capable of the same and perhaps better here in South Africa.
He's had such a nearly year, Magzulu, nearly qualified for the candidates, nearly won that tournament in Grenka. Now he's nearly about to beat Fabiano Caruana. Ooh, moves his king across.
Oof. And because of that clock, it feels like anything could happen. It's Mr. Almost versus Mr. Nearly in this one.
He's blundered. He's blundered.
No! He loses the bishop.
Into a pin. He lost his bishop. Parham, so close.
And yet so far. And it's completely lost now for him.
Look at his heart rate, over 150. The panic.
Both players right now, hearts beating out of their chests due to the intensity of this matchup right now. And the importance, again, of starting on the right foot. What could have been a whole point on the side of Parham Magzulu now is looking like it's going to be a point in favor of Fabiano Caruana. What a swing.
Wow, that is heartbreaking. Tragedy to start this event. All he needed to do was move his king up the board, and he would have been a big favorite to win this game. But instead, he pushed his pawns a bit too early, walked into a pin. Rooks are so devious in the endgames. And this is hopeless now. The black rook will stop the pawns.
Oh, and you can see it.
He's giving up. You know, in his mind, he's already getting to that point. When am I hitting the resign button? In this case, shaking hands right now. The black king and rook perfectly placed now to stop the pawns. And there it is. Fabi gets the win. Wow. What a swindle.
Wow, Fabi getting away with a little bit of something there, and you never know how that will come into play at the conclusion of the day, but it's a full point. That goes the way of Fabiano Caruana. Parham Magzulu, unfortunately, will sport a 0 following that late blunder. Well, with that result, I can report as well, while we didn't see it play out on our screens, it was a draw over on our 4th and final board between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, but this has got to be a complete heartbreak for Parham, being so close, doing everything right, and just a one-move decision turns it all around.
Well, we're going to relive this first round here in South Africa. You saw the players with the backdrop of the beautiful landscape discussing the position and quickly away we would go. It was Sindarov who found himself with the biggest advantage earliest on against the world number 1. He would take that advantage and drive it home. Across 2 of our other boards, though, we would fizzle out to draws. That's Vincent Keimer up against Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi up against Hans Niemann. It was this game, though, that perhaps becomes the biggest surprise just because of the late blunder on the side of Parham to give Fabiano an out.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before we saw one of those big blunders. That tends to happen when the players are surviving on seconds, surviving on their nerves. And it's just unlucky for Parham, who's a very streaky player. So I do worry that that's going to impact him. I think out of everyone here, he was the one who needed the fast start.
And you know, if you love an underdog story, then he's the guy you're rooting for here as well. And it almost felt like he was on the brink of this one. I mean, my big takeaway, James, from this first round is Magnus being busted after move 12, going on to lose his game against Sindarov. Fabi almost lost, but Parham with this last-minute blunder and everything turns around. The crazy stuff that happened on Levon's board, right? From a position of strength. Instead of continuing, you go into a repetition. Chess is hard. Freestyle chess is harder.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the one out there having to play and just here to enjoy the games alongside the two of you. By the way, welcome into the studio for the first time here in South Africa, from the outdoors to the indoors. We've got quite the setup here at the beautiful Grupos Nature Reserve. We're very happy that it's playing host to our final event of the season. But let's remind ourselves that this is just round 1 of 7 rounds of a round robin, right? So while there already have been some surprises, maybe some shakeups to what our pre-tournament predictions would have been, there are still 6 rounds to go. And that's where I would look at players like a Magnus Carlsen, a wounded Magnus Carlsen. We always say, once you make him angry, that's when he should be feared. So perhaps the rest of the players in the field right now cursing Sindarov for taking that early win.
Yeah, you poke the dragon, the dragon.
And now we have to deal with it.
The rest of the field, they're not happy. But you're absolutely right. I think a wounded Magnus is a very dangerous Magnus, and he's always looking to bounce right back. He's going to come back with the vengeance. We've seen him be a little shaky in the first couple of rounds, but I think game 2, we're going to see Magnus being Magnus.
And then I think the question comes about how quickly Parham can reset. Again, you need to remind yourself that for 98% of that game, I was playing it well, in fact, better than my opponent. And so how easily can I let go of that singular blunder and refocus towards my second game of the day?
Yeah, it's the most difficult thing, I think, in chess, in any sport, just that bounce-back ability, just the fact that you have to shake things off and immediately jump back in. Luckily for him, there's not so much of a break. Luckily, he'll be forced to play well, Parham, and also he's playing Hans Niemann, who's going to go for him. So maybe just the fact that he has the black pieces next, he can react. Hopefully that will help him shake things off. That big blunder against Fabiano.
It's super important to stop the bleeding as quickly as you can, because in this kind of a format, when there's barely any turnaround time, you don't really have the ability to calm yourself down. And I completely agree. I think exactly what David said, that the fact that there's barely any time between games, you're absolutely left with no other option but to just get right back into it. As a chess player, the hardest thing is after a game like that, when you've let it all go in just one move, after playing about 40 brilliant moves, if you've got a lot of time in your hand, that's when your mind starts going crazy.
Right, so instead, just get quick to the next draw. You're hoping to quickly discuss a new position, wipe that one from your brains. You mentioned it is Parham up against Hans Niemann, someone who I don't believe is going to give him a lot of time to think, a player who likes to play fast. Just to keep you apprised of the matchups to come here in round 2, it will be Fabiano Caruana going up against Magnus Carlsen. So what a story that is, just the fact that Fabiano got away with something and is entering that matchup with a point to his name, whereas Magnus Carlsen is going to be looking a little frustrated and angry and striking back. Arjun Erigaisi is going to go up against Levon Aronian, and it'll be Vincent Keimer up against Sindarov. I think that's going to be an exciting match, to say the least.
Yeah, they're juicy all around. But Arjun Levon, they just had a big clash at the World Cup in Goa very recently. A huge matchup there, went down to the wire with Arjun eventually knocking out Levon Aronian. So Levon also looking for that bit of revenge there. I think he had a good start, though he didn't continue playing that position. Once again, never in trouble with the black pieces against Vincent. He's got to be feeling good. Magnus versus Fabi predictions. I'll start with you, David. What do you think happens when world number 1 takes on world number 3, a former world championship challenger?
Just judging on freestyle alone, this whole season alone, I'm going to say Magnus. He's had Fabi's number. They've played a few times. It tends to be Magnus coming out on top, and he has the white pieces.
I refuse to believe that David can be right twice in a row. So I'm going to go Fabiano. After getting away with a little bit of something, I think he's going to kind of drill down and play a very solid game here against a Magnus Carlsen that maybe is a little out of sorts.
Yeah, I wonder if, being Mr. Consistent, you start feeling that the stars are finally aligning for you in South Africa after an escape, the Houdini escape he just had. In a dead lost position, your opponent just pretty much gifts you in one move the entire point. I'm going to predict a draw, guys, so we have everything covered here.
There we go.
Studio.
Okay.
Someone's going to be right.
One of us will be a winner, I tell you that, at the end of the day. I mean, but let's be real. Let's talk about the year that Fabiano has had in 2025. I know that he personally, when I've talked to him, he'll reference maybe the first month or two of the year and say, I didn't have the best of starts. But from there, we've talked about podium finishes across the freestyle circuit. We talk about a big win in Brazil in the Grand Chess Tour. From there, USA-India matchup. He takes a victory there, a fun exhibition show match. But the way his year has ended seems only to be building in terms of momentum.
Exactly. And he has pure focus now on the candidates tournament. Of course, once this is done, he's going to be trying to lock in and trying to finally become world champion with Magnus out the way. Feels like his time. He's going to be the favorite when that event starts. He'll go into training. He's been there. He's done it before. It just feels like this is Fabi's opportunity and he wants to seize it. He looks so focused and so determined.
Yeah, and just so motivated. I think for players like Fabi and Hikaru, seeing Magnus walk away from the World Championship title has been renewed ambition to try to go for it. And Fabi's been putting in the work for it as well. We see it across results, across tournaments the entire year. And even though he's not won a single event here in freestyle chess, but he's been the player who's come closest maximum number of times. Second in Weissenhaus, third in Paris, fifth in Vegas. Is South Africa finally going to be the one he gets over the line?
Will he break the tape first? That's the big question. Now, round one is in the books for those of you who may just be joining us, whether or not it's here today, your first event in freestyle chess. First of all, we're happy to have you here. Second of all, let's go ahead and explain to you what exactly freestyle chess is with a quick little video. Take a look.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
The world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
The stakes couldn't be higher. The Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
World, are you ready? This is Freestyle Chess.
Welcome back, everybody. What a journey it has been across 2025. It's nice to take a little trip down memory lane and see all these beautiful locations that we've had the privilege of getting to visit and enjoy alongside the chess. I mean, it's hard to vote against this right here. I mean, we said it at the top of the day. It just feels like paradise.
I agree with you. I mean, and every time it feels like it's been a step up. You start from Weissenhaus, which blows your mind. And then you go to Paris with the backdrop of the Eiffel Tower, the kind of chess we saw, insane stuff. And then Vegas, under the Vegas lights, that is where the big show happens. And then here we are, just in the middle of raw, unfiltered beauty and nature. Never seen anything like this. David, I have to say this one's my favorite.
Yeah, hard to argue. I loved Vegas as well. It was my first time there. Like, just the sensory, just everything just going on at once. That was a lot of fun, especially with the chess.
Ever the party animal.
And you know me, I was out every night.
Up all night.
Lost all my money in the casino.
But such has been kind of the nature of freestyle chess, right? Doing things bigger and better every single time and looking to iterate from one event to the next, and we appreciate all the feedback from you at home on what we're doing right, on what you'd like to see us change, because this is just year one of what promises to be an incredible endeavor at the freestyle chess circuit.
I'm going to tell everyone watching, one of the other reasons that David and James think this one's the best is because they're roomies here.
That's
Can
true.
Can we just talk about that?
Well,
a lot of bromance.
we're going
in
to
the
keep
building.
most of those details private and just between the two of us. But yeah, we have a good time over at our villa.
I've always been confused because roommate sounds like we're sharing a room. We've got a little apartment to ourselves.
Okay, David has to feel. You feel the need to make that
I mean,
distinction?
just saying. I'm Big Spoon.
Okay, well, either way, we are moments away from the draw here for the second round of the day. So back over to Fiona Style Anthony on the stage for the position lottery for round number 2.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. The first round is in the books. We saw wins for Yavokir Sindarov against Magnus Carlsen and for Fabiano Caruana against Parham Maghsoodloo. And I'm delighted to be joined now for the next draw by Anna Kramling and her mother, Grandmaster Pia Kramling. Anna, you've been here for a few days now creating content. What has been your best experience in South Africa?
I mean, South Africa has been amazing. We've been able to see simuls with a lot of different people. It's been amazing. Meeting all the players and playing chess against them has also been a lot of fun, even if I got destroyed by absolutely everyone. But I think the best content experience must have been when Magnus Carlsen played my opening, the cow opening, in one of the games. I really appreciated that. But I'm just happy to be here and to see amazing chess.
Fantastic. It's been a pleasure having you both. And Pia, we are ready now, so whenever you want. Anna? So we have position 285, 285. Position 285, as always, the players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, good luck, and to all of you at home, have fun.
Do you think we have any other option than playing knight b6 eventually?
I don't think we're playing b6.
Yes. We can start with knight b6 and then...
Yeah, so we're on b6. I don't think in the, like, unless I play b3, we're probably going to get knight b3 or 5. Some order.
I was just wondering whether b4 makes sense. Probably too much.
Feels
Or maybe d3, c4, yes.
d3 is also. Maybe that's why we start with that. G3 or something like that.
Like g4 or something.
G4. You can also play G's. Wait, do we have to be scared of the knight c5?
I think it's okay, yeah.
It's safe, yeah?
I think safe enough. I think this is quite okay.
This looks okay-ish. I mean, also, if white issues e4, it's not so big deal. Just take knight d6.
Yes, but here we can...
G6, yeah.
But isn't it this f4 stuff always good when you take and then So
This is too much, huh?
Yes, I was thinking about this man. Bishop b2, like b3. Ah, you want to c6? No.
what is this chicken shit? Rook f6 and just mate you.
Yeah, right?
At some point.
I mean, c4 b5 is very dangerous.
But this.
No, I mean, why are we giving up so easily? Okay, take the pawn.
Oh my god. You're really an adventurous mode, huh, Magnus? Okay,
Take d3.
it's okay, it's okay. It's just 2 moves. The 2 moves is coming back here.
Yeah. I think so.
Are you sure you're playing white?
I might be an agent of confusion here. Okay.
What about if you take, like, you cannot take this one?
Take.
Unless we can get like a quick e4, I don't see what's.
But how do we get to b4? We can't, no? G3, just knight f6 or something. Ah, you mean with d3?
I don't know. Just looks equal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other first moves?
Yeah.
Before f5 is probably not ideal.
F3 also makes sense.
Maybe f4, 5, b3, I don't know, if you play c4, this idea, knight c2, I don't know. b3, then.
That's solid, yeah?
I mean, yeah,
You can also go for some. I always want this.
Well, if you want it, start it here. If you think g4 is good, do it here. But why is it good?
No, I thought c4 might be
I would
your
use, yeah.
weakness.
no, but
Why not knight f3? Because you cannot.
yeah,
do
knight
b4.
f3, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see what. I mean,
I mean,
g6.
g4, I want to play.
Yeah, g4 should be good. Okay.
What you can do if you play that?
Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. Give some space, yeah?
Yeah.
But what if they go like g5?
And g4 you can play that.
Just takes, yeah?
Yeah, just take.
G4, e5, 1,
Probably go DC and then. Sorry.
Maybe if you play some knight ac2 force to g5, you are pushing g5.
Okay, but anyway, like this looks better for white, no?
Yeah, that's good.
And if I just play like a common Joe, then it's not easy to bring the queen into the game, yeah?
Yeah, you have problem with bishop.
The common Joe methods are not working.
No, bishop on b4 is so
Good, yeah?
Okay. Okay, let me just. This? It went g4?
Yeah, well, maybe g4.
And g5, especially.
Or g6. Maybe this, but also. Maybe.
No, I don't like that position. Oh, wait, maybe not g4.
3 minutes to go until we kick things off here for round number 2 in our round robin of day 1, 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in South Africa. It's position 285 that the players will be approaching here in the second round of the day. And what a different look we have from this position to the last one, Tanya. Every single piece on the back rank finds itself on an unfamiliar square.
Very unlike what we had in the previous game where we had 4 pieces on the standard 5-1-8. Here, none of them there. We've got one undefended pawn, the A2, A7, so always watch out for those long-range pieces on the other flank opening up. An idea that Magnus really wants to get on the board, you know, get the F and the G pawn moving up so that the queen and the bishop can come into the game as quickly as possible. A completely different position, but one scenario remains the same. It's still Hans solo. He's not sitting with the boys, and I will make a super bold prediction that the round in which Hans and Magnus are not playing with the same colors, I think Hans will be back with the crowd. He'll find his Chewbacca.
We'll see how much of a soothsayer you are as the day rolls on. But the other thing that I'll note in this position, David, is something we've talked about as a bit of maybe a trend through freestyle chess starting positions, is when queens or bishops find themselves in cornered positions off the start. And this time we have them paired together, staring down 2 very strong diagonals here for both sides of the board.
Exactly. So if one side, whether it's white, whether it's black, is able to get some kind of initiative and to create 2 or 3 threats kind of consecutively, then we might start to see some big tactics in the air. That's why we heard Levon use the word, well, I'll say chicken chess, because...
Chicken beep.
Chicken beep. Because, yeah, if you don't go for the attack, maybe the position just becomes a bit symmetrical. Queens in the corner don't tend to be happy unless they can contribute to something a bit bigger. So I think Levon wants to get the action going. They start with white, they want the attack. And the black team will be trying to limit those diagonals, limit the action.
Those kinds of Levon quips, again, just only affirms what we were kind of wondering at the top of the day. In what type of spirits? How high are his spirits? And he seems to be at the highest of highs.
And he also reflected on Magnus's spirits, right? He said, Magnus, you're feeling very adventurous today. Is the other thing he said, with Magnus again looking for a quick pawn gambit in this position as well. We saw him imply the move G5 after the F pawn moves 2 steps forward, F4, F5, sacrifice a pawn. And I wonder, you know, it was on move 2. We saw Magnus gambit in round 1. How quickly will we see it in round 2?
And that's the crazy thing with the top players. Like, he gambited a pawn in round 1 after 2 moves, got crushed. He still wants to do it again. He just loves the action, Magnus. He's still very much a believer in his own principles, his own understanding. And there we see shake of hands between 2 legends of chess.
Without a doubt, these guys are so familiar with each other. But like you say, Magnus may be almost looking to prove a point, you know, in looking for something a bit aggressive and maybe something that Fabiano won't necessarily expect out of his opponent. First, we'll take the bird's eye view of all 4 of our boards as play is underway.
Play is underway, and it's exactly the same all across our arena. The F-pawn opening up the 2 bishops. And finally, we see Magnus. Is he about to gambit again on the second move? He takes a pause. Will we see G5? It was a move that he mentioned.
Oh, Magnus, has he learned his lesson? Ooh, it's a chicken type of move, as Levon Aronian would say. He plays it very safe. The bishops, we talked about how they were looking at pawns. The white bishop's been blocked now by the black knight, but Magnus just wanted to block the opponent's bishop. And this game is going to become quieter now. I think Magnus has had enough of the fireworks. He just wants to grow into this game.
And ultimately developing in the same way that a number of the other players with the white pieces have already begun to develop this position. Plenty of pawn moves to kind of open things up. Either way, 10 minutes apiece with 5 seconds of increment for all of our players here in round number 2. It's Magnus Carlsen looking to strike back with 0 points to his name up against Fabiano Caruana, who, thanks to a late blunder from his previous opponent in Parham, already has 1 full point to his name.
I've noticed Fabiano this year has also tended to start slowly, so this kind of miracle win that he had against Parham will surely help his chances come the end of this round robin. But for now, he just pushes a pawn. That is a nice and safe move. He wanted to prevent white's pawn coming up and hitting the black knight. That is no longer advisable, no longer attractive for Magnus, since that pawn would just be captured. And now it's about trying to get those pieces out.
I'm still expecting a Magnus Gambit to appear, either with the G-pawn or the E-pawn moving towards the center of the board. Don't ask me which move it will happen on, but I think he'll find a way to activate his bishop and queen through a pawn sacrifice at some point.
Magnus Gambit. Will it happen? Which pawn will he give up? He
Okay,
chooses...
not the G1, David.
He likes the symmetry, though. He's building pawns. He's building a connect 3 on both sides of the board, kind of pointing towards the center. He's keeping his other
Will we
pawns.
see the flying V completed? Those 2 central pawns making it 3 steps up the board. It would be pretty
terminal for black if that happens.
Yeah, also unlikely that Fabiano would let him get away with such a move.
I just want to point out that it's been all pawn moves so far by Magnus. Someone tell him there are pieces to be developed as well.
I like it. I think more so in freestyle chess, you know, than in any other variant. Pawn moves have tremendous value early on.
They really do. You stake your claim for space. You try and conquer as much of the board as you can. It's like the infantry of an army going forward first, and it's only later the cavalry arrives.
Yeah.
And the archers from behind, the bishops, the queens, they can stay on the back rank and still be very, very active, as we see White's queen and Black's queen are here.
There you go, a little symmetry on the right-hand side of the board as Fabiano will match that pawn push, but you are effectively developing the queen at the same time, right? It's not just about the pawn taking that one step forward. It's going to open the sight lines of the queen and allow her to be slightly involved in the game, as Magnus will bring his knight that started on the left bottom corner of the board a little bit more central.
I'm just glad to see some traditional chess principles still at play here. Bring that knight out towards that center. Still expecting a pawn break with e4 at the right time. Maybe Magnus wants to establish a full control with the d pawn moving 2 steps forward as well. I'm kind of liking White's position here. You know, it just feels that you've got more space. You're going to be faster. And that knight on b6, quite misplaced so far. Doesn't really have a future with the a7 pawn, x-rayed behind it. How quickly can you get it into the game?
Yeah, I remember Hikaru Nakamura, before freestyle chess started to become a bit more mainstream, he used to say it's always a mistake to bring your knight out to the 3rd or 6th rank if they can be controlled by a pawn. And this white pawn stepping 1 square forward means that the black knight can never really jump forward. And I think positionally, strategically, long-term, that knight is going to be an issue, is going to be a target. But for now, Fabiano doesn't have too many other weaknesses.
Now, and while he gives a scratch to the head and a moment to think, he does find his move. It is going to be a strike in the center of the board with that pawn pushing, and now looking for a little bit of tension to be built. Onus on Magnus to respond, but I'd actually like to go take a look at a player who we've talked plenty about, but we haven't seen much of, and that's Hans Niemann. He, again, has been the one player to go his own way when it comes to analyzing the positions, and he's up against Parham in this second round of the day. As we get to the board, you'll see the computer once again likes Parham's position, akin to the first game of the day for him. And interestingly to me, it's Parham who also has the time advantage. Typically, I'd think of Niemann, the faster player, in almost all of his matchups.
Yeah, it's interesting because I agree. Every time I've watched Hans play, every time I've played against him, he's always so speedy. He uses the clock as a big weapon. But in round 1 of the day, he played Arjun. At some point, he had 2 minutes against 9.5. And he was worse on the board. Here, it's not so drastic. He's just down 1.5 minutes. But it feels like he's yet to fully warm up, yet to find his speed. And the reason here that Black has the advantage that Parham Maghsoodloo is doing well is because he has access to 1 very nice square. Probably don't want to rush to jump in, but this square for the knight later is going to be hard to challenge. The white pawns have stepped quite far forward. And White's queen in the meantime as well, trapped, just struggling for air.
Yeah, he still needs to spend 1 move to get that queen into the game. I'll also point out that the structure and the formation that Hans has taken, it makes it very difficult for him to actually castle on either side. You know, Black can do it immediately. You put that rook on the 8, and that's castling alongside here. Your rook comes into the game. But with the c4 and the d4 pawns so far ahead, the e4 square that David pointed out, for White to get that rook from b1 into the game will come with its own danger. Notice how that queen on h8 already lined up on that diagonal. We can look at tactics and tricks if White was to go long castle. And while short castle, the long way off to the right flank, you can forget that with the bishop and the queen all stuck in the corner. So some big questions to be answered in the middle game for Hans. How does he coordinate his pieces?
Yeah, it's not so easy. It's kind of similar to what Magnus is doing. It just feels like Hans has kind of put his pieces on slightly clumsier squares and slightly less flexible with his pawn structure. Maghsoodloo, in the meantime, probably he'll feel the ghosts of round 1. He knows he's doing well, but winning games against these elite players is so difficult.
So what happened here? I mean, did he just overplay his hand a little bit from the beginning, right? Just stretched a little bit too far, got caught with his hand in the cookie jar?
A little bit. I mean, we always tell people in normal chess, take space, take the center. He's tried to do that, but somehow I think he would love to pick up this pawn and just put it back behind its bishop, if anything, because suddenly his own bishop would gain a lot more access on this diagonal. His knights would get some squares to jump to. It just feels like he's overextended, got a bit overexcited.
Did Hans also get a color change, a swag change on that jacket? If I remember correctly, in Vegas, didn't he have a white?
Oh, he was hot. He's been hot pink.
He's been hot pink.
Oh, yeah, he's been hot pink.
White is Magnus.
He also won the underwater in the hot pink trunks as well
that's
to
his
kick off the event here in South Africa. That's his color. That's for sure. You're going to have to take down the likes of Magnus Carlsen a few times if you want to rip that white jacket away from him, I think.
Yeah, the Dark Knight with his black shirt as well here. He's going to be one to watch at this tournament for sure. It means a lot to him. In the meantime, Parham with a very calm move. Less of a time advantage, but still very stable position for black.
And I want to just talk about Parham. I know you mentioned this earlier as well, you know, his journey being sort of under the radar from where he comes from, playing for Iran, but having Ali Reza there as well before Ali Reza moved to France. He's not a household name yet, but has had some really great performances, especially over the last year. He crossed 2,700. After getting married, his chess has actually also gone through the stratosphere, so he's been enjoying playing as well. And he really is an ambitious young player, but he's spoken about the struggles of invitations. He's spoken about how difficult it is to play in these top events for himself. And I think this stage is one of those where he really wants to say that he belongs here with the elite, sort of mark his presence, because it would mean so much for his chess career. And off the board, he's just a really nice guy. Super funny.
That's what I was about to say. It's my first opportunity to meet him personally throughout this event, and it has been such a joy to get to know him. Again, his only performance here so far on the Grand Slam Tour was all the way back in Grunke, where he finished second to Magnus Carlsen. Even had some strong positions in that matchup against Magnus Carlsen. Granted, he wasn't able to get it over the line, but a second-place finish being your only showing. I'll actually note that Hans Niemann, in his only showing on the Grand Slam, is also a second-place finisher. So we've got two second-placers looking to do one better this time around.
I just feel that Hans is big news whether he's there or not. He was supposed to be there in the Paris Slam, a last-minute withdrawal there, and that's all anyone was talking about. Then he comes to Vegas and really lets chess speak for itself. Just his whole entire run, finishing runners-up, going through to the finals. Eventually lost to Levon, but took down some big names along the way, super convincingly. Some brilliant play by Hans there. And he's, you know, sort of the bad boy in chess. It's a repetition that he lives up to. He sort of almost takes it to fuel himself to greatness. And I think every time he gets these opportunities, you're absolutely right. He wants to establish himself. He wants to let chess speak for itself.
And I'll let you into a little secret. A few months ago, Magzulu did ask Magnus. He's like, I've been stuck. I'm so close. I feel like I'm about to break through. But what's the next step? Magnus just said, you know, just play to your strengths, be aggressive, try to crush your opponents, because he was being a bit too respectful, maybe taking some draws in certain games, and it feels like this year's been the big breakthrough. He's also been working harder to get fitter for these long tournaments. He's been working to just bring the potential, bring it all together. And this game is still bubbling. It feels like neither side is really kind of convinced of a certain plan. We haven't had so many moves, but I have the feeling we're going to see a lot of tension and then fireworks when the clocks tick down.
Okay, well, I do want to maybe do a quick trip around the world, check in on the rest of the boards. We can come back to this one in just a bit's time, as it is quite an exciting matchup. So from here, let's take a look at the four board. Anything that jumps out to you two? I do see that Fabiano Caruana, again, has a slight edge against a Magnus Carlsen, who's yet to get a point.
And it's a pretty crazy position as well to boot right now. I mean, there have been some trades. I think that's the one that we probably jump to. David, all across we see, and the bottom half there, position still pretty much level. I say break this down for us, because suddenly Magnus has a pawn on c5. The center is getting liquidated. What happened here?
Now we're talking of overextending, and Magnus has been a bit guilty of pushing too far forward too soon. And if we just recap the last few moves, it's only been 4 moves since we were here. Looks like a totally different board. It was this position we left it. We just saw Fabiano push his pawn forward. This is the only board there have actually been some trades, some exchanges, by the way. And here, Magnus took off some pawns. The white pawn steps forward to blow open the center, trying to get the white queen out maybe towards the center. There's also a pin along this F line right now. Fabiano just defends that rook, brings his bishop out, gets ready to castle, as Tanya said. Black's king looks pretty safe on this board too, and the rook can just slide across. Magnus now pushing his pawn forward, hitting the knight. That is given a question mark. Just, I think, a bit hasty. The black knight drops back, and Magnus taking here. The big question for Fabiano is which pawn to take. If he takes this pawn that's just landed, then probably Magnus's idea is to push the pawn to attack Black's knight. And suddenly the white queen on this diagonal might start to come to life. So there we go. Fabiano takes the other pawn, and I think this is a good decision. Okay, just as I say that, given a question mark by the all-knowing engine, but the white king is not feeling entirely safe anymore. It feels like it's within checking distance, either from a bishop or a knight, and Magnus has to be, really careful here.
And this is what we were talking about, right? All those pawn moves by Magnus, and there's only one knight, and that's on the second rank that's been developed. All your pieces are sort of coming in their own way, and you're far away from finding any harmony, any decent middle game position. Reminds me of what Lavon said at the start of the game. Magnus, you're being far too adventurous. And I wonder that overexpansion by pawns, is it going to be a repeat of what we saw against Javokir's Sindarov? Magnus playing very creatively, but is it backfiring again?
Yeah, Magnus, we talk about how he's a bit of a slow starter. At the start of days, normally he lacks a bit of energy, so he plays a bit more passively, but it feels like he's trying to force himself to play very energetic chess. It just feels like it's not quite objective chess. It's not quite correct. He's taking big risks, which isn't normally his style.
The hair's getting messier.
I was about to say, if we go to Tanya's hair theory, perhaps as the South African sun has dried it all out, we're going to see a bit more of the Magnus Carlsen we're used to seeing here. Still looking, though, for what his response is to this knight snapping up the pawn. Obviously, one move would be what we are about to see play out on the board. It is the bishop trading off for that knight, and then he'll quickly bring another one of his knights into play, also hitting that bishop there, either asking it to move or become defended.
And David, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've often noticed that Magnus, he's biased towards that bishop pair. He really enjoys it. So a decision like taking that knight could not have been a very happy one for him, even if it was the best move in the position.
Exactly. It was reluctance that we saw when Magnus spent a minute and a half deciding whether to trade off a bishop for knight. As you said, Tanya, it's very specific to this type of position. He gains a very important move here on the bishop, which probably has to step back. I'm expecting it maybe to drop back one square to the center to defend the pawn in the middle, just in case. But then Magnus is going to bring his bishop out. He's going to stare down the black king, and he's going to say, okay, I've got some ideas. Suddenly, my pieces come to life. It's not about what's left the board. It's not about the bishop pair anymore. It's about what's still on the board. And here we go. Oh, first he takes a pawn.
Okay.
Now his rook is defended. That was another plus point behind the white bishop in the middle, jumping out the way there. And now he's lining up this scary check.
Which means that black can't recapture, actually. Pawn takes pawn, bishop g4, there's no good block. I mean, that looks like you're walking into some kind of checkmate. Is Fabi about to... Oh, not queen g1. That did not happen. Takes it. Whoa, bishop g4 check. Do you literally not care?
Wow, I'm really surprised Fabiano's allowed this, because the black king is now destined to stay in the center for life. If that check, the black king will have to shift.
Only move, yeah.
That's scary.
But also, David, it's not just the king in the center. That rook on b8 is out of the game for the next as many moves as I can foresee, at least. Rook on b8 will not come back to the center of the board. Magnus taking a pause. I was expecting him to absolutely bullet out the move bishop g4 check.
Yeah.
He undoubtedly finds it, though.
Yeah, that was his whole plan, I think, from 5 moves ago already. He's just trying to think, what next? I give a check, my opponent's king has to move, and then how do I follow up? The black queen is hitting a pawn, so Magnus might have to take a timeout to defend that little guy in the corner. But, yeah, if he gets 2 or 3 more moves, Magnus, if he gets his own king castled, if he gets this rook into the game, then it's definitely him who will have the overwhelming number of pieces out in the battlefield.
Here comes the check. A quick response from Fabi, as it is an only move in response to that bishop check. But like we say, not a comfortable position for that black king to be centralized on the back rank, and also trapping his own rook into that very, very sad b8 position.
I'm still expecting Magnus to go long castle at some point and bring that B1, his own counterpart to the rook that you mentioned, into the game. Maybe he has to take a timeout first to defend that H2 pawn. He might step up with the queen, create his own attacks. I want to again point out that A7 weakness, at the start of the position. There was one pawn that was weak throughout. The only undefended one. Magnus chooses another square. He centralizes it, eyeballing the pawn on E5.
This is difficult for both players, I would say. This is quite an irrational position. You don't see something like this normally in regular chess, with the kings unable to castle, or at least the black king unable to castle here, with most of the pieces still tied down on the back rank. This is a hard position to navigate. So I'm thinking with the clock's level now, it's blunder territory. It's approaching.
Yeah, the players are exactly mirrored on the clock, as now Fabiano will dip just below, given that it's his turn to respond. Tough position for him to be in.
It's fascinating. Nearly all of the other boards, there have been like minimal exchanges. I think Levon Aronian against Arjun, that's one where some pieces have left the board, but this is by far the most simplified, but also by far the most difficult to navigate.
It's actually a very exciting position. Even though we've had a lot of trades, this is anyone's game, but I would want to be white here, simply given the king's safety position. Given the option that I'm getting my rook into the game in one move, as long as I can get castling done. If you're Magnus Carlsen, that's the next move. You almost pre-move it at this point. And I wonder how much this is on Magnus's mind, right? He lost his last game. He lost the first round to Javakir Sindarov. Fabi was worse throughout his game.
Yeah.
He was under pressure, close to losing that game, but then got incredibly lucky. This one, a game for all three results. Given the position on the board, the mindset the two have, what result are we expecting here?
Well, right now, you were the one who predicted the draw, and right now, maybe it will go your way. I mean, it's hard to hope for luck against somebody like Magnus Carlsen. I think that would be the big thing, and I always return to the question of whose moves are easier to make, right? And right now, I would lean just ever so slightly towards Magnus when it comes to easier moves to make, largely because of the king's safety and the opportunity, yes, to get his rook into the game just an ounce quicker than, let's say, Fabiano could do.
Definitely. I think the clock situation as well, slightly in Magnus's favor. Fabiano has slowed down. It's interesting, it's first place versus last place right now. I know it's only been one round. Fabiano out in joint first. Magnus
Might be the only time you get a chance to say that.
Exactly. Magnus in joint last.
Say it now, because you won't be able to say it in just an hour's time or so.
I think a draw would be great for Fabi. He starts with double black. He had black against Parham. He's got black again now. So if he gets 1.5 points out of those two games, he'll be loving life. But for Magnus, it's more important to get the win.
I also really like this last move by Fabi. The pawn to c6, and I think the idea is to get rid of that problem child we've been talking about in black's position, the rook and b8. He wants to step up with his king, free up some squares for the rook to finally join the party on those central lines, and that's the plan that Fabi has set up. It looks like black's coming back in control.
Yeah, and at the very least, right, you keep your king on a dark square, kind of avoiding a bit of the strength of the light squared bishop that Magnus still has at his disposal. So a nice find by him, and now the castle will come through here for Magnus Carlsen as we see that rook hop over and over to the d1 square. The king will slide up. Quick response here from Fabiano Caruana. Onus back on Magnus, about to hit 1 minute here on the clock. Just a small disadvantage when it comes to time up against his opponent.
It's just way slower than we're used to seeing him, Magnus. Like, he spent, what was it, a minute on castling? And
even on the check on g4, which was such a natural move, David. It's a hand move. You play it in seconds.
We've only had 16 moves here, but Magnus is under 1 minute. That nearly never happens in rapid chess, world rapid champion so many times, world blitz champion so many times. It feels like he's just hesitating constantly.
And we're hanging here because Magnus, of all 8 players in the field, has the least amount of time to his name, and this is the board with the least amount of material still left on it. We will keep you all apprised of the other games. Javakir Sindarov has a slight advantage over Vincent Keimer.
Magnus is running out of time. He's reaching the 20-second mark right now. It's only a 5-second increment. Fabi's got the knight jumping to f6, hitting the bishop. The rook coming onto the open file. This is far from safe for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he's just got, I don't know, something's up. Something's up with Magnus. Maybe he's got too much going through his mind, calculating too much right now. He just needs to trust his instincts, just get the pieces out. Fabiano has an easy first move, as Tanya pointed out. The black knight should come forward to pressure the white bishop. Then the black rook can come towards the center.
E5's hanging in some of those lines. I just realized I actually walked into a blunder, maybe.
I don't know. It looked like there was a pin, but maybe white can get away with it. Oh, there's some calculation to be done.
And that's what Fabi's doing.
But 1 minute, you just got to trust yourself. The problem is there's no good way to defend this pawn anyway. So you need to get the pieces out.
Yeah, don't give all that time back to Magnus. He gave you the edge on the clock. Don't equalize here.
You need to use the clock as a weapon when you're playing against Magnus. But Fabi, this is what he's calculating. Because knight takes pawn is what Magnus has set up. Can Fabi actually develop that knight on f6? Hit that bishop on g4. Knight takes pawn, rook e8. David's idea. It's PP on the PP. Put pressure on the pin piece.
First time I've ever heard that phrase in my life.
And I'll never forget it.
And here we go. Magnus does take the pawn. The knight defends everything. Bishop takes knight. That would come with a check.
See that look from Fabi? That was an uncomfortable look. He's not super happy with the way these last couple moves have developed.
Magnus still has to be so careful. He has won a pawn. Magnus is 1 pawn up. But the black queen on this open diagonal can't jump in yet. The corner is actually defended by the white knight. But watch out, that is going to be a recurring idea for the rest of this game. The black bishops look pretty powerful, pretty open as well. Some bishop checks maybe in the air for later.
Yeah, maybe looking to get my light squared bishop over to h7, get a pawn push, open up that diagonal, threaten the knight that's currently defending that bottom left square.
Magnus played the last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh my goodness. It is a bit of a scramble here. Yes, 5-second increment, but both players down in the double digits at this point.
Anything can happen. This is a 3-result position. Magnus has, though, very cleverly threatened a check. That would be a really nasty one for the black king to deal with. Also hitting some pieces. Black's bishop's queen, they're not quite coordinating yet.
Exactly, and usually when we say the term anything can happen and Magnus is on one side of the board, it usually ends in Magnus on the top. And look at that, Fabi now down to 7 seconds, makes a move, the rook comes to the center of the board, knight jumping in, hitting that queen.
And I'm going to be honest, all of the boards are somewhat exploding in this moment. It seems like as everybody is starting to hit some of those time scrambles, we're seeing eval bars flip left, right, and center. And just like this, it's a blunder out of Fabiano Caruana up against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus will pounce.
He walked into a check. Those knight moves, they're so tricky, especially knights on the top of the board, bottom of the board. Fabi, we see it on his face. He's blundered a piece. He doesn't have too many threats. Magnus is the one closing in for the kill, threatening the black rook there. Oh, a retreat. That is a very sad move to have to play. He's a full piece down.
He's going to resign.
Yeah, Magnus's extra knight will decide this.
There's not even an extra pawn to count for that. Look at that other knight, perfectly defending the white king from c2. The white rook now jumping in to attack the pawn. And this is Fabi on desperation mode. He hits the chaos button. That's a second piece lost. Only the queen remains.
And could double attack, right, on the knight by sliding the queen over. That's what he's going to find.
Knight comes back, doesn't give it away. Queen e5 check. I think Fabi just resigns now. Queen e5 is curtains on Fabiano Caruana.
That's what we're looking for. He's going to open a little bit of space there with the pawn move, trying to kick the knight out. But there comes the queen check. The handshake's expended as predicted by Tanya. It will be Magnus Carlsen striking back in the second round of the day. A point to his name. Decisive victory. Quickly, though, let's hop to some other boards. I want to go to Hans Niemann and Parham. That's a board we were looking at to open up the round as well. And look at this. As we arrive, it's going to be Hans Niemann with a tremendous advantage over Parham in this one. He seems to do it late in each of these rounds.
Yeah, it's simply a 1 pawn advantage for Hans Niemann. It's not just any old pawn either. It's a pawn that's 2 squares away from promotion. This white pawn is tying down the black queen. Black's most powerful piece simply can never move. Hans Niemann has full domination here. His queen is the active one. And there we go. He's trying to force an exchange now. The black queen's kicked into the corner. Oh, it feels like this pawn is just going to decide the game. There's no counterplay. White's king is super safe. Magnus and Hans using the same strategy, using a knight to defend their own king, while the rest of the position plays itself.
And this is beautiful, right? He gives a check. That a-pawn moves forward next. The queen slides over, gets rid of that defender. I'm expecting Parham to resign, and I wonder how much is this a reflection of what happened to Maksudlu in that round 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow bleed here is this one. Parham struggling up against Hans Niemann, who, if he does come away with the full point here, will take sole possession of first place, moving up to 1.5 points to his name, given the fact that Fabiano couldn't add anything to his total overall.
Get that queen in. Is that just over?
It looks over. He's just wondering whether there's any counterplay. Hans still has 30 seconds up his sleeve. He's potentially just wondering whether he can capture the black pawn that has just moved. That's the last roll of the dice. There we go. He does take the pawn. That's pure bluff from Maksudlu. Gives a check. That knight can be removed.
Split the pawns as well. If you do decide to go for the capture, of course, king in check, he decides to retreat to the corner here.
Playing it so cool and calm. The black queen is completely dominated. You don't even have a square to come into. And look at that. I was going to say a threat, but it's not really. You still have the g2 square running away with your king. Knight f2 is not checkmate, boys and girls.
Now an offer of queen trades here, as we see Hans looking for the promotion off of a trade. Parham not going to take it.
But we're going to see a new queen land on the board. There we go. Hans had a queen prepared, and that signals the end of the game. Takes the win.
That's 1.5 points now for Hans Niemann through 2 rounds. He will move up into a tie for first place, because I can also reveal that Javokir Sindarov and Vincent Keimer, they drew on their board. That means Javokir, who dispatched Magnus Carlsen at the top of the day, also has 1.5 points over on his side of things. We've got one more board in play. That's Arjun Erigaisi looking to keep things alive against Levon Aronian. Again, a time scramble here. Single digits for Erigaisi. 5 seconds to find a move. He does. He'll gain 5 seconds back, but things are looking to go from bad to worse.
Ooh, it's level material, but look at this. Levon Aronian now is going behind with his rook. Some nasty checks threatened. The Black Knight is so far offside. Ooh, it drops back, and it is captured. Levon's transformed his advantage. There we go. This is the killer blow. He's offering a rook trade. That rook is pinned. And now, is it just rook takes rook? He's counting. Look at him counting there.
Yep.
And he plays it.
Rook takes rook, and now it's about the kings infiltrating and threatening the pawns.
White takes the opposition, which forces a black's king, Arjun's king, to a less ideal square. White's king about to enter at the right moment on that right flank over to the pawns. Or the left one now, picking up a5, and there it falls. Wow, Levon Aronian, how does he do this every time? Playing with players half his age, and that's it, Arjun Erigaisi resigns.
Wow, Levon Aronian, our winner coming out of Vegas, picks up a nice victory here against Arjun Erigaisi to close out round number 2 of our day.
Fantastic technique. The opposition means that if the opponent goes left, you go right. If they go right, you go left. And nice to see the players discuss the endgame there. That's a bit of revenge, at least, for the World Cup, where Arjun did knock out Levon and kill his chances of becoming world champion.
And it's got to feel good, right? Again, you're one of the older guys. You know, these young chess players, the younger generation, has very little respect, I will say, on the board for these stalwarts. They want to crush them every time they play. But Levon's saying, you know what? I'm still the boss. I'm still here. I'm the Vegas winner. Don't forget that.
And let's take a look at the highlights, as it was Anna Kramling and Pia Kramling who chose our starting position 2-8-5. An exciting one, to say the least, delivering a fair number of decisive results. Only one draw through our 4 boards. That would be Vincent Keimer against Javokir Sindarov. And through the end of 2 rounds, we now have 3 players sitting at 1.5 points apiece. They're sharing first place.
It's funny because the one draw that we had in that round was probably the craziest game of them all. It just ended in almost checkmate for both sides, but they ended up just kind of chasing each other's kings around back and forth. So, yeah, Pia and Anna just choosing a fantastic fighting position, it seems.
Well, thank you for that. Let's take a look at the standings, just so that you at home have a picture of how things stand between 2 rounds here of round-robin play. With 5 more rounds to go, right now you can see there Javokir Sindarov, Levon Aronian, and Hans Niemann all have 1.5 points to their name, with a win and a draw apiece. Behind them, we've got a couple, or 3 players rather, with 1 point to their name. That's Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, and Vincent Keimer. Arjun Erigaisi, 0.5 point, and Parham still looking to get himself on the board. An unfortunate start for him, especially given how good he looked in that first game of the day. 5 rounds to go, nobody's out of it yet. And it's also a good reminder, or a good time for us to remind ourselves and those at home, that nobody gets eliminated through this group stage or round robin. This is all about seeding and the opportunity to choose your opponent going into that bracket stage. 1, 2, and 3 finishers from round robin get their pick of bottom 4 who they want to face.
And that's a great point, because I wonder how much of a role that's playing in the way Magnus is handling his openings and his games. You know, again, that adventurous spirit, being super creative, going for those gambits early on. Maybe not objectively best, but kind of just enjoying the position, the creativity that freestyle brings, because again, no elimination. He's like, you know what, wherever I finish, if anyone picks me, I'm still the boss, I'm still the favorite here. Do I even care?
Well, because that's the thing. Let's pretend we live in a world where Magnus Carlsen finished 8th in the round robin.
Okay.
Does anybody in their right mind actually pick him, or is number 4 just the unlucky guy who's going to end up playing Magnus Carlsen in round 1?
Easiest question ever.
Right?
Nobody picks Magnus.
Nobody picks him.
Even if he finishes last.
That
with
tells
the worst
you.
performance.
I mean,
even if he scores no points at all in the round robin, he already won a game. But I'm just saying, even if in that universe, that reality that Dr. Strange saw, that one universe where Magnus finishes 8th, nobody picks him.
And no better kind of descriptor of his legendary status within the chess scene than to believe, that he could maybe be in his worst, form, and people go, I still don't want to go up against him. Let him be the final boss, if anything.
Exactly. He could get checkmated in 5 moves, like in every single one of the rest of the games, and people will still be like, oh, I don't know. If I pick Magnus and lose, it will look terrible.
Right, yeah, then it's even worse almost if he strikes back strongly in that way. Through 2 games so far, initial impressions, who's looked the best to you? Anybody surprising you with the way that they've started their tournament? I would want to say Sindarov, except for the fact that he's coming off of that big World Cup win. I think in the context of freestyle tournaments as a whole, that's where I think he's already maybe a little bit outperforming previous results.
That's true. I think expectations were high already for him. I will mention there's normally a birthday curse in chess. You normally don't want to play chess on your birthday because people are sending you messages, you're distracted, you want to be, I don't know, out on the beach celebrating. But he's made it so far look like it's not affecting him. I'll say he's looked very impressive, and Levon, who could easily be on 2 out of 2 right now. Kind of letting Vincent off the hook in game 1, but then very coolly, calmly defeating Arjun in that endgame.
Yeah, really cool stuff by Love so far against Arjun. A clinical victory at the end. And I'll also point out one more player. I mean, Hans Niemann, right?
Yeah.
Getting that win with the white pieces against Parham. And it feels like he's been doing that throughout the tour, where suddenly in the opening, it feels like his hand's in trouble. And then the Hans magic starts happening. And we check in with him 5 minutes later, and boom, he's winning.
And he's doing it analyzing entirely on his own,
Han Solo.
right? Still, yeah, Han Solo, exactly. Through 2 rounds, he has been the only person to sit by his lonesome in those analysis phases, and so far, it seems to be working for him in a share for first place between him, Levon, and Javakir Sindarov. We're now turning our attention toward that 3rd round of the day, a few minutes away from the position lottery. Let's go ahead and take a look at the matchups that we have in store. I'm going to take a cheat and look at my screen here. It looks like we're going to have Arjun Erigaisi going up against Javakir Sindarov, but we'll take a look here. Vincent Keimer, Magnus Carlsen. Ooh, that's going to be a fun one. Then we're going to see Arjun Erigaisi up against Javakir Sindarov. Again, another first-place holder there being challenged by Arjun. Parham still looking to get a point on the board, and he's going to have to do it against a first-place holder in Levon Aronian. Fabiano Caruana and Hans as well here to close things out. That's a picture of our 3rd round overall. Let's dive back into the studio, and Fiona is going to help us with that draw. Oh, apologies. We're not ready yet for the draw just yet. So instead, I'll turn to you two. With those 4 matchups that we have ahead of us, which one are you most excited for?
The All-American clash. It's got to be that one. Fabi taking on Hans Niemann. I mean, Fabi's kind of struggled so far. He did win game 1, but you've got to put luck on that playing a big role. Yes, you make your own luck on the chessboard, but that was a 1-move blunder in a winning position by Parham. And then going down to Magnus, I wonder what his mindset is, and he's playing Hans Niemann. You know, the fearless Hans, who seems to like he's bringing his A-game back here in South Africa one more time. That's the one I'm most excited about. It's a bit of clash of styles there as well. David, excited to see how that plays out. What about you?
I think in terms of importance, I'll say Parham Maghsoodloo with white against Levon. I think for Parham, confidence has always been such a big factor in his chess in general. If he starts with 3 losses in a row, he's not going to feel like it's his week. I think for him, he needs to bounce back. He has white. Levon is a very aggressive player, often gives some chances along the way. So I think in terms of importance, this one.
So looking for a draw or better for him.
Exactly.
Just get something on the board, start generating a little bit of momentum for yourself. Again, Levon, though, a player who seems to be near top form, especially when it comes to freestyle chess. Our most recent Grand Slam winner coming out of Vegas. He's played incredibly well during the rapid portions and continues to find that form with 1.5 points right here. Javakir Sindarov up against Arjun Erigaisi. I think that one's interesting just because Arjun is always one of our most aggressive players. He can find himself some very strong winning positions. It's usually just about whether or not he can get it over the line. Javakir, is he going to give him those openings?
And I will say, you know, there is this India versus Uzbekistan rivalry that's brewing across all formats in chess. You know, India having this huge golden generation of youngsters, but Uzbekistan also right there with Nodibek, Yakuboev, Nodibek, Abdusatrov, and Javokir, the latest World Cup winner. And I think, David, we were talking about this before the tournament started, that, you know, it seems like whenever India hosts a tournament, Uzbekistan is super happy about it. They took the Olympiad gold. They took the World Cup. So I wonder if Arjun wants a bit of revenge from that, playing against Javokir in this one.
Exactly. Two new superpowers, essentially, almost dominant at this point in world chess. If you go back 10, 15 years, yes, there was Vishy Anand, but I think India have just risen up so much, and Uzbekistan trying to play catch-up, doing pretty decently. So that'll be a fun game to watch.
Final matchup, Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer. Vincent so far 2 draws through the day, but I would argue 2 draws from losing or disadvantaged positions. So far, maybe some things kind of working out for him just to scrape away with 1 point to his name. Is Magnus fully warmed up now after that win over Fabiano Caruana?
I wouldn't say fully warmed up, but I think warmed up enough to fancy his own chances. And Magnus, you could easily see him winning, as he did in Grenka, a bunch of games in a row now.
And that's the thing, right? Once Magnus gets on that streak, it's a hot streak. It becomes really tough to stop him. And while the game wasn't convincing, the one against Fabi, he was on the back foot in the opening. But once he got a chance, he never sort of let Fabi off the hook in that time scramble. He was the more accurate player. He kept the pressure on. So Magnus is starting to get a bit scary now.
All right, it's time for round 3 between our 8 players here in South Africa. In just a moment's time, we'll be stepping back out onto the stage with Fiona Style Anthony for the position lottery to see what the landscape of the battlefield will look like here at the Group Boss Nature Reserve.
Thank you, and welcome back here to the drawing stage. We just saw another spectacular round with 3 decisive games, wins for Carlsen, for Niemann, and for Aronian. And I'm delighted to be joined now by Amruta Mokal from ChessBase India. And Amruta, you have a big team here of 5 people. You've been covering the entire freestyle tour. How has your experience here in South Africa been so far?
It has been the most incredible experience, the helicopter ride, the horse riding, but the chess beats everything for sure, and it's a dream tournament for ChessBase India. We all are loving every moment to cover this whole event.
And it's always such a pleasure having all of you here and all the fantastic content you're creating. I'm going to move behind the table as we are ready now to draw the next position. Go ahead, Amruta. So the next position is number
767.
767. 767. Thank you so much, Amruta. The players, as always, have 10 minutes. Best of luck.
Just thank you, not the video.
Yeah, very similar.
I was worse after like 5-6 moves.
Worse?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No, I mean I'm not sure objectively, but it felt that way.
You have to try the usual. 4 is better 4.
Yeah.
This looks so similar to stuff we've had before. Okay. Let's...
Actually, I played the same position against Vincent. Like 1 day ago, I played like this and he crushed me in 10 moves.
Yeah,
5
it's
5.
yeah,
It's very bad.
Okay, but we probably play a 5, no?
Yeah, probably a 5 is no, okay. It's a better. I mean, it's better, but no.
Okay. What
Maybe
to do?
it's
What to do?
Oh, this is a move, no?
Ah, G5, of course.
Not F4.
4, take it.
Queen F4. I don't know.
But this normally is normal for black, no? This type of stuff.
Maybe like so. On to the next one.
The F5.
Maybe.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, why not? F6. But in general, maybe we have some F5, F4 also, yeah, why not?
So E4.
I mean on the first move,
Yeah,
F5.
F5, E4, F4.
F4, okay. Well, it depends if you can hold this F4 thing without falling apart.
I think we can.
3, 5, 4. No, you can take somewhere.
Okay, you can take, but
It's okay.
you can take.
Yeah, your bishop is also kind of passive. And I always have this bishop before ideas and then after again. Not so convinced. Here there are... Yeah, maybe c3, bishop before, so...
No, c3 if you play then you can always problem with your knight in d1. So I can play d6, take, and knight d6. I mean, knight
c3 is a
solve
better...
it,
Yeah, I agree. Apologies.
Also, we can start with knight b6 probably.
But then, I don't know, what if I...
Knight
get
c6
back-
now.
Yeah.
No, c6 is not needed there. We can just play.
Yeah.
Even here we can play d6.
So you guys think this is safe?
It looks interesting, but maybe it's not safe.
This, yeah? Well, it's principled, of course. Most principled way.
I mean, g5 is a problem, knight e3 also, yeah.
F5, we do what?
Yeah.
Okay, then I can look for something else. Take FG. So, do we start with A4? Or let's not even put A4, F5. We can always do it later, right?
But at the end, could you take on G3, take H7, take H3, queen G6? No?
D3?
You always see queen F8, no?
G3, take. But also your piece is hanging, same.
Like queen G6 also knight D3.
Take? Take G3, knight C5.
Okay, for this I would love to have A4, F5 included, of course.
Yes, I think.
Although why? After knight c5 it's annoying either way, isn't it? What do you
No,
do?
but okay, we're just winning, yeah, if we have
Okay,
this move.
Hey, with A4.
And either way, I don't see what you do after it's because we threat bishop e7, knight a6 mate. So, it's good luck, yeah.
Yes. Knight B6, yeah?
But then queen f8. Either you have queen g8 still. Oh, but bishop e7 anyway, I have queen f8. Bishop e7, queen f8. Okay, so
But I mean, if you can include, I think it's better to have it included.
you think in general from the start?
Yes.
Are we sure that black has to play?
No, that's the question. But I think we should do it without E4 even then.
Yes.
But then f5, no?
And after A5, you
A5?
play A6. F4, A6, I think you're doing good thing.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but
No, but this is
I'm not
G8
100% sure
though.
about this. Like, I don't know, g5? I mean, it's weird, but knight on b6, knight on b7, I mean, it is very double-edged. The bishops are disaster.
Yeah.
It's not so
Let's
easy.
start with E4, E5,
Knight
A4.
b6, knight c4.
No, but okay, if we don't need it, we don't need it.
Yeah, like let's just play. Yeah, because a5 a6 here I don't know because knight on c6 isn't checked by the bishop.
I think here, if we were
Knight
F5,
d6,
F6, I would love to have that.
Yeah.
So, I think F5, F4 is...
Knight on D6 is a bit awkward.
But what does black play? I mean, before we get clever, we can just. Let's see if this is promising.
F5.
Take. Queen takes to 4. Maybe
Yeah,
G.
just putting it if I go G6 and trying to stabilize that with for the knight D2 or something.
By the way.
Okay, just like this.
Rook F1.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, that's super tricky. You mean take, you want to take also?
Yeah, but we can also...
You can also...
Oh, no, then knight D3 protect. Yeah, okay. Knight F5 doesn't work.
It's not working. But why?
Knight C4, knight B3, nothing.
Why knight F5 doesn't work?
No, it's not working. Rook F5, Rook E1, Rook F3. We cannot cast. No.
Yeah, but you lose.
Yeah.
There's too many. Too many pieces.
No, actually, I don't know what which one we can play.
Just over 2 minutes to go before we dive into round number 3. Position 7-6-7 is what we're looking at. Players have been analyzing for about 8 minutes' time as of yet. And it's been quite interesting because while looking at some similar moves, we've also seen between the two sides of things that they're not completely aligned in their evaluations, David.
Yeah, no real consensus. It feels like the type of position you could kind of make an argument for 3 or 4 different moves, and it's unclear what the exact differences are. Maybe move orders, they'll end up transposing to similar ideas. Only one piece on their usual starting square. That's the white rook on A1 in the corner, likewise the black rook, and only one undefended pawn each on the d file.
This is too far
away. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that it's very interesting that how all the long ranges pieces are tucked onto one corner. And very often one of the patterns that we see in freestyle chess is that when you've got a king and a rook also on one of the corners, you don't need to be thinking about castling. That rook can often come into development, into play by pushing that A pawn, in this case, forward. So I think A4, that's one move that we all should be watching out for at some stage during the game to get that rook to A3. Do you even rook lift? I think in this game, the answer will be a yes. I saw Magnus. His first moves were all revolving around, again, getting those long ranges pieces into the game. F4, E4, develop the queens and the bishop. But my eye is when A4 happens.
But to your point about the placement of those 3 pieces, queen, bishop, bishop, I feel like this is the type of position that can get bloody fast as compared to some of our previous rounds where we've seen a lot of pieces remain on the board until late into the clocks, ticking down. I could see pretty early on some players throwing haymakers at each other.
Definitely. It feels like, especially the side with the black pieces, if they're not accurate in the first 5 moves, they could just get knocked out. They could just find themselves never really getting into the game. So, yeah, it feels like the opening here just more important than many of the positions we've seen so far.
Would you say it's Boeing 767, so you need a flying start, David?
You need a clean takeoff. Get that V1, rotation speed. Let's get ourselves up into the air. Let's build some altitude. Let's see who can cruise their way to victory in round number 3. Getting a look at Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen here. Each of them have 1 point to their name through 2 rounds. Can either of them create some separation, maybe chase down the 1.5 point holders who currently sit in that first place position?
Yeah, who can stick the landing? It feels like Vincent here. There we go. He's not going to be super aggressive. I don't think it's his style to go route 1, very direct. There we go. It's the move that most of the players with the white pieces I think we're discussing, pawn to E4. I would say that the plus side, you develop 3 pieces. Your rook now has some access, can step up the board. The white queen has an open diagonal, and more likely now that you want to develop your knight behind the pawn. Knights often feel more comfortable behind pawns here. The downside is that the white bishop in the corner on the light squares might find itself blocked in, and here we go. Magnus already fighting for the center. Not a pawn sacrifice this time, defended by the queen, but showing his intentions.
I think it'd be interesting just to pull out to the foreboard really quickly, because the 3 boards that were all a part of player discussions have started with the same 2 moves. You'll notice it's that E4 pawn push, then it's the black pawn that sits in front of the queen that will come out and immediately create some tension. But look in the bottom right of your screen, Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. They have gone a different way, and it's been Hans so far throughout the day that has sat and evaluated entirely on his own. He was the one who deviated right out the gate on that first move.
And that's very interesting because in freestyle chess, another thing that we've learned along the way is that the opening is so much about is white successfully able to break the symmetry early on. And I think in this particular example, you can see Fabi, that's that bottom right board, when replied with symmetry, is able to strike first with that F pawn moving forward, creating that tension, asking questions to Hans. And Hans does not blink. He doesn't shy away. That's a 4-pawn face-off. This is max tension in the center.
Yeah, maximum tension and symmetry. It's almost a dirty word in freestyle chess. It's like, it's just a code of honor. You don't just copy your opponent for too long. But Hans is trying to do that. And I mean, this box of pawns, someone's taking someone. And I don't know which pawn's going to take first, who's going to blink first. Fabi could just leave it and say, okay, since you're just trying to copy me, I'm going to bring out a knight, for example. But yeah, this is very, very tense. It's going to explode the center very quickly.
Some solid thinking time, though, already here for Hans, as you can see. He's just over 8 minutes to his name. Fabi was playing with increments so far, dipping below 10 minutes now for the first time. I know we're early on. There's plenty of room to run, but this has been a pattern across 3 games now here for Hans, that he will actually start with less time on the clock, more thinking early, and then he kind of cobbles something together in the last few minutes.
And we've seen that even in Vegas so many times, that he's behind on the clock in the first few moves and then starts blitzing out his moves. He's putting the pressure on and things turn around in those final few moments. But this one, it's going to be a really fun fight, I think. Meanwhile, on the other boards, you know, I see the queen come out really early. There have been trades early on as Hans Niemann. He continues, well, it's Fabi actually right now in the think. Who blinks first? Should we head over, check in with some of our other boards? You said that there was a bit of copycat chess there. Also, I wonder, guys, if you're Hans Niemann here, it's pretty brave and gutsy to decide in every game that you're going to sit by yourself. You know, you're surrounded by the greatest chess players of the world. You can riff with them on the ideas in the opening in a position you've never seen before, and yet you decide game after game to do it by yourself.
And it would be an easy thing to, you know, to be called out as arrogant or cocky if it wasn't working. And that's the thing, though. Right now, he's proving it, right? And usually that's what you would ask. Fine. If you're going to choose not to, you know, match your mind or, you know, analyze with 3 other of the best chess minds in the world for 10 minutes, then you have to prove the value of sitting off on your own. And I'd say so far through 2 rounds, he's done it. We'll see if he can do it again against his countryman in Fabiano Caruana.
Exactly. It worked in Vegas as well, where he was often doing this. I would say for the majority of games, he was off on his own. And yeah, he would get great positions. The few times he did come to join the group, he would say, okay, obviously it's this, 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 this. And the players would tend to agree. So Hans with a great feel. We should mention 3 of the 4 boards feature black queens that have jumped out early and are likely to get hit. So it does feel like early questions for the side with the black pieces.
That's a good question. I've got one more for you. What in South Africa is going on the Levon board? Look at that pawn formation. That's that bottom left board. Lev's pawns have moved up to f4, and Parham has got this central, beautiful e5, d4 pawn structure. A lot of moves. Finally, the knight coming out, and I see a question mark there. Meanwhile, big update. Vincent came out with a blunder, apparently.
He did have a blunder. We'll go check that one in just a moment. We got plenty of time. So first, let's evaluate how did we get here, David? Because this was a game that started very much the same way, with an e4 met by the early pawn push in front of the queen. Everybody else opted to quickly trade those pawns off and bring the queen out. That is not the decision that was made here.
Yeah, it was not the decision. Maybe it should have been the decision for Parham Maghsoodloo. He went his own way this time. He tried to step forward. Very logical. He's trying to lock this black dark squared bishop in, essentially. He's going to try and push as many pawns forward as possible. The problem is he doesn't really get time. And now it's Levon who actually lengthens the line for his queen to come out. Now the black queen coming out will be much safer, since the pawn in front of it will act as a bit of a shield. And we see, okay, the pawns challenge each other. A bit of defense there. That only really helps black, whose bishop now is staring at the center. The black knight comes out, and apparently a bit of a mistake in this position. The knight coming out, and I'm trying to understand why this is a mistake. Maybe it's to do with something that Tanya mentioned earlier. At some point in the near future, the black pawn will try and kick this knight away. But for now, missed opportunity from Levon Aronian. This pawn move was apparently the best, but instead he prevents the knight from jumping even further forward. And here we go. Will we see the black knight jump preemptively forward? Will we see a block of the pawns? It's still a very tense position, so I don't think it's the worst kind of opening in the world for Maghsoodloo. Cost him a lot of time, though.
They cost him some time. He will go for the a4 pawn push, maybe open up a line for that rook to eventually get into the game with the potential rook lift, and maybe kick out the knight at the same time. But perhaps now is where we can return to that board that you called out, Tanya, Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keimer, because it was a blunder that we saw creep up, at least by the engine's evaluation, just a few moves ago. Not loving the choices made here by the young Vincent Keimer.
Magnus is just up a pawn. What happened here? Can we just see? Did he just lose the f4 pawn, David?
We're only 4 moves in as well.
It's bizarre. Let's just backtrack to this moment. We saw the black queen come out, and we left it here. Vincent pushed his pawn forward. Magnus said, okay, I'm going to challenge you and open up my bishop at the same time. And Vincent here, I guess he didn't want to take this pawn, since in this position, after queen takes, maybe this pawn is hanging, but this was definitely been the lesser evil. Let's catch up because there were some quicker moves. Instead, he just brought his knight forward, attacking the black queen, but saying, please have my pawn. And this is bizarre. Where's the compensation? Queen's off the board as well. Magnus with a clear central pawn as well. That's just adding to the misery here for white.
Last time I checked, you don't go into an endgame with Magnus.
No.
You definitely don't go into an endgame down a pawn with Magnus.
Never. Not willingly, at least. So the compensation, at very least, is, okay, I own the f-file with my rook. My knights did get, towards the center of the board, just a tempo or two quicker than you. But I'm not sure that's worth the full pawn.
They normally say a pawn is worth around 3 tempi. So one will be getting your pieces out. One might be creating a threat or an attack. The other one will just make sure that you're ahead compared to your opponent. But here, black gets one more move, brings the other knight out. Black's king gets castled. There's 0 weaknesses for Magnus Carlsen. Pawn is a pawn. And this is not good news for Vincent Keimer, who's also down 3 minutes.
Yeah, the big initiative, the only initiative that white has right now is that extra move of development. There's nothing else. Magnus has a perfectly healthy pawn structure, no weaknesses, just one move behind in development. Is that going to be enough? I would be very surprised if that's the case. I will point out back in Weissenhaus, Vincent Keimer took down Magnus Carlsen to win the title. Not just Magnus, he also beat Fabi there. He beat Alireza there. What a run that was. But this, it just feels like it's gone really, really wrong. And like you said, voluntarily. He just gave that pawn away on move number 4.
Yeah, peculiar move. Something that, he might be thinking a bit more about later tonight if he doesn't ultimately achieve the results he wants here in our round robin. Also, only working with about 4.5 minutes to his name. So we're going to quickly be moving towards time trouble against a confident Magnus Carlsen.
We've been talking about round robin and how you want to finish in top 3 so that you're able to pick your opponent going into the knockout stages of the tournament. I would argue that for all the 8 players, well, the 7 players apart from Magnus playing here, it's not about where they finish. They just don't want to end up playing Magnus in the quarterfinals. That's the only thing.
And the only
Nothing
way,
else matters.
The only way you can guarantee that, finish top 4.
Yes, or top 3 at least.
Yeah, well, no, top 4 you can't be chosen. You will be. You're right. Actually, you could be left with Magnus if Magnus is 5 through 8. I'm in a world where Magnus still manages to get up into the top 4 at the end of the day, but that is a good reminder that that is still an option. So, largely though, for most players, it's aim for that top 4. That's arguably going to give you your best possible matchups in the quarterfinals and set you up for success in the bracket stages. Right now, though, Vincent Keimer's just worrying about how he's going to survive this game. It's been 2 draws for him so far through the day, whereas for Magnus, it's been more up and down, taking the loss early, then getting the decisive victory. I think right now Vincent's saying, how can I just get another half a point? How can I keep things even?
Yeah, it's been 2 draws for Vincent, but both of them he was almost lost at some stage. So he's been living life on the edge, and I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level, just because it was so clear and so obvious. But yeah, this is the position he now has to defend, pawn down.
Well, while Vincent's on the back foot here, I think we should hop back over to another player who finds himself on the back foot. It's Parham up against Levon Aronian. We were there a little bit ago. We had questions about the choices that Parham made in not looking for those early pawn trades. And so far, he's not proving the move. That's kind of the thing, is I want you to prove it to me. If you do ultimately go for it, Engine calls his most recent move a miss. I think we ignore that for now. We walk it back just a couple moves once again to understand how we got to where we are. But Levon looks to continue to pile on the pressure here.
Ooh, this is bad news for one of the players, and it's especially to do with one piece. Very quick action replay. We left it with Parham trying to push forward. Levon said, nope, I'm going to block you. Very logical. The knights both developed, and I think the reason the question marks, the X's appear, is all because of what happens in a moment. Parham should have been trying to prevent this pawn stepping forward. For example, he could even trade off bishop for knight. Maybe not what he wants, but at least it's better than what happens next. After white castled, he's probably underestimated this move. Fantastic from Levon Aronian. And this white bishop...
Out of the game.
Both of them. Out of the game for good.
Yeah? You're playing -6 in material, basically, right now.
All Levon needs is one more pawn push, close the cage, throw away the key, and that's 6 points in the bag for life. That is a big strategic mistake.
Call him the warden. He's about to throw you in a cell. Lock you away for good.
Yeah, those are the two ugliest bishops I've seen in chess. And if he doesn't find a way, he's now threatening to, I think, go g4 himself with the queen on h3 because he needs to win that f-pawn. He has to get his pieces into play. So if Parham gets the opportunity, he's going to try to push that, but it's not easy. It leaves behind some squares as well. With this, everything's gone wrong. And there's a bigger storyline here, right? If Parham doesn't survive this, that's 3 in a row in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
And to come back from that in a round robin, in this field, one game after another, super difficult. Huge pressure on Parham right now.
Yeah, then you're just concerned for mentality.
Yeah.
Right? How quickly, things can spiral out of control if you just feel like, you're not playing your best game, you're not in your top form, and everybody else is.
Especially because he's, at least at the elite level, less experienced than everyone else. Even Sindarov at this point, who's a few years younger, has played maybe more elite events. I think the fact that he's dreamed about it for so long, bishop for knight trade there, just means he wants it more. But the moment you get the door shut in your face, you keep suffering these positions, it could be very difficult to come back from. And Levon's not only shut in 2 bishops, but he's also pawn up, which doesn't really help. That pawn in the center now defended by black's knight and the bishop.
This is quite devastating for white. There is an 8-7 tender pawn that you're always eyeing if you're white. I think for Parham, he just has to go desperate right now. He has to hit the chaos button, try to change the characteristic of the position. He's given a central pawn. Will he take that 8-7 pawn? There's d4 hanging as well, so not an easy decision. He captures an e5. He could now go on to win that h pawn there, but it just doesn't look like a trade that's going to favor white. A central pawn for a side pawn.
And now the castle comes out. Gets a small question mark by the engine once again, but Levon is still in a very strong position overall. Queen maybe now a little offsides. Yes, you picked up the pawn, but you got to make sure that you don't leave her there for too long to get surrounded and trapped.
Exactly, and maybe the queen, it was nicer to keep her on this diagonal, stopping the black king from castling. Levon just playing a very safe move. Again, the key is about to be kind of thrown away once this pawn steps forward. That is prevented by Parham, or at least made to look less attractive. But those bishops still need breathing space, still can't get in the game.
He's trying to get at least one of them into the game with bishop to h2, slide that over, try to get that diagonal open. But seriously, what are these bishops? What bishops are we even talking about? I mean, essentially, you're playing down 2 pieces right now if you're Parham.
Yeah, that gives Levon at least a handful of moves to try and generate some kind of attack on the other side of the board. I wouldn't be shocked, actually, if he does play this move, pawn to g4, just because if white takes it, it would have been harder. It would have been a lengthier process to get the bishops into the game. But no, he pushes forward his pawn.
This is an opportunity, David, because the idea that we're talking about, can white try to do that? Can you go g4, bishop h2? And now I'm also looking at the queen where it is, the bishop on the diagonal, a c7 tender spot in front of the black king.
Okay, he has to try it before it's too late. There we go. Tanya's idea on the board. The white bishop just needs one more move to come to life.
Check. Probably it's the check.
Yeah, Parham sees his opening, though. He's going to go for it.
Don't like that check.
Yeah.
Because it's not about the king. It's about taking control of that h2 square.
Yeah, those bishops, so sad, those pieces. You could literally put them on any other square on the board and they would be happier. It's the worst possible squares. Levon wants to go the other way. I think that was the idea behind his last move. So he's just debating. It feels like the queen, but no, it's one of the knights that lands in the center. He's using the small window of opportunity to try and trade off defenders, but apparently a mistake, given a question mark.
Move over move. We've seen that bar creep back up in the northerly direction.
Feels like he has to take that knight somehow. I would be terrified here of allowing knight takes knight, a pawn to recapture, and the black queen jumping in on the diagonal. That just looks too scary. So Parham might need to take the knights off the board and then start to bring his at least one of the 2 bishops to life.
He will do that.
There we go.
All right, another quick trade. Rook comes to the center of the board. Still have rooks staring at each other there on the d file. Parham's going to go ahead and move his king to a slightly safer square.
Now, that might have been the opportunity, you know, like the bishop could have come out. He was reluctant to trade off the rooks because there were some tactics. Rook takes rook. The black knight would have been threatening to jump out the way with a check on the white king. And the remaining rooks on the e-file would have been staring at each other. So I understand why he tucks his king away. If you castle on the long side, always you want to put your king closer to the corner. But that might have been a luxury he doesn't have.
Now, interestingly, Parham here has a very similar position to two of our other players with white pieces. Right now, it's 3 boards where black has a dominating advantage. It's only Fabiano Caruana up against Hans Niemann who's managed to get any sort of advantage with the white pieces. So very interesting to see that one playing out. Perhaps we can hop over to Fabiano and Hans Niemann just to see how Fabiano's done what no other player with the first move has been able to do.
Let's do it. Let's check out Fabiano, as he normally has quite a good score, I would say, against Hans Niemann. He's been beating him a lot in classical chess. Let's jump over. There we go. This is the other position. But it just looks like a nice, safe, stable advantage. Nothing special. It's just the bishop pair.
Yeah, you've got a really healthy pawn formation, a bishop pair, your rooks are coming to the central file, a slight lead in development, I want to say, for white, even in this endgame, with the other rook sliding over to e1. Some ideas of creating a weakness on that e6 square. A very pleasant advantage, as you've also blunted Hans's bishop on g7 with the structure that you've taken, the d pawn moving forward. It's a kind of position that I think at the top level, these guys would really enjoy. I want to point out one subtlety here, that for Hans, it's very difficult to get the other rook into the game. For that, you have to go long castle. The moment you do that, the king loses connection to the a7 pawn, and that bishop from g1 can actually slide over. There might be some checkmating ideas, David. Maybe we can show that. Because usually, that's a poison pawn. That's a mouse trap. You get that bishop there, and it can be trapped.
Let's do it. I love showing checkmates. Any type of checkmate, you count me in. And this would be the most natural move, just to pin the black knight. Let's say black castles, just to try and get the rook into the game. And here, as Tanya's mentioning, bishop takes pawn is possible. Other options, of course, but the whole idea is that the bishop will not get trapped. If black tries to catch it behind enemy lines, then whoops, that is a beautiful checkmate.
Those two bishops are drastically in contrast with Parham's bishop on g1 and h1 that we just checked in with.
Yeah. So instead, then, what are we thinking? It has to be the b pawn push in front of the king to create a space, elevate him. After 2 moves, now we can finally centralize our rook.
It looks that way, although Fabiano might use those 2 moves to push his pawn forward and to try and catch this knight in the pin. This looks really difficult for Hans Niemann. The bar is higher than I thought it would be for this type of position.
And that always amazes me, you know. You see this position, you see it's a level material, so many pieces have been traded off, it's an endgame, how bad can it get? But then you do a deeper eval of it, you take a deeper look. It's actually really difficult for Hans to get that final rook into the game. His pieces are just misplaced. The bishop on g7 blunted, the knight on e6 pinned, the rook on e7 inactive, the rook on a8 not even in the game. So I think then you realize it's really not about the quantity on the board, but the quality of each of your pieces, and here Hans is really suffering with that.
And we had a move. We saw Hans.
He did go for long castle.
Oh, he brought his rook back. Has he gone for long castle?
Yes, actually, if
he has.
I think we're just a little bit behind here on the moves on the screen. David's going to play those out for you as we've seen them play back here. So there you go, threatening the rook first. The rook will drop back to the back rank, and now the pawn has been snapped up there on the a file.
Don't trap that bishop. The mate on a6.
Yep. From here, Hans has made a move. He's going to push that d pawn all the way up to d4. Now looking to maybe kick one of those bishops away. A bit of desperation here, looking for some answer to dislodge these bishops from their very strong positions.
And Hans is down to 13 seconds on the clock as well. He's down a pawn. He's still struggling with harmony of his pieces right now. Yes, he's gotten the castle in, but he's lost the a7 pawn on the way. Bishop b5 looks extremely natural to provoke some other pawn moves to create weaknesses. You've got the bishop pair if you're Fabi, the extra pawn. The bar is still unusually high.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that black is too slow. Like the white bishop probably will step forward. You could also make an argument for stepping back and pinning the knight on this diagonal.
Fabi liked your first move. The bishop will step forward. It's going to be immediately blocked by the pawn on the other side there for Hans Niemann. Fabi now drops the bishop back to that e2 square just in front of his own rook. Okay, maybe the slightest bit of breathing room here for Hans as the engine slightly dips.
And I think that move was very important to provoke c6, because had Fabi fallen back immediately, he'd need to calculate what happens after the bishop getting trapped with that b6 move earlier on, now that the king has running square. So Fabi being incredibly precise here, comes in with a threat, bishop g4. Watch out, Hans Niemann.
H4 push here from Hans. Grabbing a little bit more space. Feels almost a bit like a waiting move, though, while nothing is really easy for him to do. And yeah, as David's pointing out here, leaves a pawn completely exposed.
And here we go. The knight does drop back to defend that pawn. This is just very, very bad news. This could be game over any moment. I think Fabiano has a winning move on the spot. He can drop his bishop back, and the two black rooks had to defend each other. One of them's going to have to give way. Right. Does play that move. Rook trade.
Drops, rook trades, exactly right. Now the other rook will slide up there to d6.
Really quick update. Javakir, Arjun might be finishing this moment. Arjun Aragaisi is up a piece, but I think there is a repetition, a perpetual check possible there. If this is the time, I think it's now that we head over to that, if that's possible, James.
Yeah, let's make a jump. Well, we've got the 4 boards up, so at the very least we can see the position of all of the games as they're playing out right now. If Arjun can get at least half a point away from one of our first place holders here in Javakir Sindarov, that would be incredible. We can dive in there to see maybe that perpetual that Tanya was talking about. Arjun with that half a point. Oh, over to Parham and Levon actually is where we're diving in. Let's kind of catch up with this one from bad to worse here for Parham, it looks like.
That was a checkmate being threatened on b2, defended now with the queen retreat, but Parham down an entire piece, and that bishop on g1, still trapped there. He actually lost the bishop next to it. I think it didn't even matter if it was on the board or off the board, but the problem is the other one's not playing either.
Exactly. You can see it on Parham's face. Like, that tells the whole story. We don't even need an evaluation bar here. Oh, that is flashy from Levon. He's giving up his knight. Oh, he gets the handshake, takes the win. The black queen was about to swoop down.
Yeah, it's a head-in-hand handshake from Parham, and I think that just is, you know, the most visceral kind of picture we have of how his tournament has gone so far. Still not able to get a point on the board as he falls down to our Vegas winner. A couple of other results came in. It was Fabiano who dispatched Hans Niemann to move up to 2 points with a decisive victory, and we did end up with that draw that you spoke about, Tanya, between Javakir Sindarov and Arjun Aragaisi. That means it's just Vincent Keimer here who's got his back against the wall against Magnus Carlsen.
He's now down 2 pawns to boot right here in this endgame. A super strong bishop from Magnus. I don't see any universe where Vincent survives this one. Once the h-pawn starts moving forward, it's the one that's hardest to fight against when you have the knight. Right now, slowly but steadily, Magnus improves his position of the king marching forward to e6 to kick that rook out of the 5th rank so that the h-pawn can start moving ahead.
Magnus, akin to his season-long performance here, looking to match it. Doesn't win the first event of the year, but looks to put back-to-back victories like he did in Paris and Grinke together here in the round robin. If he can get it done against Vincent Keimer, he'll move up to a cool 2 points, and just like that, he'll have a share of first place.
Yeah, he does it time and time again. He's very consistent in a way. He always struggles to get off the starting blocks, but once he's in full swing, just so tough to fight him. And here we go. As Tanya said, the h-pawn is marching. That will act as a deflection, a distraction for the white pieces. And I was going to say the king could go the other way a bit later. First it steps back. He's just covering all the bases. He's got everything protected. He's done the hard work. 2 pawns up, and he's going to slowly but surely nurse them to victory. Extra time as well.
Still makes me think about that move 4 in this game. With Vincent just voluntarily giving up a whole pawn, going into this endgame where basically you're saying, I'm suffering for the rest of the game, hoping and praying for a draw against Magnus. That's not a good position you want to be in, and it usually ends up like this.
It's the nature of playing Magnus, too. You give him just the one opening, and he'll take it.
It's all Javakir's fault. You know, coming down to the start of the day.
Why did you have to make him angry?
Here we go. They're just moving back and forward, but slowly Magnus is making progress. His pawn has started marching down the board. His king is more active than ever. He just needs to defend his pawn now. He hits the white knight in the process. There's no good checks. A knight for bishop exchange will just make things even more simple. And yeah, this just feels like a a lesson in incremental progress.
It's a masterclass by Magnus on these end games. Slow and steady, keeping all the pieces connected.
In the past, when it comes to these freestyle events.
You know, we've had 3 decisive games in this round with Magnus, Levon, and Fabi getting their wins in. As we see, we've got Magnus on our screen, the final player to get that dub. But I'll have to say, coming back to a question you asked earlier, I mean, Levon, just how impressive he's been. And on the other side of the coin, what a heartbreak it's been for Parham. You could see it on his face. A tough start to this round and ends badly for him.
Yep, taking a trip down memory lane for this third and final round. Smiles for Levon because he's sitting pretty right now with 2.5 points to his name. Sole possession of first place, in fact, coming out of this one with a couple of players at 2 points nipping at his heels.
Yeah, very impressive from Magnus to bounce back. Very impressive from Sindarov in general, looking very composed. And it feels like the players we expected maybe before the day, they're starting to rise to the top. I've got to say, I'm cheering now for Max Udlu, at least to get something in the next game.
Yeah, just to start generating some steam, right? Again, the benefit here of the round robin is that you're not knocked out, but like we've been talking about the whole day long, you don't want to be coming out of the round robin having taken primarily losses, you know, and just not having any confidence going into your quarterfinal matchup.
And especially not against this field, you know, because that is such a big factor, is your mindset, is your level of confidence going into those longer games with these guys. And I will say 0 out of 3 for Parham. Again, like you say, David, rooting for him to get up on that leaderboard. And I think it would have been a completely different story if that game 1 against Fabi had gone the other way. Had Parham converted that winning advantage, we would be looking at a completely different leaderboard. But that's chess.
And yeah, and that's sports, right? Sometimes they hinge on a single moment, and he might be reflecting on that first game of the day. Let's quickly take a look at the standings and the picture as we're about to crest the halfway point here of our round robin stage on the first day of play here in South Africa. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's Levon Aronian, our Las Vegas Grand Slam champion, who sits in sole possession of first place with 2.5 points to his name. He's got 3 players, though, just behind him with 2 points to their name. Magnus, Javakir, and Fabiano Caruana all in that tie for second place. Hans Niemann, he'll be the separator before we get to the bottom of the pack with Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi, each a point to their name. And as we've mentioned, Parham still hunting for that first point that he can put on the table. We've got 4 more rounds to go, though, throughout the day. Plenty more matchups for each of these players to make their move. So, again, we could see these entire standings flip on their head by the end of the day.
They really could. We have some real treats in store for everyone at home. I'm looking forward to the next round. It's going to be quite a juicy one. That's all I'll say.
All right, well, with a promise for some juice in the games to come, we are going to step away for a quick break as we reframe towards our 4th round of the day here in the round robin stage of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
Wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dose?
and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour?
Get ready!
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Season Final. Here in South Africa, moments ago, we had the position lottery for our fourth round of the day. We're cresting into the back half, trying to see who will surprise us as we move into our fourth round. With the position drawn, it will be 219. Position 219 will be the landscape of the battlefield for our players. And here are the matchups. Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, up against Hans Niemann. That will be a marquee matchup, to say the least. Then Levon Aronian up against Fabiano Caruana, two of the players with 2 points to their name, nipping at the heels of our first place holders. Avakir Sindarov up against Parham, and then we'll close things out with Vincent Keimer versus Arjun Erigaisi in the fourth round of the day. Those are your matchups, and while the position lottery has been drawn, the players themselves are now looking to analyze the position in their chosen groups. We'll be back in just a bit to talk about it ourselves and get you into the action.
Yeah. It's very good. You have some talent for this game.
Thank you. I usually...
Hey, it's a very cool idea.
When you have to E4, bishop D4, oh my god, no. Total paqueta, my friend. I don't like this.
No, okay, let's think after D5 a little bit.
But okay, BC, just look C5.
Yeah. BC.
D3 you want to play?
No,
take
what one?
D5.
You want to take on D5. You are losing a lot of tempo. No, it should be.
It should be very good for white now?
Yeah, it should be very good. Yeah.
Aha! And D6, are you sure about D5?
No,
I like
that's one thing I'm not so sure.
I like D5. But I kind of like it now.
But it has some, I mean, okay.
I kind of grown into it.
I don't know, I want to put my knight to A5. You shoot it to
Yes, yes.
C7. Yeah, it's crazy. To C7.
I mean, it's kind of a stable position, yeah? We just go like D3.
I mean, the only theory if A6, some stuff like this can work.
No, but the A6.
Like, what stuff?
The stuffs. A4 stuffs?
Knight D6? Or what?
A5, sure.
I mean, I'm asking what stuff?
The stuffs are not here, yeah? I don't know. I'm worried about stuffs. No. But if you're saying they're not here, the stuffs are good, yeah?
Also, we can play D3.
No.
After D6.
CB,
Okay. No knight, we don't get kicked.
I know. I'm just trying to...
If we get G3, it's also tempo, no? No, but then bishop C.
Structure.
Yeah, develop.
I like it.
Nice. Very good.
Excellent news.
Doing very good.
Overstatement?
Quite an overstatement. I mean, it's playable.
Very interesting, yes. Should we try it? Because maybe they will not expect it. Yeah. With this king
Welcome
here.
back, everybody. As the players have discussed, position 219. Couldn't say it any more eloquently than Levon Aronian. Are we not worried about stuff? Stuffs. And Magnus Carlsen as well, challenging him. But the two of them perhaps being the most vocal. Vincent Keimer, though, also a pretty vocal proponent in that group of four right there.
You know, in the studio, we've got a bromance going on between you and David. And I have to say, I mean, out there, it looks like today is Magnus and Lev. A lot of banter there between these two players. They're analyzing together, coming up with these great opening ideas. The one they were looking at in this one is around the pawns on the left flank, moving forward, opening up the files and the diagonals for the rook and the queen. Ideas of c4, c5 being met by b4, some combative chess there. But we've got to take a moment here. And you know what, guys? We've got a Magnus versus Hans coming up. How hype is that? Ever since 2022, the Sinkfield Cup, whenever these two meet, it's so much more than what just goes on the board. And I think for both of them, my first question is, will there be handshakes or not?
I like to believe there will be handshakes and still some sportsmanship between the two of them, but there are always guaranteed fireworks when it comes to a matchup between those two players. Magnus Carlsen has elevated himself into a tie for second place with 2 points to his name, while Hans sits just half a point behind him. So again, a big statement, game for him if he can get a win over Magnus and leapfrog him in the standings.
Yeah, and they both played in Vegas, but they managed to dodge each other somehow. There was never a face-off between the two. So this is the first time on the tour this season that we're seeing Magnus Carlsen against Hans Niemann.
I don't know, man. I'm not seeing a handshake coming in.
Magnus yet to take his seat at the board.
Maybe he just comes in when the games have already started. Just to avoid any awkwardness there.
Okay.
We'll see. Clocks have been started.
And Magnus is in the building. I mean, we saw him walk in. You know, he's often late to arrive, but this is the first time this is happening in this one.
Okay, big moment. The jacket versus Hans Niemann.
The jacket is there, but Magnus is not, and there he is in handshakes. Let's go. This is going to be absolute cinema.
Okay. Where does Magnus go? He's the one with the white pieces. He gets to decide how things will start in this matchup between himself and Hans Niemann. Hans, again, his only performance so far on the Grand Slam circuit, was a second-place finish to only Levon Aronian in that Vegas Grand Slam. Done a great service to himself, both in the prize money, but as well as the circuit points that he's managed to pick up. Makes him a competitor in this matchup for the overall title.
Okay, and symmetry, and this is the moment of truth, where Magnus, Levon, and friends were all talking about this move. Pawn to b4, trying to challenge immediately, trying to bring the white queen out early. Magnus has done that in 2 of his 3 games so far, brought the queen out as early as move 3. And he's trying to do it again.
And this time, the one difference that Vincent Keimer pointed out was that once the queen does land there, if there was a trade, there's no knight that can actually jump forward to hit that queen. So trade denied, Hans Niemann keeping it solid, moves the pawn ahead, but Magnus gaining some space on the left flank.
Yeah, and this is the moment Levon said, "Are you sure?" And a few moments later, Levon suddenly started agreeing with Magnus. He was like, actually, the more I looked at it, the more I think this might be a good idea. The black bishop now cannot come out to its dream location. That means the white bishop will be unchallenged on the long diagonal. And as Tanya says, just generally taking space on a flank is regarded as quite pleasant. Hans just trying to survive the opening, though.
Oh, and guess what's on the board, David Howell?
My favorite Connect 4 forced win.
For the first time today, Connect 4 does arrive, and it's in Magnus versus Hans. Also, let's just talk about their journey so far in the round robin, right? James, Magnus goes down in round 1 to Javokir Sindarov, gets these 2 back-to-back wins right after that. Absolutely convincing, especially in round 3. In round 2, he takes down Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, for Hans, who had a pretty decent start, but the last game that he lost to Fabi, I have to say, Hans got no chances at all. Fabi pretty much destroyed him. And what does he get next? Up to play against Magnus.
Yeah, your opponents only get tougher. But it has been win, loss, draw here for Hans Niemann through the beginning portions of the day. And again, a lot of the story here, at least through the first 3 rounds, has been a slower start on the clock, usually a slightly worse position, and then maybe getting something back in the later stages of the game. And I'd say against, you know, many players, that's a possibility. It doesn't feel as much like a winning strategy against the likes of Magnus Carlsen.
That's true. It's the type of thing you can get away with maybe once in every 2, once in every 3 games. But in general, Magnus, especially when it's this space advantage now, I think he'd love that type of scenario where Hans is lower on the clock, especially the type of position we see in front of us where nothing's gone too bad for black, but you can see why it's uncomfortable long term. The black queen literally cannot move. The white bishop cuts the board in half, essentially, across this diagonal. The other black piece is struggling a bit for air. Magnus, in the meantime, can castle, maybe even on either flank. He's got pawns he can push forward. It looks very, very nice. This is the first time they've met since a very famous game at the World Blitz last year, where Magnus triumphed in the quarterfinals and then banged his king in the center of the board.
I know we're early, but this feels like a phenomenal position for Magnus. Again, offering the dark squared bishop trade here, saying that's your strongest of the 2 bishops. If I can get rid of that, bring my rook up into the game a little bit. And just like that, we'll see Hans maybe unhappy to have to go that way, but even still the trade is offered. Now we're creating opportunities for the rest of the pieces to get into the game and launch an attack here on the left side of the board.
It was important, though, for Hans to trade the bishop as he did, just simply keeping the opportunity to go castle on the right side still possible, making sure the rook on g8 does not move, so it's still on the cards. He's looking at perhaps the idea of the f-pawn moving forward to put that bishop on f7. Oh, as I say it, not happening anymore in the game.
Yeah, similar idea, though. He'll move his bishop out the way, and then he's going to try and castle. And despite the lack of dark squared bishop on that side of the board, the king should feel relatively safe. Magnus has a clear dominance, though, on the other flank. The front of the pawn chain, he can push through at any point he wants, maybe even connect 5. Maybe I'm in dreamland now.
I was going to say, no, he expected the forced win off of the connect 4, but maybe it actually is the connect 5 that's required.
And I was going to say, does the knight on f1 count? But it's not there anymore, David, unfortunately.
Not yet. Maybe the white king will castle now. There'll be a rook on that diagonal instead. I think both kings are now going to the east. There we go, they castle. Black will likely do the same.
He's reaching for the king, a long way across, gets that castle in. And I think, as you're pointing out, it's going to be so much about the queen side now, as it is in standard chess as well. The a5 pawn moving forward at the right time, creating that open line for the rooks to infiltrate on. Magnus will get this knight remaining piece into the game towards the center. He's already hinting at a5 coming in.
Yeah, that move is either to open up a line, a file, for white's pieces, or to establish that connect 5 and just clamp down in space forever. And Hans tries to stop it. He says, you can take me en passant. But that will ruin the integrity of white's pawn chain. The black knight will come out and maybe even dive into a nice outpost later. So he's found a way to block up one side of the board, but I still fear for Hans's queen suffocating there. And maybe Magnus now will look to open the center. There we go. Still looking very, very tense, this position. Hans sped up, though.
Yes, and I think that's very important in this position, because a lot of big decisions lie later on, and Hans, we've seen him traditionally in the first 3 rounds take a lot of time in the opening. Even though he's on the back foot here, he's managed to maneuver his now, don't take that knight, don't trade on d4, that lands up in a fork after the pawn recaptures. He's playing fast, and that's incredibly important against Magnus. In fact, he's the one with an extra minute on the clock. Knight d4, e2, a huge threat. Knight takes pawn, watch out. Defended now.
Defended by the white queen. It's all about taking on the opponent's terms, or not taking the opponent's terms here, but Magnus wants to bring his rook to the center, only then threaten to trade off knights. He's asking for this knight to be traded off. He'll take with the rook and open up the white queen. I think the difference is just piece activity and scope. Like here, white has so much space to play with. White can play anything behind these 2 pawns. He's got all the space in the world behind those. But the black queen, like, give her 5 moves still. Where's she going? It's not clear.
Yeah, she's got no pathway right now into the game, and those 2 pawns that have made it to the 5th rank, you know, infiltrating into enemy territory. Once another jump here of pawns, offering another en passant is Hans Niemann as he looks to continue to close and lock down the position.
I think that's
tempting.
You go for this one?
Maybe. Go on, Tanya. What are you saying? Does he take?
Yeah, it's a tough one. He does, I believe, he does go for it, so saving me from answering that one. But I think this is a bit of a relief. Yes, I see the bars say that a slight advantage to Magnus after that trade. But generally, just getting some free spaces for your pieces, the rook on the F line opening up, a potential pawn forward movement opening up the bishop from D7. With a tough position out of the opening, I would say Hans has done well in the last few moves from a human perspective.
At least he's got some air in the black camp. Looked like he was reaching towards that pawn you mentioned, Tanya. Normally that would be considered weakening for the light squares, but actually it's just about getting the bishop into the game. Very important.
And then at some point you want to start rerouting the queen via C7, via the dark square, C7, D8, E7, and get it more towards that right flank. A little bit of a jigsaw, a seesaw there. Get the queen moving out of that B8 square. And Hans, he just has to be careful about the clock. I think that's incredibly important to not go down, to not give Magnus a huge advantage there.
Yeah, so what are we looking for here? We're looking to drop that knight back, offer the trade of knights, and open up a pawn push as supported by this rook here on the E-file. Is that what Magnus is building towards?
It's very, very possible. His last move was a bit mysterious, like the rook sliding across. It's over-defending a pawn that was already protected. I quite like that idea. I think it's very possible we see that happen. I would say that one, or maybe a shuffle of this rook, just to put more pressure on Black's knight. And Hans, although he's put his queen, he's put his king on the same diagonal as White's queen, he is pretty much guaranteed to play this move next. He's going to put all of his pawns on dark squares. Bishop controls the light squares, and he's hoping that's enough.
And I'm just wondering if an alternative plan for Hans to try to defend this position would be to try to get rid of the light squared bishop. We're talking about opening that diagonal. Maybe we might see some maneuvering of that bishop sliding back to that C8 square once the rook vacates it. Get it to B7. If you're able to trade these two pieces off, I think Hans would be incredibly happy with that. But it's a long way off, and I don't know if he has enough time to execute all of it.
I agree, though, that the bishop quality and the queen quality are the main differences between the two positions. Magnus, though, he's slowed right down. He's 2 minutes behind Hans. It's hard to find a plan for White. I think he just needs to get this black knight out of his half of the board. That's one of the first things my early coaches told me. Just as soon as your opponent's pieces enter your half, kick them away, trade them off, get rid.
And even though I think it's been more than 3 years since the infamous Sinkfield Cup game, I think every time these two play each other, for Magnus, it's extra motivation. We saw it play out in the World Blitz Championship that earlier you were referencing to, just how much it meant to Magnus to win that, with his reaction right after. And for Hans, it just feels like it's his opportunity every time to redeem himself, to show that he's still got it and the unfairness that he feels that's been done to him. So it is that platform that he gets. But beating Magnus Carlsen is never an easy job. And I think for Magnus, the extra motivation usually does pay off. Not an easy advantage, though, this one, David.
Not easy at all. He shuffles his rook. That will be met by the black pawn stepping forward. And there we go. Magnus retreats. It's all about squares. This black knight actually holds some very important squares now. These two squares that White's other pieces want to use. So I think Magnus is coming around. He wants to trade off that knight if he can. He wants access. But the fact he's left his opponent's piece here, the stallion in the center, it is a bit surprising.
Yeah, such a beautiful knight. Locking things down. But still opportunities to remove it, right? If you can liquidate a few things, you just got to get that knight out of the way, exactly, so you can move your e-pawn up one square and kick that knight out, at least for the time being.
But that is also going to leave behind some light square weaknesses. You have to kind of time all of that really well. I'll also point out Hans's bishop arriving to e6 is going to put pressure on that c4 pawn. We're talking about queen and bishop being the tough pieces for black here. Bishop e6, queen c7, queen f7. Line up, create a battery, and hit that soft pawn on c4. Tying down Magnus's knights.
Looks like a good way to start. Cover some holes.
Oh, and f2 as well, David.
That could be scary suddenly for Magnus Carlsen. Still takes 3 or 4 moves, so he'd have a window of opportunity there. But Hans does slow down. Longest think for him of the game so far.
And while he's in his longest think, I think we should take a trip around the horn, if you will. We'll come back to this one by the time it makes it into the later stages of the game, and we'll be sure to catch its thrilling conclusion. Here's the bird's eye view of how things stand across all of our boards. Perhaps the most equal the field has been throughout our 4 rounds. As you can see, the eval bars on pretty much every bar kind of sits still in the middle. So let's go ahead from top left to top right. Let's dive in with Levon Aronian and Fabian Fabiano Caruana, and then we'll continue around till we make it back to Hans Niemann up against the world #1. So checking in with Fabiano and Levon. Again, Fabiano, 2 points to his name, nipping at the heels of his very opponent here in Levon, who has sole possession of first place at 2.5. If you can get the decisive victory here, once again, it's a massive leapfrog, and you're doing a service to the rest of the people in the field by reeling Levon back in essence.
That's true. And this position, kind of superficial glance, looks quite nice for white. The light squared bishop that, okay, just moved forward 1 square. Interesting. I guess stopping the black knight from ever delivering some nasty checks. But this white bishop is unchallenged for the rest of the game. Black's light squared bishop has been traded off for a knight. So I think this diagonal is where Levon will kind of place most of his hopes. He wants to break out on the queenside a bit later.
At the right time. And that's something that's always going to be in the air, and something Fabi will have to keep account of, because the b7 pawn will then become a massive weakness. So the bishop pair, a really strong bishop. And I'll also point out, there are some A-file infiltration squares for the white queen as well. I see ideas of the queen landing on A5, asking questions to that black knight. I don't know how Levon does this, but I've seen it game after game. You know, we're sitting on round 4, but really pleasant positions out of the opening every single time. On the clock as well, pretty much level. Lev's having a great time here. He's enjoying himself not only in the pre-game analysis with all the banter and the stuff with Magnus, but even once the game starts.
Seems like he's picking up where he left off in Vegas. I know it's been a few months' time, but he seems to have not missed a beat between then and now.
Yeah, and this just resembles an English opening in traditional chess, and that's an opening that Levon specialized in for many years. So using some pattern recognition to eke out a very small advantage, and there we see Fabi already making mistakes.
Well, all right, so now the question is, can Levon capitalize on the small inaccuracy here from Caruana?
And currently, Levon is the sole leader. In round 3, 2.5 points, ahead by half a point to the rest of the field, with Magnus, Javakir, Fabi chasing, you know, hot on heels with 2 points there. But this one, very pleasant position, very pleasant advantage here for Levon. And if he wins this, I mean, he could be one of the top 4 that we're looking at. We're halfway through the round robin and doing it so convincingly.
Yeah, both of these guys right now making great cases for top 4 finishes and possible choices of opponents moving into the bracket stage. From here, I want to hop to another board that has some striking similarities to this one. Not exactly the same, but Parham up against Javakir Sindarov. I'll note that A-file, similar opportunities here for the queen to infiltrate. She's already found her way on to the A1 square, and so perhaps can dive in and start asking some questions as we see a couple pieces traded off here up at the top of the board. And now Javakir will look for more control of the central squares with a pawn push. But Parham as well, still looking for at least half a point to put up to his name and start the upwards climb in the standings.
Yeah, this is very interesting. It's a very technical, strategic position here. Not too many fireworks. I think I would take white just because of more central control here. Essentially, white has a C-pawn influence on the center in return for black's A-pawn, which doesn't really do much. It's on the edge of the board, doesn't really contribute. White's queen also with great potential. If there's a trade in the center, likely white will take back away from the center this time just to open up lines for his rook. So Parham under some, I would say, small pressure for now, but it could grow.
And the most unpleasant part for Parham is really his mindset. With 0 out of 3, playing this position where you need to be on the defense strategically, positionally, without any tactical relief in the position, which is what Parham relies so much on, is incredibly hard to deal with. Javakir undefeated in the round robin so far, looking good with the positional advantage here, but there are so many fireworks in the Arjun versus Vincent board.
All right, well then that's where we'll go to complete our kind of circle around the world and checking in on round 4. Arjun Erigaisi up against Vincent Keimer. As we dive into this one, very different look, at least from my perspective, as any other board. I do see the bishop pair, and as I say that, one of them will be snapped off here with the pawn over there on the left-hand side of the board. 1 point apiece. These guys are tied in the standings, so you'd love to get a decisive victory and really start to shoot up the ladder.
This is nuts, David, and I saw you as well. I think both of us are just thinking about that king on d1. I will point out that was the starting position of the king in this very pull-out of the game. But with king on d1, notice how that bishop, the dark squared bishop that Arjun has, there's no castling on the right flank because the e1 square is controlled. All the squares need to be free for you to be able to make that castle. On the left flank, you have to be really gutsy to even make that happen. With the king stuck on d1, opposite color bishop, I mean, this... As long as the majors are on the board, anything can happen. It's a game for 3 results.
Definitely. Opposite color bishops, like, it's all about king safety. Here, he does keep his bishop cutting across that line, and, okay, Vincent decides he's never going to castle anyway. Why not walk forward? The Bong Cloud King, as we sometimes call it, just stepping forward. And the path is actually quite straightforward. He's going to move his rook, then he's going to slide it back towards safety. And in the meantime, the rest of the position looks like it's quite well controlled by Vincent. He's got the doubled pawns in the center, but also a lot of central control, therefore. I'm going to say it's quite balanced for now.
Arjun, though, thinking about how to stack some pressure onto those doubled pawns by bringing his queen to a more central square. Maybe looking eventually for the e-pawn push to relieve a bit of the tension there.
And while Arjun tries to navigate this position with black, I think it's time to step back into our marquee matchup. Magnus Carlsen, he's pushing for the win right now, trying to push Hans Niemann's knight out of the way, which has moved back. And maybe, David, before we deep dive into what's happening, a quick action replay?
Very quickly, we'll dive back and catch up all of the moves for our viewers at home. We left it with, after the pawn stepping forward, Magnus retreating his knight, looking at some light squared holes in the center. Hans did play the move Tanya recommended, very logical. And now, after a knight jump, Hans Niemann now apparently making a small mistake. The position is blocked. Pawn structure so locked that actually knights are better than bishops. So maybe taking with the bishop, getting his own bishop off the board was the better choice. But he took with the knight, just as natural, and in this position brought his bishop forward, attacking this pawn. Magnus says, I'll block. The bishop has to move. He says, okay, get out of my camp now. This knight has been here too long. It has retreated. And now Magnus brings the knight forward. Huge threat on the board. I was going to say, to bring the knight forward, that would have trapped, would have caught this bishop without a retreat. So now at least the path has opened up for that bishop to run home.
Yeah, but two retreating moves there for the knight that now finds itself on the rim of the board. Not a pretty spot for it to be.
And the knight isn't the biggest problem. You could shut off that bishop on h3. A move like g4 is what has to be on Magnus's radar, essentially trapping the bishop, give white one more move, knight f2, and you win that piece.
Wow, huge moment for Magnus Carlsen. If he plays this move, and he does, big advantage. He's trying to use his knight now to collect this trapped bishop, and the black knight actually gets in the way. You would love to use your own pawn to break the retreat here, break it back open, that diagonal, but no, it just looks like it's too slow. Hans Niemann's about to lose a piece. He's going to have to sacrifice something.
Magnus gets the exclam, and for good reason here, poised to win a piece.
Wow, this is bad news for Hans Niemann, who's down at around the 1 minute mark. His downfall has been his queen. His queen has never got in the game.
He hasn't made a single move with that piece. I mean, it's just been really hard for him to do that. And Magnus getting that advantage from the opening of the space, he does convert that into material advantage, gives up the knight Hans does for 2 pawns. I don't see this being enough, especially with the majors being so disconnected. The queen on one side, the rook on the other side. Where's the counterplay? Knight on e4, a monster of a piece.
Yeah, all Magnus needs to do now is trade off all the rooks, trade off the queens, and it's game over. The white knight is so strong. The black pawns are actually pretty weak. They will fall prey to that knight if the queens and rooks disappear. And yeah, he wants to trade those off, mainly just to get his king to safety. While the heavy pieces, the majors, the rooks, the queens are still on the board, at least there's some hope of a counterattack for Hans.
Queens might be on the board, but look at that black queen's position. I mean, again, we highlighted it earlier before we left the board, but the number of moves she'll have to make just to become involved into this game is astronomical.
And it hasn't made one single move. I mean, that's the most important piece. And Magnus has spoken about this himself so much. He's the player who gets it out as quickly as possible. The queen sometime endangering it with threats as well. But right now, up a piece, you know, up on the clock as well. This has sort of been a Magnus show so far. I don't think Hans ever got a chance. I don't know what's coming up next, but this is going to be tough to save.
Yeah, positional mastery from Magnus so far. And Hans, it's actually the rook and the queen. Neither of those two pieces have moved. We're 26 moves in, and he hasn't used 2 of the most powerful ones. At least this rook is now about to line up with its teammate there on the open F-file. But yeah, Magnus has so many moves, he can start trading things off now.
And maybe that's part of the plan, right? Set up that Alekine's gun, if you will. Get the rook on the F-file, move it 1 step forward, get the queen behind it, but none of that. Finally, Hans Niemann's queen does arrive on c7, probably eyeing the f7 spot for it, hitting the d-pawn, as well as defending the rook right now. Magnus doing traditional chess principle. You're up material, try and trade off as many pieces as you can.
There we go.
He'll be the first to stack a couple of his major pieces here on the F-file.
And it's not so easy. I guess white doesn't really want to take the rook on black's terms because it will just be replaced by a pawn. And black will get a bit more central control. There we go. Ooh, Hans fumbling a piece there. Clocks are ticking.
What are you talking about? He's already fumbled a piece on the board.
True. Piece down. He's got 2 pawns for it. Probably not the best pawns to have. None of the black pawns look too dangerous, but there we go. He does eventually give way. And that is good news for Magnus. That was played because Magnus was trying to trap the bishop again.
Yeah. But trading on Magnus's terms there. Now the queen comes into play. Bishop will drop back to try and close that file off and say, no, there will be no infiltration, at least for the time being.
And I'm just wondering right now, if Hans was to give up that bishop for this knight, we've been talking about the monstrosity at the center of the board that Magnus has. And let's imagine the rooks and the queens come off the board. With the pawn structure that Hans has, all the pawns on the dark squares, let's highlight them. A5, B6, C5, D6, E5. If Magnus is left with only a light squared bishop, is it really going to be easy to break into black's camp?
Oh, that's a very good point. Maybe that's what Hans is actually aiming for long term, like 10, 15 moves down the line. We said it earlier, that's why Hans, his first big mistake was not trading off his bishop for an enemy knight, because knights are better in these block positions. So has he made that mistake again? Has he allowed this knight to live? Maybe Tanya's point was correct. That knight should have just been eliminated as soon as it was possible.
He's setting it up with this rook trade on f8. Will Magnus find this opportunity to get rid of that idea? Knight g5, eyeing that e6 square, maybe knight to some other square. But again, I'm just wondering, David, how easy will it be if we actually see the majors off the board and Magnus has an extra bishop?
Not easy. Magnus now ticking down to 20 seconds. Starting to feel the nerves. That's always the moment, at least for mere mortals, where you start to get nervous when the clock ticks down. And
Trade denied.
But he does go a different way. So instead of jumping forward, he decides to retreat the knight. Back to c3, a little bit of rerouting going to happen, but crucially avoiding it falling off the board.
Now he's going to try and do what Tanya said, but just keeping the knight. So he might, I was going to say, push his own pawn forward. Hans Niemann blocks that very committal move. And if anything, that might just hasten the end. This black pawn is just destined to fall off the board.
Right? First time he's willingly moved one of those pawns onto a light square in the face of a light squared bishop. So maybe an odd choice, something that we'll question if the result doesn't go his way in the end.
Yeah, that just doesn't sit right. I mean, in such a position, you just expect Hans to stay still. You know, everything under control, pawns defended. I'll also point out Magnus's knight has a beautiful route to c4 because b6 is such a weakness. You can imagine him getting that knight via b1 to d2 to c4 to start hitting the weaknesses. I really think that Hans had to trade off the bishop for the knight when he had the opportunity. Now there are just huge points for Magnus to attack.
Hans is just waiting. Magnus is slowly building. His king is super safe now with the white queen in front of it. I think Tanya's idea is going to come into play soon. He could also, at some point, go for black's central pawn. Endgames now just don't work. Queen trade is guaranteed loss, no matter what pieces you trade off, because black's pawn in the center has fallen. Wow, Magnus, flashy tactics there. If the king takes, the white queen will step up with a check. Trade off queens, and the black bishop will be lost at the end of the variation. Queen takes rook, meanwhile, drops the bishop immediately, and we see a handshake.
Wow. Just like that, Magnus Carlsen, he comes away with another victory. 3 in a row now across 4 rounds, and he does it against Hans Niemann, who will remain at 1.5 points to his name. That was a Magnus game.
It really was. We say it's cinema when these two meet, but that was truly a Magnus blockbuster. He just never gave Hans any chance at all, starting from the opening and now calmly adjusting. I'll tell you one thing. I've noticed this throughout the tour. Magnus is the only player who, after the end of every game, ends up setting the pieces to the starting position, as it was in the freestyle game, which is so hard for so many players to recollect how it was. I've seen him do it time and time again. You know, the others might just set it up to the initial 5-1-8, but
right.
Magnus always gets it right with the starting position.
Look at you with your eagle eye. That's a pattern I hadn't recognized. Well, he'll readorn his white jacket as he jumps up to 3 points. Still very much in the hunt for the first place finish out of the round robin and first pick of his opponents going into the quarterfinals. We tune in to Barham and Sindarov here. Again, Parham still hunting for at least half of a point, but once again, it's a slight advantage here for Sindarov. 15 seconds to his name, though. Both players playing with just a little bit of time. We'll see who can get it over the line.
This is still in the balance, but black's queen, most importantly, cannot give any checks. There's no good checks. All the squares are covered around the white king. Sindarov has an extra pawn so long-term should be winning. Black's king also quite weak. But can he get the job done? While there's queens and rooks on the boards, you can never really relax. There's always going to be tactics in the air. And already the bar's dropping.
And especially playing on seconds. You know, one check and it could be game over. With Sindarov having that extra pawn, it's all about the clock right now. Parham playing on bare minimum seconds there, attacks the rook. Is the rook about to jump in with a check on 8-7? Some huge ideas on the board. Parham still to score. Even a half a point here. He has to try to save this one. Gives a check.
His heart rate's nearly 160.
Ooh, God.
So excited.
I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere here. And the queen coming in. Is this going to be checkmate for Parham?
That's beautiful geometry. He retreats the white queen into the corner just to find a new angle of attack. And that is the half of the board where Black lacks defenders. There's a rook, but a rook can't fight a queen. That is going to end in checkmate.
And he knows it. He sits back. This could be Parham's 4th loss in a row with 3 seconds. Checkmate coming in. He tries to create air for the king.
It's just over. A queen check. Oof. The white rook will come behind next and win the black queen. It's a handshake. Parham, it's such a tough day for him so far.
Yeah, it's not the journey he wanted at the outset of the round robin, but Sindarov, look at him picking up another victory. He's going to match the likes of a Magnus Carlsen with another point going his way, now up to 3 through 4 rounds. And this is the first round of the day where all 4 of the boards ended in decisive fashion. No draws would be found this time around. 3 players with the white pieces getting the victory, 1 player with the black pieces getting the victory. You'll have noticed that Vincent Keimer was playing an audience to that game as it concluded. He unfortunately fell down to Arjun pretty early on in this round. So Arjun snapping up a victory of his own. As again, that was our marquee matchup there. Hans Niemann up against Magnus Carlsen, but it was all Magnus Carlsen as he dispatched him rather easily. I'd say efficiently, maybe, more than easily.
Yeah, this level, there's no such thing as ease, but efficient. That's the most you can hope for, and that's what he did. It just felt like he was always in control and never really gave the opponent a chance to fight. And yeah, we have to say, those players who started the day on fire, they're just keeping up their form. The momentum's building. They're looking unstoppable at this moment.
That's exactly right. And who's looking the most unstoppable? Levon Aronian. Because while we're talking about the guys who have eked up to 3 points, Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, they are still half a point behind our Las Vegas champion, Levon Aronian, the Armenian Lion. I mean, he is just operating at his top level right now.
He's taken down Arjun Aragaisi, Parham and Fabi back-to-back for that 3.5 pole position that he's currently in, halfway mark through in the round robin. Levon Aronian, you say, and I say keep your eyes out on Javokir Sindarov as well. I think he's bringing on the fire that he did back in Weissenhaus. The form he showed in the round robin there, then going on to pick Hikaru Nakamura as his quarterfinal opponent, going on to prove that pick by defeating him. I mean, what a performance it's been. He remains undefeated, a huge win in this last game as well.
I love that call out, because let's pull up the group stage standings as they are through 4 rounds. Again, it will be Levon Aronian who sits atop the table, followed just behind by Javokir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen. Up next, though, 1 point behind them is Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Aragaisi, rounding out the top 5. Hans Niemann and Vincent at 1.5 and 1 point apiece. Parham still looking to get something, trying to work some magic here as we enter the second half of the day. Everyone vying for position. The top 3 finishers are going to get their choice of opponents moving into the quarterfinal round from the bottom 4 finishers here in the group stage.
And the youngest World Cup winner. I mean, I just want to talk about Javokir here right now. We saw that half-point difference. You know, Magnus 3 back-to-back wins. But guess what? He lost 1 round today. 1 game all of day today. And it was against Javokir in the very beginning, at the very start. So just super impressed by this Becky youngster. Happy birthday to him. What a day it's been so far.
All he wanted as a birthday present was these wins that he's getting. And there's a cliche in chess. If you feel good, you play good. And Levon just looks so relaxed, joking around. And somehow he's just crushing all his opponents in the process. And same for Javokir Sindarov. Just, he clearly feels good. World Cup confidence, and he's also making it look easy at this point.
And I think the completed matchups point is very interesting, because as we look at the final 3 rounds to play, for example, Levon, Magnus, yet to go up against each other, right? Javokir's hey, I've already played Magnus, right? Okay, I don't have to worry about him the rest of the day.
Just before he became Magnus.
Yeah, that's for you, Mr. Number One on the leaderboard, to worry about playing Magnus Carlsen later on. And so there will be a lot of jockeying for position as we move down the stretch. But I guess now, as we've crested that halfway point, let's go back to the way we were thinking about the tournament at the top of the day. Who's been the biggest surprise for you so far?
I think I'm surprised that Magzulu hasn't got off the scoreboard, just because I was kind of expecting big things. I felt that this is a big breakthrough event. It might still be come the knockouts. I think Levon, it's a pleasant surprise that he's been able to be this good. Normally, it takes him a little bit of time to warm up as well, but he's picked up right from where he left off in Vegas.
Yeah, and for me, it's the same name. We called it out at the start of the show as well. You know, coming out of Goa, of the World Cup victory, it's a 1-month-long tournament, an incredibly hard one. Sindarov, becoming the youngest ever World Cup winner, gets into the grand final here in South Africa, makes his way, takes down Magnus Carlsen at the start of the day, is at number 2, just half a point behind. And for me, the big question is, you've got Lev at top, then you've got Sindarov and Magnus at third. 3.5 points for Lev, 3 for Javokir and Magnus. Do you think this is somewhat where we'll see the table end? Is it going to be Magnus who will manage to leapfrog the expected guy at the very top, or will we see Lev and Javokir just keep up ahead of Magnus? 3 rounds to go, guys.
I mean, if you had asked me after game 1, I would have said, yes, I believe in Levon and Javokir. I think the reality of 3 back-to-back-to-back victories here for Magnus after taking that loss, it's hard to believe that he won't find a way to reach the top of the table by the end of our next 3 rounds.
Yeah. I say Magnus doesn't win the round robin.
I think he'd settle for top 3, though. Picking his opponent, picking his own fate. And there is a bit of a gap now opening up between the top 3 and the rest. There's 1 point from 3rd down to 4th. So it does feel like the players who have been struggling, the likes of Hans Niemann losing 2 in a row, it feels like they need to up their game now.
Yeah, well, if you don't think that Magnus does it, then I think you're putting a massive magnifying glass on our 6th round of the day. Still round 5 to come, but round 6 would be where Magnus and Levon go against each other.
Wow.
Right? Because if that's where Magnus goes for a decisive victory, again, leapfrogging because of that half-point differential that they have so far as opponents. I want to talk about a player who I just am still waiting for him to capture some of the brilliance and magnificence that we've seen of him earlier in the year. That's Vincent Keimer overall. Again, I know that we've talked about typically he comes more into his form in the longer time controls and is less, of a threat here in the rapid portions, 10-5. But even still, it's that intuitive sense that he had, the understanding that seemed to outdo all of the rest of the veterans back in Weisenhaus, just hasn't necessarily been there in the more recent Grand Slam events.
Yeah, it feels like the openings haven't gone his way, and that's affected his confidence. The uncharacteristic one-move blunders have snuck in. The previous round against Arjun, we left it looking roughly balanced, despite the fact he couldn't castle. 3-4 moves later, blunder, game over. And that's also been the case a bit earlier. Blunder against Magnus, losing a pawn in the opening, game over. So it's been a bit, not the greatest of starts for Vincent Keimer.
Now, I would agree with that. I mean, if we look back at his Weisenhaus story, what an incredible performance it was, but it only started in the knockout stages, right? In the round robin, he was struggling. In fact, he was the player who Ali Reza picked to play in the quarterfinals, and Vincent just went on to crush the field right after that. In this event so far, in the round robin, 4 games down, he's yet to win a single round.
Yeah. But you can't count him out because of that kind of bracket stage performance that you're talking about. But as we're wanting a little bit more from Vincent and we're wanting a little bit more
wanting a little bit more from Arjun, I'm going to say it as well.
From Arjun, although he did just get that decisive victory, of course, he's about to run into Magnus Carlsen in our 5th round of the day. It is Vincent Keimer and Parham who are about to go up against each other in the 5th round of the day as well. So while they currently sit at the bottom of the table, I think it's a hugely important matchup between these two guys. This will be one that people want to focus on as Magnus continues to generate steam moving up the standings, but these two guys who are looking to maybe elevate themselves through the group stage have a big matchup to come. Fabiano Caruana and Javokir Sindarov about to go up against each other, and then, of course, it'll be Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian. So now that we have the matchups in front of us, again, I actually think the story in a lot of ways is Parham and Vincent, because for one of them, this is the moment for you to start to maybe generate a little bit of that momentum and confidence. What we've been wanting out of Parham, who, again, if you go all the way back to that first game of the day, it was all set up so brilliantly for him, and then it slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, one move again, and that was clearly nerves. Unfortunately, he is known as a very streaky player. He's quite emotional as a player, that kind of big strength, but it's also sometimes his biggest weakness. And I think he's got to start with a draw. Like, maybe a win is like the dream. Maybe he'll go all out, but that can also backfire. And at this point, you can't risk losing a 5th game in a row. He just will not bounce back mentally.
Yeah, you have to stop the bleeding right now. It's really not about today. It's about the days that are going to follow. And for Parham, it's extremely important to get some points in. But, you know, we're talking about Arjun and Magnus as well as being a huge matchup if Magnus wants that 4th win in a row, which he definitely does. And what fuels that is how every time he gets more ambitious when he's playing the younger generation. You know, whenever there's this clash of the old guys versus the young ones. And Arjun's one player he loves to play against. It's quite a challenge for him. In Norway Chess in 25, it was Arjun who beat Magnus. Magnus always fueled by vengeance in that one. Also in the Tata Steel Chess India, Arjun's had a good result against him. I think Magnus wants to once again establish his domination over the younger generation by beating Arjun.
All right, well, we're entering the home stretch here of our round robin. The 5th round to play. We're going straight out to the venue and Fiona on stage for the position lottery. Take it away.
Welcome back. We just crossed the halfway mark, and for the first time we had all decisive results. We have a sole leader at this point. It's Levon Aronian on 3.5 out of 5. We're ready to draw the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by international master Julien Song, France's biggest chess content creator. Julien, what does it mean to you to be here in South Africa, you know, creating content with the players? And
yeah, of course, it means a lot for me, and I'm very happy, and I'm very happy to share this tournament with all the French-speaking world, so thank you.
It's a pleasure having you. You're about to have the responsibility of drawing the next position, so let's go. So it is position number 850, 850. As always, the players get 10 minutes to discuss. Best of luck, gentlemen, and at home, have fun, enjoy.
After the opening and not think that it's nice?
Okay, so what's the H4 is standard, yeah? Normal, no?
I mean, E4 is some.
No, but the queen and H1, they normally say H4 is like that.
No, maybe yes, but E4 is like most logical move.
G4 is also quite logical, no?
G4? Ah, zombie.
But D4, G5. I think
Yeah.
It feels like this is one of the rather dangerous positions for black.
Yes, it should be dangerous. B6, bishop G2, bishop G2, queen G2. This is already achievement for white,
Yeah, but if you downplay B6, they can.
Yeah, G6. Bishop G2, bishop G7.
So, what about if they play B3? No, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, 5. How does it work normally? Is it boring? It's boring.
It's crazy.
With B6, bishop G2. Oh! My god.
Mein Gott.
My god. The retard strikes against
So you are like
maybe you can include B3, bishop G7.
Oh, yeah. I think B3, E5.
E5, okay, why not? Before E5. Maybe?
Compensation.
Yeah, it's big compensation. It's pawn on G4.
Okay.
Okay, but
Yeah, so now I want to
just take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, just take the pawn and that's all.
How will you protect? How easy to protect the guys?
Impossible to protect.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, it's very strong. To me, it looks interesting for white. Like, you play e3, knight e2.
97.
No, I mean here and then like later e2, knight. So let's say, I don't know, maybe knight goes to e3.
And somehow you don't want to go castle at all.
Yeah, this isn't, I mean, maybe. Yeah. No, probably not. I'll just keep the king there.
Yeah.
But the bishop on a8 is a big problem. Let's see here. c4, sometimes. Okay, knight e3 is a mistake. Some other move. e3 or...
Can I play d5 next move and sacrifice?
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. e3, d5, take, b6,
b6
or b5.
Both are
very unclear.
Both are interesting. Man. This king really really.
Yeah. But also black's king, because like what you have to castle.
You know, probably f5 is a good one.
I guess we don't have to take, but you take with the
knight.
Knight.
And some, knight d4, knight h4.
I think white is good here.
White is
bishop
good.
is so strong.
Yeah, this whole direction.
e3 and then bishop on e4. Or maybe there's queen g8, but no, bishop d5. Yeah, e3. Knight e2.
Very promising.
Yeah, I think black is stuck. Maybe, yeah, like a different. Yeah, so b5 is the question, of course. We can play f4 and attack the pawn very quickly. f4, knight f3, queen g1. Maybe. I don't know if we want to take.
h5,
f5, h6 here.
h5, queen h6, very good.
Ah, h5.
And then we get e4 there.
Yeah, e4 immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fun.
And knight f6.
Queen g1.
Queen g8. Queen a7.
Take.
Bishop b7.
Yeah, and knight c3. Have
It's-
fun.
Knight e4, is it possible?
Knight e4?
Yes.
Knight b5, rook a8. I don't know. Very messy, yeah? But I think black is risking a lot. Or also e3 maybe.
Okay.
And d5 is attacked. Rook a8, queen d4. I don't know, knight c6.
Knight e6 or knight c6.
And we're back for our fifth round of the day here at the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Season Final. We're taking a look at the players who will be piloting the white pieces for position 850. But I'm going to turn directly to Tanya because notably, Tanya, these players have talked about a number of initial moves, but maybe forgetting one.
Yeah, we were just discussing all the moves possible in the studio, right? What we'd go for, and from everything that we picked up here. I just want to point out there's one undefended pawn, which is the A pawn. But for me, what really stood out was the placement of the bishop and the queen on the longest diagonal. And we've seen it time and time again how important it is to get the queen into the game. You know, Hans suffered from it just in that last game. So the move that really came to my mind was push that G pawn ahead. And James, you pointed out that at a certain depth, the computer starts talking about that move. You know, you want to play G3, and the idea is that when black opens up with that B pawn, you want to use your bishop, fianchetto it, to block that attack and trade off and sort of develop in harmony. But I'm seeing none of the players like this idea, which is maybe a good news for them. The last person they want to follow is my idea of G3, but apparently it's not too bad.
I don't know. You and Stockfish are walking hand in hand right now, so this might be the time for them to take a lesson from one Tanya Sanchev. But yeah, they have been kind of laser focused on a couple of different opening moves. I mean, again, I'm not going to read too far into an engine from a pure starting position. It does also, you know, like F4, E4 as opening moves as well. Possibilities for these players.
Yeah, it feels like the type of position they can literally freestyle. Like, there's no right or wrong. Like, G3 might be one of the best. Like, E4 makes some sense, F4 makes some sense. The players were looking at quick B4s, as we see on the board here as well. Maybe after some symmetry in the center. No consensus, and that makes me think.
Looking at the other diagonal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, opening up the bishop. Very important. The rockets, right? You've got the queen and the bishop on A1. You want to try to direct that towards each other. Magnus always in such a good mood at the start. You know, he's leaning on the sofa. He's got a smile. He and Lev with the banter bringing it on.
Vincent's got to hope that that energy is infectious. Vincent needs to up his game. But these three, they're on the same side of the table, analyzing together, and they're also doing pretty well today, the three leaders so far.
That's a good point. Maybe as a trio, the three of them have just really locked in on a lot of these starting positions, and it's paying dividends in the overall standings for them. But I like your call out for Vincent Keimer. Here and now would be where you'd want to start to turn it on up against his opponent in Parham Magsudlu, who also needs to get something generated here. Again, less so at this point for a climb up the standings, and more than anything, just to build some confidence looking towards that bracket stage.
And one player who needs all the confidence that he can get right now against Vincent is also, like you said, Parham right now. This is a huge one for him. Yet to score a single point on the leaderboard for Vincent as well. He wants to make a point that Weissenhaus was not a fluke. It hasn't gone his way so far. It's just a round-robin stage. That's the other argument to make for it. But for both these players, a really important matchup to get that confidence going.
Off we go into round number 5, and we'll come out to our bird's eye view just to see how everyone approaches those initial moves. Will anybody find that G-pawn push that we were talking about? It is, in fact, over there in the bottom left, I see Fabiano Caro want a second move of the position. He goes all the way for G4. So somebody's at least thought about unlocking that queen and the bishop on the long diagonal, even if it isn't exactly in the way that we originally thought we might see it.
But I like where his mind's at, you know. He opens up the sniper on A1 and creates some space for the queen on H1. But I'm going to turn to David here. David, I just wanted to push the G-pawn. Why is G4 not the accurate square for it? And why was G3 the better one?
Good question. It's beyond my pay grade. I think essentially the black queen will struggle to get out of the game in the corner, so she wants something to something to bite against, something to help her open up. So black might be playing the move H5 in those positions quite early, but we'll see. Fabiano, did nobody tell him that controlling the center is rule 101 in chess?
No. We'll see if he can prove otherwise in this one. But a strike back here on the right-hand side of the board with the H-pawn leaping up to H4 here.
Yes,
Over to tension now.
I'm telling you, Sindarov is to watch out for in this tournament. I mean, it's crazy, you know. It's not just that he's on second position, hasn't lost a single game, the score that he has currently. But again, finding this idea that David just mentioned instantly. You know, going for H5, not checking out other possibilities. He knows the queen needs to come out. And look at the bar. It actually says that black is already slightly on the edge there.
Yeah, I'm so shocked. It's not Fabi's style either. He's such a classical player. He normally tries to use his calculation a bit later. When we saw him beat Hans Niemann earlier today, it was very kind of controlled. He got the bishop pair, got the center, got the open files, then did the business. Here, he's taking some big risks. The problem with pawn pushes like this is that they don't move backwards. And now if you ask the king where it's going, where's white's king ever going to feel safe? So I do kind of fear that long-term Fabiano's choices will not kind of pay off. But good news for Sindarov. Looking very good. I actually played Sindarov in Freestyle Friday online a few weeks ago.
How'd that go for you?
I won't talk about the result. I got a dominating position, huge advantage, and then I was streaming. I realized suddenly I had 5 seconds left on my clock, and I panicked and self-destructed. But he's a very, very tactical tactical player and very opportunistic as well. If you give him a chance, he'll take it, no doubt.
Yeah, and I also really like that, you're talking about taking chances. He's done just that, not only with h5, but setting up this connect 3 and blunting that bishop on a1. It's almost like a wall against it, the queen at the back, which will come into play. And that's an idea that I'm seeing resonate across our arena, across the boards. It looks like the players have decided that bishop on a1 will not come into play.
And I do joke about those pawn structures, connect 4, connect 3, all these things, but actually in specific circumstances, they're just pawn structures to remember. They're very, very effective, as Tanya says. It's clearly the players with the black pieces have decided that this is the way to go and the way for black to survive the opening.
All right, well, Fabio with a good think. I'm going to hop us over to another board. Let's check in on Levon, our current group stage leader, up against Hans Niemann, who just took a pretty tragic loss there to Magnus Carlsen. Never really had too many fighting chances in that one. Let's see how he's faring up against our current tournament leader and the guy who outdid him in Vegas.
The rematch.
You know what's funny, too, is because the story in Vegas, right, originally coming out of the group stage was how Hans actually helped Levon out in a way in terms of their results, giving Levon that tiebreak against Magnus, which would knock Magnus down. And now, once again, these guys meet here in the group stage.
I mean, do you remember how Hans even was rooting for Levon in the semifinals to win against Magnus in that one. I mean, that was one of, I think, the craziest moment in broadcast for me ever, with Levon sitting on the sofa with us, and he couldn't contain his excitement in that moment. Went on to play the finals against him, had a fantastic run himself in Vegas, but lost the finals, finished runners-up, but I think really proved himself in that event. So far, it's been super shaky, and here he is. It's the rematch of the finals from Vegas. Will Niemann get his revenge?
Maybe that's what he needs, Hans, to be jumping up and down on a sofa in order to find the energy, because he has looked a bit subdued in the last couple of games. And in general, like Esports World Cup, not making it through to the final, the FIDE World Cup getting knocked out very early, Grand Swiss not making it. It feels like he's just not quite at his confident best. Just hasn't been, at least for the last few months. This position, meanwhile, does look quite nice for white visually. At least the bishop coming out, putting some pressure on the knight. Gaining a bit of space now with these pawns. The white queen isn't so comfortable. I think other than that, though, Hans has got good chances.
Bit of a tragic position for that light squared bishop right now, top left of your screen. Going to want to get that one involved eventually.
That's true. And he'll need to play this move, pushing this pawn one square forward while blocking the other bishop.
Right. Ooh.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. In the meantime, the queens need to get into the game. That is what Levon's prioritizing right now.
Well, yet, computer says nearly perfectly level position. Nobody's too much worse for wear, giving just the slightest of edges over to Hans Niemann there. Both of these guys about equivalent on the clock.
And I wonder if on Hans's radar, is this move that he's just played setting up at some point a sacrifice on that a6 square? With the bishop on a7 undefended, you have to be careful about these threats at any point. Right now, it perhaps doesn't work because you'll have the rook block at the end of the line, defending the check and defending the bishop. But I like this little move by Hans, sort of hinting at a sacrifice on the other side.
Let's just put that on the board. Just a potential variation if, I don't know, Levon plays a move on the other flank. Tanya's idea, definitely one to calculate. Bishop takes pawn. And
did the bar not move? Oh, it did.
The bar does move. It took a while. He was trying to crunch the numbers, try to figure things out. But the black king will slide, and he's kind of building himself a little sanctuary there in the corner with the black king and the pieces all holding on. But it's definitely one to scare the opponent. This is where I think Hans is such a good practical player. He just floats the ideas of some chaos.
It also does feel like a Hans kind of position. Just the B and the A pawn up the board. Very hard to kind of open up for black, get any central pawn breaks in right now. Where is Hans going to... Levon even going to find his creativity here. D5 under control, F5 hard to get. The bishop on A8 still blocked. B6, like you said, not a happy move. B5 impossible to create. Yes, the bar says everything is still under control for black, but I think Hans is putting the pressure here. Levon's not feeling comfortable after these first few moves.
100% agree. And just to draw a parallel, Hans Niemann, when he has white in normal chess and kind of traditional chess, he invariably plays the Italian game, which is pushing the pawn to E4, You bring your knight to f3, you put the bishop on c4. And he's done the same here, essentially. So he's borrowing from his vast experience in this opening. And Levon, in the meantime, unable to get what Black would like in an Italian game, which means controlled kind of central breaks.
And also the ideas of the queenside flank pawns moving up in Italian is so common, right? The A pawn and the B pawn. You can decide, you can choose which one you want. Do you go A5, take more space, or do you break open with the move B5? It's easy to come up with plans if you're white here. You know, you could also be looking at queen getting out of the way, getting your king to castle on that right flank of the board. Again, pawn moves. Meanwhile, for Lev, hard to see progress here. How does he complete his development? How does he finish his problems here?
Yeah, play towards what you know, right? And, I mean, perhaps Hans getting a little lucky that the position allows him to play towards something like the Italian. But, hey, if that's what he's comfortable with, especially after taking that loss, if you want to kind of restabilize yourself here in the group stage, this would be the best way to do it. He's going to jump that knight forward onto his opponent. First piece, really jumping to the opposite side of the board and fighting into enemy territory.
Well, that's a great move. Multi-purpose, it defends a pawn that was attacked. This pawn now guarded by White's knight. It also opens up this bishop. And I think last but definitely not least, it helps the White queen step forward, getting out of the way for the king to castle. If White had done that a bit sooner, then the Black knight would have come forward to challenge. And Levon's offering a draw silently here. He's retreated his knight, saying, OK, I'm going to challenge you. If you go back, we can repeat the position. But Hans most likely will.
Hell no. Or Hans no, how you ever want to say it. I mean, this is not a position Hans will repeat. I will be shocked, David.
Hans, no man. He says no. He plays on.
There you go.
OK, and now a knight trade would potentially just open things up. The White pawn might recapture, and Black's pieces, especially this bishop in the corner, dead. Really tough position now, and getting worse maybe for Levon.
Is this the first time Levon has felt challenged today?
I think so.
I mean, I know he had one draw, so somebody, you know, did challenge him. But yeah, it doesn't really feel like he's ever been put in a position where he's the one responding more, I guess.
Yeah, and even the draw, he was winning that game.
Right.
He had a dominant position. This one, big moment, Tanya.
I would capture that with the pawn and just keep kicking that knight around on the board. Hand slows down. I mean, maybe it does require calculation. You have this powerful position, but it just looks like you're coming in with so many tempos here, David. Hit that knight moves forward, keep hitting it, and he does it. And look at this. If you have to go back knight to d8, you have to create this position on the first rank, setting up for the next freestyle game already. Things have gone wrong for Black.
Oof. Retreat mode for Levon Aronian. He's going to have to go into grovel mode soon. He's at least going to try and block the center and say, White's got double pawns, long term, I'm okay. But yeah, I don't know if he gets to the long term. That's the problem.
You're just starting to suffocate in this position, right? From one piece in enemy territory, now we have two pieces with those pawns grabbing even more space, opening up angles for the queen to come in, threaten pawns. Okay, a stab at something here for Levon, but immediately you can see that the engine's not loving it.
Yeah, it just feels like he's not ready for this action. Like, if all of your pieces on the back rank, pushing pawns is so risky. And, okay, very odd, mysterious retreat from Hans Niemann. I guess he wants to push his pawns forward, but maybe he should have been building to challenge the head of Black's chain here.
And while I saw that big drop, you know, visually, optically, but I have to say, I kind of like the idea that Hans has set up. c4, c5, one of the things that Levon wants is to get his knight to d6 or use the d6 square for at least one of his pieces. And look at that, Levon stops the c-pawn from moving forward, but you could play Streamer's favorite move here, en passant, and keep pushing it ahead.
In fact, you have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to, huh?
Well, suddenly Black is probably better with the two bishops staring at the pawns in the center. And
that's exactly right.
Stability suddenly.
That's exactly right.
So only move for Hans here?
Yeah.
To keep an advantage?
To keep an advantage. Otherwise, it goes 0.3 in favor of Black.
Wow. Turn around.
Will he find it? Will he do it?
That's so tricky, freestyle chess. It's like, you look at your opponent's pieces, you're like, I'm in control, That's a dead piece, dead piece, dead piece.
Right.
Take your eye off the ball for half a move. Boom, turn around.
And that's that bishop retreat, right? Maybe just taking your foot off the gas 1 second too early.
And I think the difficult part about pawn takes pawn, for me at least, was that Black can recapture with the rook, and how am I defending the b4 pawn that'll come into attack? Suddenly, Levon's queen, the rook, all combining with a threat. And I'm not sure what my response here is.
Yeah,
maybe I ignore it, because I just realized, David, a6 pawn is weak as well. Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
I couldn't agree more.
tough position. But if we go back, Hans hasn't played en passant yet, using up some of his time advantage. And maybe while he ponders, this would be a good moment to check out what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah, let's go back over to Javokir versus Fabiano Caruana. That's where we started the round, but I think it's important we go back because Tanya said this is the guy to look out for right now in the tournament is Sindarov. He has 7 minutes of time to work with to the under 2 minutes of Fabiano Caruana and an ever so slight advantage with the Connect 4. What more do you need to hear from me, David?
Game over. I think here Fabiano is in huge trouble. Look at that white queen as well. She's buried. I mean, under the sand here, she's just dreaming of getting out. Look at that beautiful pawn chain. Sorry, I have to just highlight it. It's just so strong, rock solid. Can't really even chip away at it anytime soon.
I mean, I was about to feel bad for Sindarov's bishop on 8 till you pointed out white's queen on h1. And then you realize they're a bigger problem in white's camp than ever for Javokir. I mean, just the way he's handled this opening, right? The black knight moving forward next towards the center of the board via e7 at the right moment. The bishop coming ahead. It just feels like the space advantage that you have. Eventually, you can bring your rook from b8 to that d8 square. He chooses another route, David, getting it to g4 to attack that e3 pawn. I really like it. At the right moment, maybe strike with g5.
Oof, yep. And the black king is really flexible as well. It can castle on either side. It just feels like the white king is already a sitting target. Sometimes you just need to, you just need to wait for your opponent to commit. And this looks like Fabiano. He's been kind of the master of his own demise here. Still alive. The game goes on.
Yeah, game not over just yet, but Sindarov seems to be in cruise control. So while he's in cruise control, let's go ahead and cruise on over to Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun Erigaisi. Our first look at this game here in round number 5. Arjun, having gotten a victory in the last round, moves himself up to 2 points. So now he's in striking distance of the likes of Magnus Carlsen, and arguably one of the better positions to be held against Magnus across the whole day here.
Yeah. Since round 1, at least.
Right, well, that's the thing. Ignoring, but that's the thing. The story has been how Magnus has just turned it on since that initial round loss to Javokir.
I think Arjun's been a complicated player for Magnus on several occasions. And I want to point out, I think this position as well, it's sort of in Arjun territory that this bishop and queen that's lined up, b5 in the already on the board, trying to open up that diagonal. Magnus's bishop stuck on a8. It's kind of looking like something that Arjun would be happy. It's not clear. There's chaos on the board. It's a bit of a mess. And that's why he wants to draw Magnus out. I think there were tactics earlier, David, if you just go back a few moves, why Magnus could not have captured that h2 pawn that looks pretty soft in the position before he played c6 right here.
Yeah, really cunning, by the way. Like, in this position, this looks like Black's last move is hitting this pawn. Arjun just says, oh, I'll just push a pawn in the center, please.
Oops, I blundered.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Queen takes pawn. Whoops. Bishop takes check. And suddenly the rook, the path is cleared to win the black queen. So a time-gaining check there. That's why Magnus actually blocked, one of many reasons he blocked the white bishop, delivering a check. And, okay, still lots of tension on this diagonal. And if we catch up with the game, the players proceeded like this. So now the white rook does defend, hitting the black queen. But, okay, Magnus is still pretty active. Was hitting a pawn, defended, and suddenly things might be turning.
Yeah, as Magnus always seems to find a way to turn things around. He's going to maneuver himself back towards equality in this one.
Arjun's trump card in this position is the fact that Magnus isn't able to free up that c-pawn. The bishop on a8 is pinned due to the queen and the bishop lined up. Until that's there, I do feel that there's pressure that Arjun wants to keep building.
Yeah, that being said, Magnus is doing something he really loves, and he's spoken about this in Freestyle especially. He hasn't castled his king too early. This is already move number 16, and he's waiting. He's waiting, and he's waiting. And then he might go the other way. He might go the long side, in this case, to the king side. Or he might just drop his rook over. He's saying to Arjun, you do not know my intentions. You're going to keep guessing. That's why Arjun is now down to 2.5 minutes, a full minute down. And, okay, improves his king. This feels like it's about to explode. It's just, I mean, it should be balanced, but it just feels like something's about to happen. It always does when these two face each other.
Yeah, near dead level on the board, but not quite on the clocks.
Yeah, very tensed position, this one. Meanwhile, Jabakir Sindarov keeps putting pressure on Fabi. He's already taken down Magnus Carlsen here in round 1. Is he about to get his second big hit there? And there is a threat just as we left it with Magnus maneuvering his queen. But over to this one.
Also, just to mention, Levon Aronian has sacrificed a piece against Hans Niemann and has 4 pawns in return. So a bit of a weird material balance in this one. Sorry, in that game. This game, Sindarov lacks the connect 4, but he has kind of traded that off for a very, very safe king. His bishop is now at least semi-alive. And still, it feels like the white pieces are just staring into granite here.
Why is this so bad for Fabi? I mean, you know, you see the bar say that Sindarov has a big advantage. Material's level here, David. There's no bishop pair, so to speak of. Fabi has pressure on the f5 pawn. What's the big problem here? I'm trying to understand.
I think it's long term. I think at some point, Black will just push a pawn forward 1 square and say, OK, white's pieces, especially the knight and bishop on the kingside flank here, they're just not really doing much.
That's almost odd, though, because I feel like Black's knight is even worse. It has nowhere to go currently.
It's got a path back. When the queen
Once the queen vacates that square, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's definitely not a kind of long-term... sorry, it's not a short-term advantage here. It's very much a long-term one. I'm also looking at the clock as well, 3 extra minutes for Sindarov.
All right, you say long term. I think it's time to go to Levon. You mentioned a crazy piece dynamic there where you're down a piece for 4 pawns. And insane stuff going on there. Levon is our round-robin leader currently, James.
He very much is, half a point over those who are chasing him. But right now, facing down Hans Niemann, who's got 1.5 points in his favor. But look at this. I'm going to ask David to walk it back. Show us what you were talking about as some of the pieces have left the board.
Yeah, we left it here. Big moment. En passant was played. The only way to maintain white's advantage. Rook takes, and now Hans decided to push forward, ignoring the fact that this pawn is hanging. That pawn was captured. His idea was to lock in this black bishop and open up a line for his queen. And now, brilliant sacrifice. Only way to stay in the game from Levon. Bishop takes pawn, blowing open the position, allowing the black queen to jump out with a check. He's getting a ton of pawns in return for his piece. And when the dust settles, bishop takes pawn here, queen check, the bishop retreats. Look at this, all the pawns. This pawn now hanging.
I mean, and white's king feels so exposed, right? Still sitting at the center of the board, no pawns to stand in front of him.
Whoa.
Well, okay, we saw a flurry of moves and some question marks and X's thrown out. Which of those should we read into?
There's been a huge turnaround with this last move Levon played.
Yeah, that is brilliant. If the white rook steps up, then after some exchanges, white might be vulnerable on the back rank to some checks. If the white pawn captures this intruder, then the other pawn drops. Levon, he's actually up material, 4 pawns for a piece. A piece where 3 pawns clearly, probably long-term here, the more important.
And it's also the king's safety here, right? It just feels like Hans's king. So many open lines and open diagonals to get to that. Once the queen starts checking, the rook does a rook lift, the knight moves forward.
Well, hold on. Look at that clock. 5 seconds for Levon Aronian, by the way.
He made that move.
He's just playing with increment, right?
Under 1
with
second.
less than a second on the clock. That last move, with only a 5-second increment bonus time, he just made it.
Oh, and Hans is playing a very surprising move. Levon.
The clock goes up.
Clock's corrected. So, in fact, he does have a little bit over a minute to work with. Not as much panic coming out of our voices now as Levon still tries to find his way to extend the lead that he's built for himself here in the round robin.
A nice controlling move from Levon. Not the best. Black's knight could have jumped into the center, creating some big threats. Black's bishop wants to be unleashed. If the knight can jump out the way with some pin, skewer type ideas. And yeah, for now, though, Hans Niemann has survived, bringing his knight back round. Well, this is scary, though.
Super scary stuff. He stops that knight b4 jump that you were earlier pointing out. But still, you could look at other squares, opening up the diagonal of the bishop, and adding to those ideas list of it, there's f4 at the right time, taking advantage of the pin along the e-line.
Maybe that move anyway, Tanya, the one you just mentioned, knight to b4, threatening to bring the bishop forward. Looks super scary. That white king, living a charmed life.
I struggle to make the decision to take us away from this game, but things are exploding across the rest of the field. The last time we saw Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi, we were talking about how Magnus maybe had a slight advantage. It's in fact Arjun who is ahead. We're going to go to the foreboard just so everybody can get a picture, because Arjun now an advantage up in the top left of your screen against Magnus Carlsen, the world #1. Look at Vincent Keimer absolutely laying down the law against Parham in what was a more stable game just moments ago, and Javokir Sindarov continues to extend his advantage, now looking crushing against Fabiano Caruana. That's bottom left of your screens. Of course, it's Levon and Hans Niemann who arguably have the most equal position of the field.
That's wild. It does look like, in the meantime, Vincent Keimer is about to win against Maghsoodlu, who's down to seconds. Looks like a 5th loss in a row, unfortunately, for the Iranian GM. Sindarov in full control. That's a long-term,
Crushing it.
yeah, long-term advantage.
Yeah, huge advantage there. And I think the reason why Arjun's position gives such a big advantage is because of the 2 flank passes that we see on the right side of the board. The G and the H pawn connected, moving up the board, and Arjun now putting pressure on that central E pawn of Magnus. He's giving up his own one on D3, but I think the attack will be super strong once the E file opens up. Do you want to quickly jump in to that position, David? Magnus in big trouble here.
Let's do it. Can Magnus keep his winning streak alive? Doesn't look likely right now. He's down to around 10 seconds on the clock. And there we go. He's got to move. He does take a pawn, as Tanya says, but the white rooks have broken through.
D5, knight D5 coming in. The moment you get out that knight from E7, that's a key defender in Magnus's position. And you can see it on him. Could this be the second loss he's had today?
Yeah, it's his king, Magnus. Like, he takes so many chances with his king, refusing to castle. Sindarov punished him. Now Arjun's punishing him. That's the only way to beat Magnus Carlsen. Full out attack, focus in on his king, and hope that he takes one liberty too many. The white rook is hit, but white could definitely justify using that square for the knight with a check. Nope, he tries to trap the black queen. Queen exchange denied.
That is amazing what you pointed out, because queen takes pawn was a trap with the rook sliding over and there were no squares, so Magnus could not have picked up that pawn. And now Arjun in full control, the pawns are marching up, the advantage keeps rising.
This is so winning now for Arjun. He either needs to keep his pawns intact and march those forward for victory, or he needs to find a way to get to the black king. Those are the 2 routes to victory. Wow, we've seen a game-changing blunder from Vincent Keimer. Maghsoodlu suddenly winning, apparently.
Yeah, only for a moment, though, and it quickly goes back in the other direction. Not capitalized on at all. So we keep our focuses here for the time being. Vincent does actually lock it up with a victory from the black side of the board, and we had a draw play out between Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann, so half a point going to each of them as we stay here to see whether or not Arjun Erigaisi can put the finishing touches here on a Magnus Carlsen.
Ooh, we're in the endgame, though. But Tanya, the pawns for white look so strong.
And this is what we were talking about, right? You're about to lose your own G2 pawn, and suddenly the unstoppable force on the right flank for Arjun. Arjun very technically converting a middle game advantage into an endgame one right now. Rook takes pawn coming up. Knight jumping in, G5, G6, once the H-pawn is defended. Magnus Carlsen about to lose an endgame, not a sentence you get to say often.
Oh, he played a move with... Oh, he actually lost on time, Magnus. Hopeless position anyway, but just not quick enough.
Yeah, it would have been a tough battle, even with some time to his name, but it will be Arjun Erigaisi, first one to deliver a loss to Magnus Carlsen since Javokir Sindarov at the top of the day. Some of the younger players going after the world #1 and being rewarded for it.
Wow, and Javokir Sindarov wins with a brilliant move there against Fabiano Caruana. Blood's built just every single round, it feels like. We're averaging 3 decisive games around. Just the last few rounds, it's incredible.
You gotta love it. That's what freestyle chess is all about, and it continues to shake up the standings. Levon Aronian, who entered the round with a half-point lead over the rest of the field, now finds himself in equal position against Javokir Sindarov, who was able to gain half a point there with his victory over Fabiano Caruana. And just like that, Arjun Erigaisi is inserting himself, I think, into the conversation where he wasn't talked too much about in our earlier rounds of the day because the points weren't necessarily there, but he joins Magnus Carlsen with 3 points each to their name and a tie for 3rd place, just like that. Once again, reliving the highlights of this 5th round here in stunning South Africa. You got that bird's eye view to kick things off. Then the players would dive straight into it. It was Vincent and Parham both here struggling to find their way up the standings. Vincent ultimately getting the win over Parham. Hans, who had a good start to the day, now maybe struggling a little bit more. And I would say the same thing for the likes of a Fabiano Caruana, who had a strong start and now still remains on 2 points here through the 5th round of the day.
And there has been a bit of a shake-up, right, in the standings as well, with Javakir Levon now tied at the top. What a birthday it's been for the Uzbeki youngster, just turning 20 today. Levon, with that draw against Hans, loses his pole position, sole leadership there. And for Magnus, a loss against Arjun, his 2nd of the day. And I have to say, that was a nerve-wracking finish. It could have gone any way. It was a tough fight, a very combative, dynamic game. And in the end, Magnus getting flagged, not something we get to see often.
Yeah, Magnus, Fabiano, and Parham, the only guys without a draw here on the day. All decisive games, to say the least. Javakir Sindarov, though, no losses. Same with Levon Aronian. I think that would be the big thing to call out about our 2 tournament leaders as of right now, is that the guys have yet to be beat.
Yeah, just incredible. I'm just looking at, firstly, the table. Parham, unfortunately, on 0 points, but he was given a golden opportunity. Vincent blundered horribly 1 move before the end. He could have won Parham if he'd found a way to sacrifice his queen. But sometimes when it rains, it pours. And unfortunately, I think he was just not in the mindset.
And moving quick, I think, was the reality of that moment.
And the problem is that you're not only fighting your opponent, you're also fighting yourself after the way the game has gone. I mean, we can't overstate how much of a psychological battle chess is, especially when you're playing against the best in the world. You've lost round after round, your confidence at an all-time low. You don't even understand when these opportunities come on the board.
I seriously don't know how these guys do it. I lose 1 game on chess.com, and then I take a week's break from playing chess. Like, it's one of the most mentally defeating things to lose a game of chess. And so the fortitude that these guys have time and time again to step back to the plate and go at it. It is something to be respected. 2 more rounds to go here, though, before we conclude our round robin of the day. And again, the guys to beat right now are Javakir Sindarov and Levon Aronian. As I kind of peek ahead, I had told you guys before that round that we would have a marquee matchup in round 6, Levon Aronian against Magnus Carlsen. That is going to be a treat, to say the least, because things could equalize even more at the top of the standings. If I look to see who Javakir's opponent will be, it's Sindarov versus Hans Niemann. But let's just take a look at the whole field and what's in store for us as we move into that 6th round of the day. Magnus Carlsen, Levon, that's the one that we'll probably be focused on, as well as this one right here, Sindarov against Hans Niemann. Sindarov still not taking a loss. Vincent Keimer, after getting it done against Parham and maybe generating some momentum, he's going up against Fabiano, who's kind of stalled out through the midpoint of the day. And then Arjun Erigaisi, after a massive win against Magnus Carlsen, can he keep it up against Parham here in our penultimate round of the day?
And especially because Parham's got a big cross on his back right now, right? He's the big target for all these players. So I think Arjun wants to keep that momentum up. For Magnus, it's a bit of a grudge match from Vegas. It was Levon Aronian who knocked him down to that loser's bracket, the elimination bracket in that one, kind of taking away the Vegas winner shot from him. So I think Magnus looking for revenge, but Levon's been on fire. And there's also an interesting shape-up happening in our standings, James, in a way that we've got the top 2 at 4 points, which is Javakir and Levon. And then there's a 1-point difference throughout, which is really fascinating because you've got Arjun Magnus at 3 and then Fabi Vincent at 2 with only 2 rounds remaining.
I love that call because up to this round, the leader only at any point had half a point advantage, right?
Exactly.
So was always in danger of fully losing that top spot. At worst, these guys end up tied, right, with somebody below them at the conclusion of this 6th round if they aren't able to get any points on the board. But they're starting to build some really solid separation for themselves. And like we've talked about, you want to have your pick of the litter for who you go up against in the quarterfinals. Maybe craft that bracket so it works out in your favor as you work your way towards the finals.
And how do you think they'll play now, Levon Aronian and Javakir Sindarov? Like a draw in this round? They secure the fact they're top 4. They secure top half.
Ooh.
But if they win, they might get, they might get the first pick. And that guarantees them a favorable pairing.
I'll say one thing. Levon against Magnus, Levon playing with the black pieces, I think he'd be happy if he's able to get out of the opening unscratched and just sort of get that solid draw in. Magnus will go for the win, according to me, in this one. He's going to go all guns blazing. For Javakir versus Hans, Hans has been shaky throughout the round robin so far. While a draw from the tournament perspective makes a lot of sense, I think Javakir is ambitious about his chances against Hans.
Yeah, and I think you really want one of the earlier picks. I think top 2 is really what's important. Obviously, first out of the round robin would be great. I get to choose first, but even getting to pick second right now with a couple players who feel a bit wounded in the standings, that might be the most important thing for you to once again craft a pathway to the finals that avoids some of the other strong contenders like a Magnus Carlsen, who's right now in 4th position.
And if we just stay on this graphic, it's really interesting to me, James, because the way the round robin shaped up, let's say the top player, whoever finishes at the top of the leaderboard after the next 2 games, let's say Parham is the pick that they want to take, simply given the fact that he's the underdog, has had a really tough day 1. But beyond that, it's not easy for anybody. Nobody wants to play Hans, because psychologically, that's a very hard thing to do. Do you want to play the winner of Weissenhaus, Vincent Keimer? Also not an easy pick. I mean, throughout, you've got world number 3 Fabiano there, how the matchup shape up. I think beyond the first pick, it's going to be hard for everyone in the field.
I fully agree with you. I was trying to craft an argument against it, and I can't cobble one together too easily.
That's probably why Magnus is so determined about getting 4th place. And no pressure to pick. You get who you're given.
Yeah. Whew. All righty. 2 more rounds to go. Do you think Javokir does it? Do you think Levon does it? Do you think Magnus strikes back here with only 2 more rounds to go and climbs up? Is Arjun now kind of the dark horse, the guy that we didn't consider enough for the top of the day? Going to make things a little messy here down the stretch?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of shakeups we're going to see in these last 2 rounds. I said it a while ago that I don't see Magnus taking the round robin. I could still be proven wrong. You know, I am sticking with my pick at the start of the day. I think Sindarov at the top of the table, going into the knockout stages.
Interestingly, Sindarov and Aronian play each other in the final round of the day later.
It's going to be awesome.
So this round...
Cinema!
As if we scripted it. Yeah. This round could be decisive in terms of who tops the round robin.
Oh, wow, yeah. Let's do a peek ahead, just real quick. It's going to be Parham against Magnus in the final round, Fabiano versus Arjun, Hans versus Vincent, and then Levon versus Javokir.
And it's going to come down to that one. That will be the decider for a round robin.
I think, Arjun Fabi's an interesting one, too, just because they are sitting on the precipice, right? Arjun currently in the top 4, Fabi just outside the top 4. So that could be another moment where you get a last-minute switch up and somebody falls down.
Yeah.
But looking ahead at that one, if it does come down to a Javokir-Levon clash, both have been so impressive with the quality of chess that they've shown today, their understanding. I mean, I think undefeated through their run. Both these players, the only 2 players to not have a single loss. Who are you betting your money on? I know we're not in Vegas, but still.
I don't know. Sindarov looks good. He looks so good. Levon will have white in that clash, so I think on paper he should be a small favourite, but just the form. Like, how do you bet against Sindarov? Just the way he outplayed Fabi in that last game.
Exactly.
Like, it wasn't even fireworks. It was just, I take a small positional advantage, grind. I'll mate you at the end.
And also, adding to that, Levon plays Magnus next, you know? So that's a big one. I mean, how does this go for Lev? Is he able to keep that confidence going into the final round as well? Magnus looking for that win. Will Levon stay undefeated after round 6?
Oof. Yeah, one of them has to, well, I guess they could remain undefeated if they draw at the end of the day. I like to believe that they will both pull the gloves off and really go at it so that somebody ends up taking a loss. But maybe we reframe just a little bit back towards round 6 because that's what's in front of us. We'll have plenty of time to talk about round 7 after the conclusion of this one. I mean, Magnus versus Levon, I think, is still where most of my focus is. Again, Hans can always be a scary threat, but let's talk about this one because obviously, when it comes to the score lines and these cards, David, it's going to come as no surprise that Magnus will outdo most everybody across the board. So I'm looking at the couple of places where you did give Levon an edge. It's that first category, attacking.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very dynamic player, Levon. If you let him get on the front foot, he'll never really give you a chance to fight back. I think intuition, of course, he's a great player too, Levon Aronian. But if he's going to win this game, it's got to be going for Magnus as king. A draw wouldn't be the worst result in the world, though.
I love these player cards, David, but I have one small bone to pick, especially this one. I think Magnus for attack at 90, to me, seems a little bit of an under number there. And the reason I say that is because I feel that every time Magnus plays, his attack might not be filled with sacrifices, but it's still just so incredibly powerful. You know, he attacks and it looks to me like he manages to convert and win the games. 90, how did you come to that number? And are you happy with it? How do you feel about it?
Well, in Paris, when I presented the player cards to the players, I gave Magnus 89 and he was like, oh, that's actually not bad. That's quite realistic. So I thought going up 1 was enough. That was
wow.
That was a nicety due to the fact he got a 9 out of 9.
Well, maybe let me ask a follow-up. When we think about attacking, or at least when I think about attacking, I think more about the initiative in the attack, right? Bringing the attack first. Is Magnus not at sometimes more of a counter attacker, right? Building more stability and looking for the right moment to pounce. And that's where I would say you kind of combine the two stats of the defense and attack, right? And with his defense being so strong, when he does choose to attack, great. It is usually effective, but it's not necessarily his chosen approach to most games.
That's the thing, it's not his preference. If you give him a position where he has two kind of paths to victory, he would rather the end game with an extra pawn or big positional advantage than going crazy against the enemy's king. And that's
I don't
my
know,
reason.
guys. I don't know. I've seen too many queen sacrifices. I've seen Magnus.
It's positional queen sacrifices. It's never
A lot
to
of
mate. It's never
that
to
is
mate.
true, but I will say one thing: it just feels like when he does get that advantage, even if he's more strategically inclined, if he gets the opportunity, I have a feeling that David just thought it's too many numbers for Magnus. You know, if he gives him an attack of 94, 95, will he be just too strong?
Is he a better attacker? Is he inclined to attack? Does he attack more than
100% not.
Arjun?
Oh, then Arjun.
Does he attack more than Levon?
Would you say it's a different kind of an attack? Because Arjun, he's such a sacrificial attacker. But yeah, it's interesting.
It's interesting.
It's interesting.
Yeah, but I think that's what I mean. Like, I think Arjun's a great example of a player that I see as an attacking player, right? That is usually
Intuitively.
Right, well, and it's also it's usually one of the first ways that he'll approach and choose to approach a game.
Yes.
Right? He wants to attack out
How
the
much
gate.
did you give Arjun on attack?
Do you remember?
3.
93.
93. We can verify that maybe in a moment's time with Arjun's card. And they are all open to debate. You know what? You can make your voices heard at home. Join in on social media. Let us know where David went wrong in his evaluations of the players.
Bring it on. Hit me.
Very rarely he does. Okay, I've got one more player that I've got a question on. What about Parham? We spoke about him as a tactical genius. You know, he's somebody who's able to generate ideas. At least that's my experience with the games that I see. I'm not sure how much you rated him. Did you rate him below or above Magnus? How did that go?
In terms of attack, I think it was roughly similar.
Okay.
But overall, unfortunately, less. Like, I think he does everything great, but just yet to prove himself at this level.
Yeah.
Parham. So I did give him the lowest overall. And there we see Parham.
Okay, how about that one?
Actually, same as Magnus there, with 90 at the attack.
Yeah, I remembered well.
All right, this is a matchup we are about to see here in round 6, so another good opportunity for us to just kind of compare these players. 3-point differential in their overall score lines. Yeah, much more of an attacking focus there from Arjun Erigaisi. I think typically it's about whether or not he can bring it over the line, sometimes letting even his time advantage slip away in the final moments. But against a struggling Parham, this would be where you could really cement yourself into the top 4. You get a decisive victory for Arjun, and you're at 4 points through 6 rounds. It'd be hard, if anything, for you to fall out of that top 4 at that point. Big opportunity here for the young Indian player.
Tends to be the way in a round robin. If you get a plus score, if you get more wins than losses, overall, come the end, you're in the top half. So huge game for Arjun.
And I think he's been pretty good. I mean, getting that win against Magnus as well, you know, huge confidence stuff there going into this final 2 battles that he's got ahead. Parham clearly struggling. I think Arjun's feeling good about his chances. There's no question about that. He is a favorite on the mindset and on the board in this one.
All right, well, enough out of us. We've done all we can to prep this round 6. The players have gotten a good rest, and they're about to dive into our penultimate round of the day. Pretty soon, we'll be out to the stage where Fiona Style Anthony is standing by for the position lottery to get us underway for our second to last round of the day here in South Africa in the Freestyle Chess season final.
Welcome back. 5 rounds have been played, and what a combative tournament. Only 5 draws so far throughout the day. We're ready to draw the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by Women Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. Dina, you were in Cape Town, now you're here in Grootboos. What has your experience been like here in Grootboos?
Thank you, Fiona. And honestly, I think this is by far my most favorite edition of the Freestyle Grand Slam. And if I may, I think every single freestyle tournament should be happening here in South Africa.
We are being spoiled, that's for sure. We are ready now. I'm going to head behind the table, and you can say this song. So you can go ahead, give it a little mix. And we are going to be playing position number 021, position 21. Thank you so much, Dina. The players get 10 minutes as always. Best of luck, gentlemen. And for the fans at home, have fun. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, let me out. Thank you.
It's annoying.
It's annoying, yes. You played before. Ah, C6, yeah? Maybe C6 is the move.
Looks solid. What are you playing?
Magnus. Okay, so now B4, B5. Yeah? B4 is not a big deal.
But,
CB.
wait, B4 which? B4 D5?
Ah, B5 one.
Why D5?
Here.
Doesn't look too bad,
Doesn't look too bad for both.
Before it's okay, the same might be free.
Yeah, maybe, but.
I mean, is B4 completely stupid?
Not.
You want to see?
No, take, knight on comes B3. It should be bad.
Okay, it's very direct, yeah?
Yeah,
If you get
yeah.
tempo, you get it.
A lot of tempo we get. No, it's okay, I'm very
But
happy.
also B4, I think it's pretty nice, no? At least no risk.
Yes.
Did we think about like including H4?
My H4, they just.
Ignore, right?
Yeah.
H5, H6 doesn't do so much.
I mean, you should need to do something.
And E5, do you also go on E3 or you have some other plan?
I mean, C3 looks always very good. Most logical. You want to take it? Take. B takes C3. Yes.
This will get knight C4.
I mean, you can take here, C takes D4, H plays 6. So, knight D3. I mean, next move, rook E1 is coming just completely better.
No, but EC is not so
You are not so sure.
Ah, you want to put the bishop, no?
Ah, maybe.
So what was the idea?
That's now bishop.
A3? You wanted yes. Yeah.
No.
Okay, we can just hang a pound.
You think it's not enough?
Yeah, no, maybe, but the case minimum plus 0.20 play.
It's very specific.
Just you should need to hang his pawn, yeah. It takes a lot of time. No, come on, they will not play. What's the idea? You wanna play d4, take d5? So why not f4? Yeah, but d knight c4 bishop.
Can you play d5? E4, d5,
I didn't hear.
Maybe also e4, d5, take knight d6, and that's also...
Yeah, but I was thinking maybe it's better.
I don't believe it.
Like knight f6 or knight d6.
I don't believe it.
No?
Queen d3, you want to play c4?
Yeah, c4 and then knight f6. I mean, I get the pawn back. Oh.
Well, queen d4, then e5. Yeah. A lot of stuffs are happening. And if bishop f3,
knight f6.
Knight b3, queen c7.
c4.
Yeah? C4, knight a5, queen c7. Also possible. Possible stuff so far. d5.
Also, maybe bishop f3, queen c6. Is there something wrong with that?
Queen d3. c4.
Yeah, queen d4. Queen d4. Messy. I think this is interesting.
Yeah. So it's...
But this is a critical move, yeah? I think c4 or c6 is okay.
Yeah.
And d5 immediately? Maybe. But now d4, no? This is gonna get worse.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Better to do it
passive, yeah?
just first.
Here, if knight e3,
c4.
you want c4.
Yeah, c4
Or,
get time.
or b6, maybe.
But c4 I like.
You don't like b6 more? Isn't it very annoying for white to deal with this?
Maybe c4 and knight d4.
And okay, they do this. The goulash gambit.
Two rounds left for each of our 8 players to jockey for position here in our round-robin group stage at the beginning of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour season final in South Africa. Position 21 will be what the players are analyzing here as they dive into the penultimate round. And I want to pull up the heat map. We haven't talked too much about it, but a nice little tool that we have here at our disposal. What you see on the left-hand side of your screens is representative of the initial moves made across the freestyle positions that we have seen played from position 21. So the more red, the more concentrated, that is the more likely, or more often played, rather, initial move. So, a lot of focus there on the D file, jumping out to me the most here, David.
Yeah, it looks like whenever white opens with the D pawn, that central pawn in front of the white light squared bishop, black is doing the same. D4, D5, a bit of symmetry. And the reason there's a little bit of heat on the other squares is because likely if white pushes the E pawn or the C pawn, black will also copy and do the same, although less explored in previous positions here.
So you feel this is rather indicative of symmetry, right? I mean, it is almost symmetrical itself in the heat map, and so likely we'll get symmetry out the gate. That goes, or rather brings me to something we've heard constantly talked about amongst these top pros is how do you break the symmetry? One of the things you're looking for out the gate in a freestyle position.
I think that's exactly what Magnus and Vincent and Javakir are looking at. It's not the D pawn advance, as our heat map pointed out, but actually the pawn next to it, this other central pawn, E pawn moving forward. And then eventually, if there is copycat chess, if there is symmetry, we were seeing ideas of a C3, D4 trying to break that symmetry as quickly as possible. And I wonder if Magnus, in fact, against Lavon, the current leader of the tournament, alongside Javakir, will choose the E-pawn as his first move. Fabi, meanwhile, getting set up with the black pieces, getting ready to face Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go till game time. And there you see Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana. Respectful handshake between the two gentlemen. I'm very curious about this, this queen sneaking on to a long diagonal, threatening a king all the way on the other side of the board. We've talked a lot about bishop-queen batteries and whether or not that's even a possibility in this position. Something like literally an A3 pawn push just to slide the queen up and to the left could be a really interesting choice, maybe a little bit later.
after establishing some central control. But in just a moment, we'll get the initial moves, and there you can see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. It is Fabi and Vincent who are quickest to play.
And very interesting. It looks like a C3 Sicilian. If this was traditional chess. In the meantime, Magzulu making a move on the bottom right. Already question mark as early as move 1. I don't know if the tilt has kicked in, but Parham not fighting for the center, not really trying to challenge Arjun's play there. In the meantime, this one looks like a pawn sacrifice, Tanya.
It is, once again, with the idea of probably bringing the queen out, centralizing it with a threat, then trying to bring the bishop out to f5. Right now, a gambit on the board on move 2. It hasn't gone down so well for the top guys in round robin so far. Can Fabi flip that narrative? I also noticed that while Vincent agreed with Magnus's choice of starting with that e-pawn, Magnus on a hold. He hasn't yet decided his first move there.
Taking a page out of Vincent's book from all the way back in Weisenhouse. Let everyone else make some plays before I decide exactly what I want to do. You can see a little bit has come out onto the board there in the top left-hand corner of your screen. But I do think this Vincent Keimer Caruana game is particularly interesting because of what it means for the standings. Both of these guys tied right now, 3-way tie, by the way, for 5th place between them and Hans Niemann, 2 points apiece. You get it done against this opponent here. You set yourself up brilliantly in the final round of the day to possibly stab into that top 4. Avoid getting picked early on and maybe even have the potential to pick an opponent for yourself.
And look at that left side of our screen, right? You've got identical positions by both these players with the white pieces, Magnus and Vincent, who were riffing before the start of the game. We see the gambit there. And David, the idea of the knight jumping forward to attack and win that central pawn, playing for piece activity early on. It looks like Magnus, Vincent agree with each other.
Exactly, and for so long today, we've seen Magnus and Levon banter each other, kind of gently tease each other, but always on the same side.
That's true.
Suddenly they're opposite the board. Suddenly they're kind of arguing whose concept is better. And this pawn sacrifice, which is very reminiscent of the C3 Sicilian in traditional chess, they're using pattern recognition. The whole idea is to win it back with interest for black. Here, Magnus bringing his queen out. How often has he done that? But a mistake this time.
So quintessentially Magnus. But yeah, every so often, it's not going to be the engine's favorite move in the position. And here it does get the question mark. Why is that?
Ooh, 2 moves come to mind, I would say. Maybe even 3. But firstly, where's the queen going if it's attacked yet again? That's why queens tend not to be so comfortable.
I think you slide it over to g3. You offer the trade and unlock your rook in the corner. Is that what he's thinking?
Possibly, although that could be blocked by the black bishop and the chase might just continue. Normally harassing the opponent's queen early is just a great time gainer, so that would be the first move I look at.
I want to point out, though, yes, it has a question mark, but Magnus comes in with an idea of his own. If you don't play David's move of pushing the c-pawn forward, give Magnus one more move. He's playing c4 and never returning that gambited pawn on d5. So whatever Levon does, he has to make sure, I think, that white isn't able to play c4. Is it that he goes for the idea himself? Does he develop his knight to d6 to stop Magnus's idea? I do like playing with tempo, with energy here. And then eventually you get your queen out, win that d5 pawn, and equalize material.
Yeah, I like that knight move, actually, because it does... Okay, he brings the queen out first. I was going to say it does support, just as this one does, the idea of the bishop coming out to hit the white queen. That being said, the black queen's now going to be vulnerable herself to some attacks later.
Right, now my knight can jump out and start chasing you around the board.
But then you still lose that central pawn. My question is, James, before we throw in the move that you really want with the knight, can you not go c4 and just double down on that central pawn and then say you develop with a tempo against the queen?
Yeah, very interesting.
Or am I walking into something?
Their tactics. Let's put it on the board. This is not Magnus yet. He's thinking in this position. If c4 does happen, maybe it's that other move you mentioned, Tanya. Now it's just hard to defend this one suddenly, just due to the black queen's vision down this diagonal. White would love to connect the 4, of course, but the black queen is pinning the pawn to the knight in the corner.
Yeah, then maybe you're relegating your light squared bishop to the defense, which doesn't feel great.
Yeah, this would be a very passive move. I mean, the question to my eyes would be what happens if now you hit the black queen? I guess she steps back on the same diagonal. But as you say that the white bishop would not feel comfortable being part of that chain. Somehow just looks like a big blocked piece.
Decision by Magnus. He doesn't go for c4 to defend d5, but does an alternative move to do exactly that. Brings the bishop out, develops, protects his pawn. Still saying I'm up a pawn. You're not winning it anytime soon.
Greed is good. That's the motto. Magnus isn't attacking. He's just trying to protect gains that he's made earlier. It's always a positional gain, or always material or something long-term that he likes to hold on to. Levon, though, he chose this path. He needs to justify it. He needs to find compensation.
A slow approach so far.
Magnus will try to trade queens if he can, since he's a pawn up.
But that's also the other thing, right? When Levon has sacrificed that pawn, now it's on him. The ball is in his court to prove that compensation. Where is he going to find it? His queen's out in the center of the board, but is that enough? The knight on b6, well, still offside. You're not winning that pawn back. And give Magnus another move. The knight from e1 moves to c2, the rook comes on e1, and then suddenly you're questioning, where even is your compensation here? Levon on the attack keeps hunting that central pawn.
Yep, very logical move.
Yep. Contentious, but a slow burn here on this board. So I want to take us over to Javakir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann, because I just don't know what else to say about the young Uzbek here. He continues to be on absolute fire in this tournament and in the end of his year 2025.
Wow, he's it looks like he's already castled. So the fact that he's 2 pawns up pretty much kind of makes Hans Niemann's compensation insufficient here. This game actually evolved in a very similar way to the other that we just came from. Very quick action replay, because there's some interesting moments. It wasn't c5, though, played on this board. It was e5. And the same sacrifice we just saw of the black giving up a central pawn. This time, I think the big difference is the black queen. Hans keeps doing this. This is at least the 3rd time today that he's neglected to bring his queen out. The black queen doesn't participate, so it's harder to justify the sacrifice. The knight comes out to hit this pawn. The pawn steps forward, only now activating his queen, but he's already
too late.
2 pawns down.
And the last time he ignored his queen, it was also on b8. Exactly in that freestyle position, and it moved when it was too late.
True. 2 full pawns down. Like, yes, he's got the open file, but that's not compensation. Also, the white king is about to castle. The other rook is going to slide on over. I don't see much compensation. It's reminiscent, again, of some traditional chess openings, but there, at least you get a big attack.
I mean, we talked about how for Javakir and Levon, all you need is half a point, you know, to lock up your top 4 finish. He's saying, I'll do you one better. I'm just going to keep charging ahead, setting the pace for the rest of the field here.
You know, I don't know the math of it, but with Javakir and Levon, with the score that they have, they might have already locked into that top 4 spot with 2 rounds to spare. Maybe a little shuffling around if things go south for them. But otherwise, with the difference that we had, we spoke about how the players have got a 1-point gap between each other. It could be that Levon and Javakir are into the top 4, regardless of what happens, James.
Very likely. Very likely, but they will want to mathematically secure it. Hans jumps his knight forward. He's trying to bring it back towards the center. White's best piece right now, the MVP, is this bishop, holding things defensively, also holding the pawn. So he wants to trade that piece off. The knight coming back. At least a bishop pair would be some form of compensation. How will Javakir try to solve that? Will he now start trying to simplify things? Will he continue development? Castling possible, lots of choice.
Hans is quite twiddly with his hands right now. A piece on one, hair on the other. Usually happens when a player is feeling the heat on the position as well. Definitely not happy. Down material, no big counterplay here. Javakir just on fire. Unstoppable today.
Looking for ways to get that nervous energy out of your system. But yeah, you can kind of see it already, just pure uncomfortability with the position that he's found himself in. Is Hans Sindarov, of course, the one who gets to move here, but already well advantaged. It's so rare that 10 moves into a game, you see that eval bar sitting up at the top of the 6th rank, just like that. Pretty massive advantage for him. And while he has a solid advantage, perhaps we go check in on Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer, particularly because these guys right now share a position in the standings just outside of that top 4. So we can check in on them, see how they're doing. Vincent did finally strike back in his last round to claw up to the 2 points that he's had, where it's been kind of the opposite story for Fabi. A stronger start to the day, and then maybe losing some momentum through the middle portions.
Yeah, Fabiano is on a 2-game losing streak, so he will want to break that. Big compensation here, I would say. Okay, black isn't even down a pawn. I thought he'd sacrifice something just to get his knight onto a scary square. This is one check you could give. White king will step forward, no more castling. Is the knight strong or weak there on the edge of the board, though? Big question. This is crazy.
No, I love it. And then you don't stop there, right? Because you go all alpha 0 on the position if you're Fabi. You start pushing that h-pawn, trying to open up the rook on h8 as well. I have no idea how black ended up with this kind of a position. Again, like you said, not down anything at all. Playing, and look at that. He goes on counter offense here. He says, my knight's attacked. I'm going to hit your own knight there. Open up a diagonal for my bishop as well. Whoa.
Ooh,
whoa.
Crap. Don't take it. Do not take that knight. The white bishop will jump out the way. Let's put this on the board. If the knight is captured, discovery attack. Bishop takes pawn check. And suddenly that black queen, we talked about it on b8, undefended, will fall off the board. And suddenly white would get a huge advantage.
Do you think Fabi missed this when he played e5?
100%.
Which is wild, considering that Fabi took over 3 minutes to play e5. He had a 3-minute advantage on the clock just to play a move that maybe missed something crucial.
Wow, he's giving up his bishop just to lure the white king onto a square. It can get checked. The king has to take this bishop. I don't know what Vincent's really thinking about here, but maybe he's just trying to figure out what next. This will be a check, and the knight will drop.
I mean, the speed with which Fabi is replying right now, and this line, I think, is being played out. As you said, king takes bishop, queen check, the knight will fall. Now I'm thinking it wasn't a miss. It was just genius by Fabi. He calculated the entire sequence of events here.
I think he even calculated one move further. Check this out, knight check. And the white cannot take this knight now. It's all the sacrifices, the poisoned pieces, because suddenly, whoops, this is a checkmate, and the white king is trapped between its two rooks and pawns.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, he doesn't play it. This would have been interesting. This would have forced the white king to step out into the open.
If you want the game to keep going.
Still very pretty, though, right? He gets to take the knight with check here.
I think I say downside, I mean, the game continues completely, but the white queen could now block. And this is what we call king of the hill, when the king leads from the front, a Spartan king.
I mean, that's a beautiful king in the end game, right? You're hitting e5, the knight on f4 under attack. That would have been a fantastic line. None of that happened. Queen takes knight coming in with a check.
All good kings lead from the front, but they don't all remain alive. That's the reality.
That's true.
So, but this is what a really interesting position because of the placement of this this black knight as well on e2, right? On this check, I can't retreat my king back, so I'm either blocking with my pawn or my knight, or I have to bring my king back out once again here to the h3 square.
Yeah, there'll be a block. I'm not sure which one. And as you said, the key factor is the black knight. It's either fantastically strong, or it might find itself trapped. At the moment, it has one escape square. It can take the white bishop trade off, which is very likely, I think, before the white bishop actually improves itself and goes and traps the black rook. But yeah, Vincent's just weighing up whether he can. I think the move he wants to play is to bring his knight forward. You are walking into a pin, but at least you develop something. He's just wondering whether it's too risky.
I mean, you have to have a response to ideas like g5, g4, you know? Again, PP on the PP. Put pressure on the pinned piece.
Already themes are developing here in South Africa across day one.
Knight f3 starts looking very scary. Ideas of e4, g5. But then if not, where are you? How are you going to fight it? You block it with your pawn. And as he's on a think, we jump over to another very fascinating battle here.
Ooh, look at this. Arjun Ergaisi. I mean, we said it. It's a struggling Parham. If you're going to continue your run up the leaderboard right now, this is a guy that you want to kind of take advantage of having a poor performance, you know, through the day so far. And so Arjun, very akin to the way he normally approaches a game, has a solid advantage both on the board.
He just wins material.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah, the rooks were cut. The connection was severed. And that's why he had to give up his rook for knight Parham. So when the dust settles, he will be down the exchange. A rook for knight, he'll have a pawn in return as black, but the black king's so much weaker than its counterpart.
This day just can't finish soon enough for Parham right now.
Yeah.
You know, he just wants this to be over. You tell yourself tomorrow is a new format. You're still in the race. You just keep everything behind you and just start over. Don't know how easy that is.
It's going to be tough. I mean, to reset with confidence and to take any chances you get in the knockouts when you've just been, well, handed probably the worst day of, or the toughest day of your chess career, it's, not easy. And I think we all have been there at some point in our careers. We've all been on these tough days.
Wow, a couple more pieces fly off the board. I just want you to know, Tanya, that you did this to yourself. I'm receiving word that the comment section in chat is wondering what in the heck is PP to the PP. You just threw that out there like it was a colloquialism that everybody knew.
What is
the masses want to know. Explain yourself.
It's just okay. Whenever there's a pinned piece on the board, you know, how do you try to win it? To win the pin, you need to put pressure on it. So PP on the PP is put pressure on the pinned piece.
There you go. See, it's an alliteration, folks. Get your minds out of the gutter.
What
Playing
gutter?
chess.
Obviously, James. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. What were you thinking? What was Chad thinking?
I'll let Chad explain themselves. All right, I'm not gonna argue on
How
that.
have you guys not heard of this one before? David?
Been in the chess world for 30 years, never once heard that until today.
Yeah, none of my chess mentors have come to me with that gem yet. Oh my
It's a good one to remember, though. You know, whenever you've got a piece you can put pressure on, and especially when it's pinned to a stronger piece, do it. I don't think Chad is ever forgetting this one now.
No, everybody collectively just got better at chess because no one will
Because
ever
of
forget.
PP on the PP.
There you have it.
Let's stop saying
Thank you,
it now.
Tanya Sachdev.
All he needs to do is put pressure on the pinned piece here, that black knight, and he's going to break through later on. First, maybe a small timeout to defend the bishop. We'll move it. But Arjun is going to win this game.
Yeah, since it is looking like it's going to be wrapped up in Arjun's favor, I think it would behoove us to go check in on a couple of the boards that we haven't looked at just yet. How about Levon versus Magnus? Let's dive back over there. We had a quick look at it early on. Now it's developed quite a bit. And in fact, it's Magnus right now who's got a bit of an advantage. Question mark given to the most recent move here from Levon. What do we make of it? Maybe roll it back a couple moves here, David, so we can understand what exactly is going on.
Yeah, we left it actually not so long ago. I'll just take it back to this moment where the white pawn did step forward. Black was trying to put pressure on it. And after an exchange here, Levon's still a pawn down after his earlier sacrifice. It looks like he's winning it back. This is a totally fine position for him. Now he gets ready to castle. But things started to get a bit weird. The queen going back to an odd square here. And in this position, the mistakes started to arrive. After a couple of exchanges, knight takes pawn. That is a sacrifice. I don't think Magnus saw coming. He's 2 pawns down, so understandable he wants to attack. But he has a very active queen. He didn't need to go for this. And okay, let's catch up, because this rook is trapped. But even if he gets it, he's going to be down 2 knights for a rook. A small material disadvantage. Levon, it looks like he's gambled, but apparently it shouldn't pay off. I understand why he went for it, though. It feels like this is the type of position where Magnus does struggle. We talked about Magnus not wanting to get attacked. The white king hasn't castled. He's down at 1.5 minutes. There we go. Kicks
It's
back
the
to the black
queen.
queen. There to go.
But even the dynamics that happen after you win the rook, I mean, Magnus has got to be feeling good about his position, right? 2 minor pieces for a rook. The knight's ready to jump into the center of the board. The knight from A1 will go to B3. The knight from E1 will go to F3. And Levon's going to be struggling for a while here.
I think what he might have missed is that he wanted to bring his queen back, keep the bishop. He wanted to keep the queens on the board, essentially, and take this rook next move with the queens on when white's king might become weak. But if the black queen now retreats, the white knight might be able to block and save the rook, save itself. White's a piece up. Magnus has a whole extra knight right now. So if he's forced to trade off Queen's Levon Aronian to stay in touch with his bishop, then Magnus gets the endgame he wants. Then he keeps the material advantage and doesn't have to worry about his king's safety. This was the key move. Exclamation point given to Magnus's last.
Deep and very important point right there. That this is the moment that the queens will come off the board for Lev. But can he actually keep it on still? I mean, if he falls back onto the file of the rook, queen e6, keeping the pressure on that e4 square alive, if Levon really wants to not trade queens, I wonder if that's something that's going to be on his radar. Because you get the queens off the board, you're really suffering in that endgame against Magnus.
Yeah, let's put this on the board. This is the move he wants to play, but now Magnus can untangle by bringing his knight forward, breaking the connection here. And he's just going to move his rook across and eventually get castled by bringing his other rook over.
You know what the difference is, David? Queen e4, now you have rook e1. Because queen takes rook is not checkmate.
Very important. It's a skewer and no back rankers just to show this. The white king has a breathing square, and white would be winning. Let's catch up with the game.
And that's why h3 was so important and so precise by Magnus.
Yeah, h3, exclamation mark. And the queens are off the board. Magnus, huge favorite now. He's going to have two knights, against the rook.
Always like having more pieces to play with, right? Even though the rook has tremendous value, 3 points apiece for the knights, but also just 2 different pieces that you can play with at once makes it a dominating advantage. So Tough road here for Levon Aronian, who has had a really stellar day, but now kind of runs into a bit of a brick wall, it feels like, in Magnus Carlsen. If Magnus can get it done, he'll move up from 3 points to 4 to match the likes of Levon. And all of a sudden, things get really interesting at the top of the table. That said, there's one other player who's got something to say about the top of the table, and that's Javokir Sindarov. He's right now locked in battle against Hans Niemann. And while he had a solid advantage early, he still holds on to a slim advantage. I think my concern for Javokir would be the time that I see on the clocks, as we can flip over to the young Uzbek challenging the young American. Javokir Sindarov up against Hans Niemann.
Ooh, Magnus not playing the best move, but keeping the advantage. We'll switch over to that game, and we see that Javokir, he's only 1 pawn up now. And Black does have the bishop pair. The one deficiency for Black is the doubled pawns in front of his king. That means that Hans's king is a bit weak, but such an open board that bishops tend to do better than knights. So some serious compensation. Watch out, the white king is actually on the back rank, sometimes a bit stuck. Revenge on the mind, maybe for Sindarov. He did lose to Hans Niemann in Vegas. Got knocked out of the upper bracket there. So maybe a score to settle.
Well, if revenge is on his mind, he doesn't have too much time to craft a revenge plot, or a revenge plan, that is.
While I see the compensation, I'm still thinking it has to be Javokir on in driver's seat here, right? The extra pawn, the king safety that you pointed out, and also once the knight comes to the center of the board, you've got one of the knights planted on d4. I'm not really seeing how Black is going to break through with the initiative here. To me, it looks like Hans is on the defense. Will it be enough for Javokir to get that win in? Is the question. Is the win even required right now with Levon on the back foot? To get that top position is the next question.
Oh, he was looking around just as you said that, Tanya. He was looking maybe at the big screen to try and figure out how Levon's doing. Of course, he would love a win. Javokir always plays for that win. But yeah, it feels like maybe you're right. Maybe the first step is to just stabilize, protect everything, and try to hope the extra pawn pays off later. Hans, though, fighting hard, swings his queen across. And he's going to try and bring it towards the white king somehow.
I was just talking about knight to d4. Now it just comes in with the tempo.
Bit of an odd decision. He was hoping for the white rook to hit the queen. He would have taken that rook. It would have been a back rank checkmate, just as we showed earlier. This time it would have actually worked. But now he's dropping his queen back. Very tense position here. This is the lowest Sindarov's been on the clock, though. Under 20 seconds. All day. It looked maybe the most nervous as well. He was shaking a few moments ago, trying to get those queens off. And Hans says, sure, but on my terms.
Yeah, in most cases, he's had full minutes of advantage over his opponents. And almost the opposite story for Hans Niemann throughout the day. Usually slower starting and then clawing it back later when it comes to time. He now has his first time advantage of the day by a substantial margin.
He does in 9 seconds now to Sindarov, and he decides to keep the tension on the board. No queen trade. He lines up the queen against the black bishop, so Black can't take the pawn on a4 for Hans Niemann. He does continue development, puts the bishop on the long diagonal. Stopping knight f5 just for now. Bishop takes knight in the air. Sindarov playing on seconds.
Yeah, and it feels like he's just trying to consolidate Sindarov. He knows he's done a lot of the hard work, just got to avoid a blunder. That's the one thing. There's so many tactics towards the white king on these diagonals. He just has to avoid something happening. If he can, he should not lose.
I do like the defensive structure that White has taken with the knights protecting each other to make sure that none of the checkmates do happen. He goes on the offense now, hitting that bishop on b7. Is this the moment that you plant that bishop to the center of the board?
Okay.
Bounce back.
Hans's idea is to swing the rook across, and there is another open line towards the king. I would start to feel a bit scared. Everything's pointing towards the white king. Sindarov, though, swings his queen across, protecting everything.
I think he's going to go with your idea. Get that rook next to the black king, line it up against that g2 pawn, putting more pressure on. All right, he first hits the rook.
Very logical.
Well, we have 3 games, all in time scrambles right now. Near equivalence, actually, in Levon versus Magnus's game. Magnus, the one who's got a time disadvantage just creeping underneath those double digits and into the single digits as he's continuing to blitz out moves. We got Javakir Sindarov, as we have on our screens here, working with single digits, and Vincent doing the same against Fabiano Caruana, but all of them quite equal games. It's only Arjun who's looking to dispatch his opponent with ease in Parham.
I mean, this might be equal, but I think draw is the least likely result of them all. With 11 seconds on the clock, the material imbalance, the two bishops on the board, it's anyone's win, this one. Anything can happen here. He blocks one of the diagonals. This could potentially open white up to bishop takes pawn at the right moment.
Creates a square for his king and some safety by blocking that diagonal like you mentioned.
Oh, it's very scary. Maybe bishop takes pawn is possible. Hans is debating it. 1 minute, he does take that pawn.
Goes for it.
It's on the board. Pawn takes bishop. The queen jumps in with a check.
That would be a draw, I think. If white had taken the bishop, the white king would have had to hide in the corner to avoid checks. The black queen would have continued taking pawns, and it would have been a dance and a repetition. Queen trade, though. Sindarov, this is ambitious.
Yeah.
He's no longer up a pawn.
So Javakir declining the repetition. He wants more. Hans says trade, but on my terms, I'm not giving you that B passer, Sindarov.
Well, he takes a pawn, though.
This
An A passer now.
But this is scary. Look at the two bishops. You've been talking about them all this while for the last 5 years in this game, David. This is starting to look incredibly scary for the white king with no G-pawn.
Yeah, scary, but Javakir says, if you don't mate me now, I'm just going to win. I've got those two extra queenside pawns. He's calling Hans's bluff, and maybe it was a bluff.
So Hans has to keep the queen on the board here, I imagine.
F8 feels like the only square you can do that. You need to keep it defended to that bishop on D6. Well, you could give a check to G8 on G8, but it feels like that only helps white. White's king runs away.
White's king will run towards the center. Maybe even slide into the corner. Oh,
It's a check.
It's a check.
Goes for it, but as you can see, the engine agrees with both of you. We've opened up an escape route for the white king and funneled him towards the center of the board where he'll join the ranks
Keep
of
running.
his comrades.
Keep running.
Oh, and the last move from Hans is very, very slow. The black bishop is actually pinned along this 6th rank. There's a pawn that would be weak if the black bishop ever moves. So Sindarov has a bit of time. Knights are just such good defenders. Like, a knight is a king's best friend, and he has two of them controlling every square that the black queen wants to use later. The white king is going to feel super safe just hanging out on the back rank here. Well, there we go, even moving it forward.
He hits that bishop, and the knight that you pointed out controls that key E2 square, so no infiltration by the black queen. Bishop falls back. Can you just continue pushing? Is bishop F4 a big threat? Sindarov doesn't care.
A7.
A7, bishop F4, king just falls back.
Nerves of steel. How does he do it?
I'm flabbergasted by this game. This is maybe the most impressive game he's played so far today. When you are sitting at the top of the table, maybe could have just played for the draw. And instead, he decided to keep pressing forward.
And that's saying something about the guy who just outplayed Magnus on game one.
And look at this. A second queen appears. If the bishop takes the queen, there's going to be a knight fork, a devastating check. Sindarov's about to win another game.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Here's Becky Youngster.
Hans takes one queen off the board.
Bam, there's the fork.
And the queen falls. You can pick up both the knights, take the knight on F3. I think Hans is just about to resign. The king runs away. Sindarov, what a performance it has been by him today.
Incredible.
He's making a great case for himself to be the front runner coming out of the group stage here with a check onto the king. Still needs to put the finishing touches on it, but it's a queen against two bishops, 3 pawns apiece. Should be easily wrapped up.
I mean, he might be winning a bishop on the next move. Those bishops, LPDO, loose pieces, drop off. That's another one to remember, James.
I like it. I like it. So what? We're dropping back 1 square with a check on the king and a double attack on the light or on the dark square bishop? No, it goes a different way.
They all look good. That's the problem. The king actually has to come up and defend its bishops. They were too loose. There would have been double attacks or skewers in the meantime. But here, he can just pick off some pawns if he really wants to. There we go. He's collecting everything. Hans Niemann has had a tough day. But Sindarov, we shouldn't take anything away from him. This has been another level of nerves. We knew it in Weissenhaus when he picked Hikaru. We knew it in the World Cup, navigating all those tie breaks. And
did you see that? Sindarov's like, why are you even playing this position, man? I got this. I'm surprised Hans is continuing. And that's it. He resigns.
Wow, there you have it. Javakir Sindarov continues his dominant run here through the round robin on day 1 of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals in South Africa. Another victory for him, going up to 5 points out of 6 total possible points and only one more round to go. He's locked into the upper bracket for sure. Now it's just a question of whether or not anyone can catch him or if he's going to get first pick of the litter for future opponents. 2 games left in play. We're going to hop over to Magnus Carlsen and see how Levon is maybe wrestling his way out of a disadvantaged position from earlier. There is an imbalance here. We've got 3 pawns on the side of Levon's board, along with the king to 1 pawn and the knight here for Magnus Carlsen. Very little time to work with, though. Look at that. Time ticking down for Magnus. He does get a move on the board, 5 seconds increment.
He's playing for a win, Magnus, but he's just not got enough material left. Simply only 1 white pawn. If that white pawn is traded off, white can't make a new queen. It is a draw. A knight on its own, not enough to deliver checkmate. So Levon will try and deflect the white knight or white king at some point by pushing his kind of spare pawn, the f pawn, forward. And yeah, sooner or later, first he gives a check. When the time is right, he'll find a way to trade off. There we go. He pushes his pawn forward, kicks away the white knight, and he's coming in with his king.
Perfection there by Levon. Just finding the most direct path to neutralizing all material there. The king will step up. Magnus will lose his last remaining pawn, and hands. We'll have handshakes right there with king takes pawn coming in next. And that's it. No material on the board, and this one ends in a draw.
And not enough to play with here. So each of these players will go up half a point apiece. Levon will keep himself 1 point ahead of Magnus Carlsen in the standings, but does now concede at least possession of first place for the time being to Javokir Sindarov, who did get that decisive victory. 1 more board left to go. It's Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer. This one as well looks like it's heading in the direction of a draw. We can get into check on them in just a moment. These guys were, oh, it is a draw, in fact, I'm being told by production. So just like that, 2 guys who were matched and tied in the standings at 2 points apiece now will move to 2.5 points apiece. So each of them still very much on the bubble there, looking to see if they can stab into the top 4 before the conclusion of the day.
Yeah, a decent result, but probably doesn't help either of them as much as they would like, as they will find it difficult to break into the top half. For Levon Aronian, that was fantastic defense. He was on the back foot, material down, somehow held against the greatest endgame player of all time.
He's just been amazing today, Levon. You know, start to finish, all his games, the quality of chess, and we saw that in Vegas as well. You know, we speak about his creativity, the artist that Levon is, and I think this format really speaks to him. It's something that he's mentioned himself, how much he enjoys it, and today has been Levon's big show here.
Well, he's got 1 more test ahead of him. It's going to be that guy right there on the left-hand side of your screen, Javokir Sindarov. And what a matchup to end the day on. The 2 guys sitting at the top of the table going up against each other, followed just behind by the likes of Arjun Erigaisi, who has really turned on the afterburners here near the end of the day. Magnus Carlsen locking down that 4th spot currently. But this is very important, y'all. Magnus Carlsen at 3.5 points is the only player who is catchable by anybody in the bottom 4. The next 2 in the standings are the likes of Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keimer, 2.5 points apiece, right? So if either of them were to pick up a win here and Magnus takes the loss, then they would end up tied. We go into tiebreak scenarios. We'll deal with that if and when we get there. All that said, let's take a look at maybe some of their opponents and talk about what's in store for us and whether or not they can get it done. Vincent Keimer is going up against a Hans Niemann. Fabiano Caruana is going up against an Arjun Erigaisi. So that's who they're going to have to get it done against, and they're going to have to hope that Parham gets his first point on the board, not just half a point, but a full win over Magnus Carlsen to even force that tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Tall order.
Imagine you have the most difficult day ever, you lose 6 games, and what's your reward? You play Magnus Carlsen in the last one.
Oh.
Doesn't get any easier here on the Freestyle Tour.
Yeah, not an enviable position, but like we said, you know, it's not the end of your tournament here. It's just a matter of placement coming out of the day. And hey, look, we could also talk about what's the best way to reverse what has been the most sour start to your entire tournament. And I can think of no better way to do it than to take down Magnus Carlsen in the final round of the day, right?
Opportunity. But, you know, to all of this, I think even if it was 2 rounds ago, I would just say Parham wants today to finish, and he's focused. He's already thinking about tomorrow. You've got to stop with what's happened today. It's been an absolute disaster. Currently on 0 points. He's playing against Magnus, most likely, let's just put it out there, about to go down to the world #1 as well. 0 out of 7. David, you said it, perhaps one of the worst days of his chess career. And you just have to forget it. Sometimes everything goes wrong. And the one thing that strikes me is
that this could have been a completely different narrative for Parham had things gone differently at the very start of the day. A completely crushing and a cruising game against Fabiano Caruana, winning till that very last moment. A one-move blunder, and it's all been south from there for Parham. I think he has to forget it. For me, the excitement is also at the very top of the table. I mean, who would have thought that after 7 rounds, we would be setting a stage where you've got Levon playing against Javokir for the finish at the very top to get that first pick. And there's a lot on the line for that. Because if they do get the first pick, very likely they'll call out on Parham for the quarterfinals matchup. Everyone else, extremely hard.
Yeah, craft your pathway to the finals, right? So get that top spot at the very least for both of those guys. They're looking at a possible top 2 finish. Though, given the fact that they're playing each other, let's also work through this scenario, right? Javokir or Levon, right, end up beating each other decisively. Then all of a sudden, Arjun re-enters the conversation to maybe stab up into the top 2. Not necessarily to take the top spot. He is 1 point behind Javokir. But hey, Javokir takes a loss. Arjun gets a win. They're tied at 5. We could have tie breaks at the top of the table, just as much as we could have tie breaks for that 4th spot.
Yeah, it's just so hard to separate these players. And I mean, the one thing I will say, like the top 3, I mean, I'm going to include Arjun in that. Like, so impressive. Like the streak he's been on, the convincing nature as well. His wins, when he has got them, have been very, very dominant. The way he beat Magnus, the way he beat Vincent and others. So, yeah, Arjun deserves to be there.
In danger of falling out of the top 4. That's a wild storyline. The fact that Fabiano, again, who we had talked about, was so consistent throughout a number of our previous Grand Slams, the fact that he actually didn't find that same consistency here today, and as well as really playing in these final moments just to get into the top 4 and avoid maybe a matchup against Magnus. Because if the standings freeze as they are, I have a pretty good feeling you're ending up with a Magnus Fabiano first round bracket matchup, just because Magnus doesn't get a choice and everyone else is looking to avoid Fabi.
Or Magnus Hans, dare I say it? It could be anything.
I think that's what the crowd's rooting for, David. You're reading their minds right now. I think a Magnus-Hans clash would be pretty epic to see, but I think if it's on Magnus to pick or Hans to pick, neither of them are getting each other. They don't want to go for that match.
Well, there you have it. There's a lot of storylines still in play. There's a lot of jockeying that can still be done. Moments away, though, from finding out what will be the starting position for our 7th and final round of the round robin. One more time, back out to Fiona Style-Anthony for the position lottery.
Welcome back. Only 1 round left to play. I'm delighted to be joined by Gawa, who's a chess fan. He's here with friends from Cape Town, and it's your first time watching a chess competition live. What have your impressions been?
It's a privilege to have this tournament hosted in my home city, and it's amazing watching the best in the world doing what they do live. I've been following them online, but it's nice to meet them and see them live in action.
Yeah, and what a performance they have put on today. We are now going to find out which position they'll play for this last round. So let's go. And it is position number 146, 146. Thank you so much. Go enjoy the last round. To the players, best of luck. 10 minutes as always at home. Have fun.
One on nine. Yeah, I was winning like in move 3 and I did not realize that it's 2 more pounds. I can't win really.
What was your opinion?
And he played like e4, e5, c3, d5, e takes d5, knight b6, knight f3, 1 more pound, yeah, just in move 3. And I was still...
Are you guys playing black?
Yeah. Black. I won in move 3. I need like, I get like 60 moves to realize this. Give 1 more pound.
Okay, c4, c5 is good for us, right? Looks like
yeah, it should be good.
Sicilian.
Well, no, where the zooms are.
So,
d4, c5 also.
d5? Are you sure?
Why c5? No, not c5.
I don't put this side on.
D5.
I feel like we had very similar positions before. C4?
Make some sense or not? I mean, maybe immediately.
You want to sack?
Yeah. 1965.
Yeah, we had something like this in Vegas.
Yeah. Very similar.
I mean, this one also looks bishop d5, yeah?
Knight c2. Bishop b5.
Okay, 96.
We lose many squares.
Yeah, it's many squares. Yeah.
Knight e2.
Yeah, bishop c4, knight e2.
No, I think this is.
Yeah.
You can just.
No, but maybe for immediately, like. What about?
Okay, you can hear e4.
Yeah, we hear
Knight e3. That's it. Those knights.
Okay, yeah.
Done.
Yeah, yeah.
c5, we are running huge risk. I mean, what happens if we. c4 is.
c4 is.
Yeah, but also e4, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, also e4.
Well, e4 should be fine, right? We take knight d7.
Yeah, I think like knight d7 is on b6, c5 is, should be fine.
Same equals C5.
Yeah, takes is.
Okay, so c4?
Yeah, c4 is most logical.
No, but this is.
This is nothing. Maybe knight c3 you try. Knight d2.
Maybe not c4.
But then it's hard.
This?
Why not? Yeah, I like it. If e5 is good, then e4 must be good.
Takes 97, yeah? Yeah, d6.
This is super
Yeah,
solid.
no,
They have
this
d6
is
c5.
Not the way. This, yeah, not my e4 then.
Nothing.
Okay, and what about knight e4? c5 or what?
Yeah, c5 or e5, right?
Ah, we also have this type of stuff.
e5 or c5.
Horses.
Maybe the first move is not the one. Maybe we should just.
Okay, what about this stuff?
This looks better. It's critical.
Yes. You can go c5 also, yeah? Doesn't feel quite white is achieving much.
Yes. Can you try d4, d5, d3?
Yes, it's pretty logical.
Maybe c5 is.
This,
what we need to check. Yeah, this looks c5 and d4 or what?
Yes.
I don't believe it is.
Don't believe in this for white?
Oh, this is good, no? d4?
I don't know.
d4. Oh, knight e3. Oh, so you could also go knight c3, yes?
You think tactically black won't.
You have also e4.
I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe black
Knight
is fine.
c3 was fine, no? Knight c3 because now you are threatening e4 also.
But e6?
e4?
Yeah, e4 is possible.
e4.
Knight b5, yeah?
Knight
e5.
Knight b6.
No, knight.
I don't think that white's better.
Two bishops.
Oh, sorry, H5? It's a bit too much. If we survive, yeah, maybe if you survive, it's very different. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Look at something.
No, I don't want d5.
Really it should be.
We survive one move? Or
H5.
much better?
And I just I will not play this. I have a bad feeling that something will go wrong.
And then we can play d6. Bishop c4, knight g5.
Ah, wait.
Maybe
it's hard to believe that this is.
H5 you want to go.
no, okay. It's too crazy. No, okay. No, but to B3, I think we can find some move here.
Yes, I'm just saying.
I mean, okay, knight f6 was unnecessary. That is.
I'm not sure. Like knight f5 is coming, but it's not so easy. Prefer to find other option.
Nice. Knight c3, move 2.
Can also c5 doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, but
Sure.
yeah, this position is not interesting. Like b7 before b6.
This one?
Yeah. Okay.
And this is it, our final round of play here on the first day of action in South Africa, concluding our round robin and the group stage here to seed everybody in to our bracket stage. Position 146 is what was drawn, and that's what the players are working with here as they make their final moves within the standings.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're having fun with the analysis. Some fantastical variations, going very deep. The players with the white pieces look like they're in the mood to attack. And nice to see Parham as well, getting as involved as possible with some of the ideas here, aiming to end today on a high.
And there are some patterns emerging in this final 146 that we have, right? We have one undefended pawn, but it's hard to get to that pawn. It's not easy to actually attack it on the very first move. It's impossible. Second of all, again, we see the king and the rook tucked in the corner, which means ideas of pushing that H pawn at the right moment to start developing the rook with a potential rook lift. You know, very often in freestyle, castling the conventional way isn't the only way to get your rook into the game. Apart from that, I also see some of the players discussing moving that E pawn forward, opening up the bishop as well as the queen, and eventually maybe a more strategic approach with the 5-1-8, get the bishop out and actually go for that castle. So going to be interesting to see how this pans out. The one move I look forward to on the board is the B pawn going a step ahead. That bishop on A1 sleeping there can be quite the rocket.
Well, as the players are up and out of their chairs and make their way into the playing hall, I'd be remiss not to, on the final game of the day, ask for first move predictions out of the two of you, or even what you think are the engine's preferred first moves. Any guesses for the top three?
Well, I cheated without the engines on the board the best way possible with the players. So I'll go with what they were discussing, E4. I think we'll see E4 on the board.
E4 at 40 depth is the top move. David?
I saw the players with the black pieces discussing D4. Probably not relevant if the white players are going to push that E pawn anyway. I'll say C4. Go on then.
Well, you should have stuck with D4.
D4.
That's number 2 on the list.
No.
And guess what's number 3? It's that H4 pawn. Wow. You were talking about. You said play it at the right time. The right time might be right out the gate.
And then we have handshakes for the winning game here, which would decide the winner of the round robin in this one. So lots on the stake in this one. You know, getting that first pick of the quarterfinals, that's the big enchilada. That's the big prize here. Yep. Sindarov, he just looks so cool, so calm, so collected, so confident.
All Sindarov needs is a draw or better here against Levon to hold him off. Obviously, Levon would want that victory to leapfrog and ultimately grab the top spot. It's not just picking your opponent. I want to remind everybody at home that there are circuit points at stake here in the round robin. If you finish in first, that's 8 points immediately going into your total at the end of the tournament. Then whatever you gain based on your final placement. So for everybody, this could be a game of inches at the end of these 4 days that we're talking about when it comes to our overall tour winner.
And it's D for David, it's D for D4. You should have stuck to that prediction, David Howard.
I should have known Levon Aronian. He's a D4 player by heart, always has been. But here we do see a small mistake, apparently. Black's queen coming out. The most natural move, the most natural follow-up. Javokir has been learning from Magnus Carlsen, bringing his queen out early on move 2. But this is a mistake because the queen will get hit in the near future. Still not possible to attack it yet. There's a pin towards the white bishop, but Levon with this last move is getting ready to bring his knight forward. Then he'll play Tanya's move, pushing the B pawn, and this queen is going to have to scoot out the way in the very, very near future. So I don't think it's a great start to the game for Sindarov, although, of course, still very early days.
And here's a fun fact. If we just go into our bird's eye view, bring up all our 4 boards, in fact, that best move that you pointed out, the move that the players were looking at as well, the pawn in front of the queen moving 2 steps forward, look at that. Hasn't been played, I believe, on a single board as move number 1.
Wow, it was D4, D4, D4. Why didn't I just sound like a genius and...
David the D-pawn.
Oh.
That's such an easy pick for you.
It really should have been. In the meantime, it's guaranteed that Levon Aronian or Javokir Sindarov will top the group stage. One of the two, so we'll keep an eye on that battle. But elsewhere, it looks like some very interesting developments. Especially, I'm going to say, Magzudlu against Magnus Carlsen, where I see a brilliant move land already this early in the round. It was a sacrifice that was rejected. It looks like that's by far the most progressed game so far.
Maybe we hop in there, as we will likely end the round by looking in at that top table matchup between Levon Aronian and Javokir Sindarov. So let's see how Parham is faring in his final game of the day while he looks to get something done against the world #1. And it would be a brilliant way to end your day if you could get it done.
It would be the best kind of consolation prize after one of the hardest days for Parham, and I'm really rooting for him. You know, huge Magnus fan here, but I think we all want Parham to kind of end this on a high, just to get ready for tomorrow. And then it just becomes easier to leave things behind if you're able to beat this guy.
Exactly right.
And he's barely spent any time, Parham. He's only spent around 20 seconds if we don't include the increment, yet he has a very interesting position down a pawn. I just want to very quickly take us back, because we did see the D-pawn push for both, and something the players with the white pieces were discussing. B3 to open up the bishop, also to support a strike in the center. The game progressed very quickly. Magnus playing what would normally be called the Queen's Gambit accepted, and just kind of taking a pawn and opening things up. But this allows Parham to break. And just if we fast forward to this moment, bishop takes D5. This is where the fireworks began. There's a pin, so the bishop is untouchable. Parham reacted with one of the first brilliant moves of his day. Bishop takes pawn, double exclamation mark, to lure the black queen away so that the bishop could be taken. This would have given white a nice position. Very strong pawn in the center. Magnus says, nope, I saw that one. I'm going to take your pawn. So up a pawn again. And just to catch up, the knight comes forward. The bishop drops back. The black queen now is vulnerable. It is hit. And check it out. It was a matter of time. Harry the H-pawn makes an appearance. And Parham, I think he's got great attacking potential. The rook is lifting to come towards the queen and king. The pawn is lifting. This is typical. This is how to play against Magnus Carlsen.
And this is so up Parham's alley as well. We've been talking about one of his strengths being these aggressive positions. So getting Magnus into muddy waters early on as he thinks how to handle it. Does he have time to go H5 himself, stopping that H-pawn from moving forward? Does he first decide to trade in B5? There's definitely pressure on Magnus. But still said, it feels that Parham, with everything that's happened, it's a long way to go before we can say anything tangible about it.
It's going to be a grinding game. They almost always are against Magnus Carlsen if you can't throw a haymaker at him early and get him off kilter. So while we let this one germinate and develop, we're going to take a trip around all of the boards, starting with Arjun versus Fabiano Caruana. Arjun already sitting up in the top 4 again with an absolutely stellar performance near the second half of the day. Fabiano, opposite story for him. Would love to come away with a victory here to conclude his round robin, sitting at 2.5 points. And right now, things are looking pretty good for him, if I'm to take the engine's evaluation as gospel.
Wow, apparently a big mistake, Tanya. Is it something to do with the black king? There's a pin on this file. If the white queen moves away, white is not winning, so it must be process of elimination taking this knight.
And David, it feels like a very straightforward line, right? But I'm sure there's more because Arjun's played knight f6. He's got to have something on his mind. Bishop takes knight. The only way you recapture is destroying the pawn formation in front of the king. G takes f6. You take it with the e-pawn, you lose your queen. Now if you give a check on g4, there's the rook sliding over. And I think this is what... Ooh, or not.
Check it out. Check it out. Pin, pin. What was that? PP on the PP?
That's not even required anymore because there's a trapped piece at the corner of the board. But I like that you're catching on with the lingo.
I'm learning. And this is incredible. All of black's pieces are pinned on the back rank, and that is going to be very, very painful.
But then if you can't move your rook, if you can't slide over and block the check, the only other way to do it is bishop jumping over. Doesn't the knight land on f5? That's a PP on the PP.
More pressure, and the move you don't want to play here to defend your bishop is this one, moving the queen on over, because this is a smothered mate, and something about the pin and the pin and the pin.
We got to find a new phrase.
We really do. And smothered checkmate, there must be one about that, but in the meantime, it looks like it all starts with bishop takes knight. The details after that, you can try to be accurate.
Is it this hard to find?
I don't know, my bishop takes knight is not hard to find because you're simply destroying Arjun's pawn formation in front of the king. It's the first move that you're thinking about. You're opening up the G line, the knight on e3 beautifully set to jump over to f5. But Fabi is thinking.
Wow.
So that surprises me.
Apparently in this position, there's many tempting moves, but the only immediate knockout is to push this pawn forward.
Oh, wow.
Hit the rook. And this is because the rook is actually caught in two minds. It needs to stay on the 5th rank to defend its king. But if it does, firstly, if it swings across here, I think it just gets hit, and it has no good squares to go to. But if it steps across to attack the queen, only now do you give a check and then jump in. And this is devastating for the bishop in the corner, trapped. And has he found it, Fabiano? He's made a move.
That is so fascinating because you're basically displacing the rook from the most ideal square in the position where it controls the c8 square. You want to force it away from the c line so the queen can slide over and win that bishop, which is essentially just trapped at the corner of the board.
So mistake by Arjun Erigaisi, immediately punished here by Fabiano Caruana.
Has he taken it? He's taken it.
If he finds this move, Fabiano is going to win.
It's game over.
He wins a piece or wins something big.
B4, moment of truth here. Okay, B4 isn't trivial.
No, but I think you find it kind of retroactively. You see it kind of from reverse. You see, okay, queen check, the rook moves and blocks, and then, oh, I have this winning move. I come to the top of the board, I pin you, I trap you, I win something. And suddenly he'll realize, oh, but in this position, the black bishop comes up, and I cannot get to this square. So if we reverse engineer it and go back to the start, maybe that's how he gets there. He's like, oh, wait, I need to kick this rook away first, and then I come in with a check, and then I come to the top of the board. I think that's the thought process if he finds it, not obviously.
Fabi could be winning this game in 8 moves. If he finds his pawn move, and he doesn't.
Doesn't find it. And now Arjun has a move to secure some safety at least. Whether it's bringing out the knight, whether it's, for example, pushing this pawn up to stop any queen checks. Arjun, sigh of relief.
Yeah, did you see that? You could see it on him. I almost felt like Arjun saw B4. He was scared about that happening on the board. He leaned back, just took a breath, and comes locked in one more time. Gets a second life in this one.
Yeah, not out of the woods yet, though. So now it's a question of how he cobbles this one back. He's been given another opening here by Fabiano after he handed that opening over to his opponent.
E4 was such an Arjun move, like pushing that pawn. If colors were reversed, he would find that like 100% of the time, I think. It's just like momentum move, create the threat, push your opponent. And yeah, that's how he wins a lot of his games very quickly as well, Arjun. But okay, this game, it looks like it will go on a bit longer with things still in the balance.
All right, let's continue our journey then. Vincent Keimer versus Hans Niemann. We haven't taken a look at this one yet here in our final round of the day. These are two guys who currently sit in the bottom 4 and are likely to remain there. But even still, now at this point, it's almost about proving to those above you that you don't want to pick me.
What's going on with that stare? Did you just see Hans Niemann? He was deadlock staring at Vincent Keimer for a straight 10 seconds.
Well, as it is our first time checking in on this game, I wonder if it's been a decently long think or not, or what he would be questioning. No super long thinks, longest being a minute on that previous move.
I think it's because of this. If we just roll it back 2 moves, maybe Hans here, he's just started pushing forward to try and attack the black king on this side, brought his rook forward. Maybe he just forgot. He started frowning at Vincent the moment Vincent castled the other way, the long side, bring the black king 5 squares across. And maybe he was just like, oh, wait, I forgot about that. Now I'm hitting thin air. Your king's going to be super safe. And it's definitely black with the advantage if we catch up with the live position. Safe king, the black rook coming in. And white's bishops aren't so good. They're both a bit blocked.
And I think that last move by Hans just goes on to show the trouble that he might be feeling because he's playing against the idea of the black knight arriving on f3. That knight gets to f3, you'd be forced to give up your bishop, and that's disastrous. So h4 does weaken Hans's king, but I think it was a bit of a necessity to stop knight g5.
Yeah, and Hans, he's definitely sped up as the day's gone on, but the moves haven't necessarily got better. I do wonder if it comes to choosing names, whether the other players will have a bit of fun and leave Magnus to play Hans. Just have a feeling.
Oh my goodness.
Question to our resident grandmaster here. David, if you're in the mix, I mean, most likely out of all of us, David would be the one who will be in the mix here. And let's say you had the pick here. How likely are you to choose Hans, even if he's not on paper one of the favorites?
I would leave him. I'd let Magnus
deal with that.
Deal with that. Just as a pure chess fan, it will be fun to watch. But we'll see. We'll see. It does look like
but again, in order to do that, the most likely option you have to then pick for yourself is Fabiano Caruana.
That's a
in your quarterfinal. Are you kidding me? You're inviting a quarterfinal against Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah, Mr. Consistent.
Oh, come on. The guy's hitting the podiums left and right. You're almost dooming yourself at that point. So
easy to say as a fan who's just no skin in the game, just wants the chaos. But
we can all hope.
Exactly.
We can all hope.
We've seen stranger things this season.
It's true. It's true.
Literally.
Okay.
You like it? Season 5?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it yet. There's a pressure. There's a triple stack of pieces hitting the f-pawn, so I'm expecting Vincent to just defend it, and it looks like he's got good chances long term.
That legendary triple stack.
Attacks the rooks on the counter offense. You have to be a little careful. You know, you could take everything on f7, but then there's a sneaky check at the end of the line on the first rank. And again, LPD or lose pieces, drop off. Maybe we can show that, David. Rook takes queen, and then suddenly, boom, rook d1, bishop on a1, say bye-bye.
That's a beautiful find right there.
Yeah, so this is a nice trap that Vincent set for his opponent. Hans will most likely move this rook out the way, therefore. There we go. And, oh, he brings it back. Some indecision. He's touched his rook. He's going to have to move it.
All right,
That's not an absolute disaster. You want to move that rook under attack. But he decided to try to find another square. I mean, c1 looks the most active of all.
Yeah, maybe he's just scared of the black knight coming in with some nasty forking threats. So we'll see. Hans, though, in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, definitely agree.
A little bit of trouble. Both these guys, again, just making the case to not be chosen by some of the top dogs coming out of the conclusion of our round robin. And speaking of top dogs, we got to go back to the top table between Javokir Sindarov and Levon Aronian. As we arrive, you'll see that things are near dead even, again, by the computer's evaluation. But I want to know where you two think on a more human level. How do you feel about this? If I had to plop you in, which side would you rather play?
Oh, I'm more used to having white in these types of positions, a bit more central control. But black's pieces look so active, Tanya. Looks a bit scary.
You know, when you started, I was hoping you'd pick white because I decided I want black here. I mean, look at those two bishops eyeing that white king there, the knight at the center of the board, the queen nicely placed on h5. Meanwhile, for Lev, queen on e1, not playing a role. Bishop on f1, what bishop am I even talking about? Even if the bar says equal, I would want to take on David with black here.
Yeah, and you'd probably win. You'd probably get mated.
That's too kind.
That being said, yeah, I mean, the clock situation, 30 seconds in it, feels like it is a type of position that could go either way. If black's attack kind of fizzles out, kind of loses its spark, then maybe white could have good chances long term. Open d-file, the bishop in the corner, also a decent sniper. White's rook on the third rank I quite like as a defensive piece, but also maybe an offensive piece. Still very, very tense.
The one thing I've learned from David's commentary alongside working with him is that it's always about finding what's the problem piece for your opponent here, right? For any of the sides. And I think that bishop on f1, that's the big issue here. You can't move the g-pawn forward to develop it because you've got other problems. You weaken the diagonal, rook on h3, hello, what are you even doing there? The e-pawn far away from moving. So I think until that bishop finds life in this game, black will always have that edge to pull from a human perspective.
Any problem pieces on the other side of the board? Or you feel pretty good about the way
Feeling pretty good,
together?
James.
Okay.
Feeling amazing about it.
Especially after this last move. The long castles from, like, literally moving your king 5 squares. That is super satisfying. And it solved the only problem piece, which was this rook in the corner, which now can easily centralize. So Javokir heard us. He heard us and he acted. And it looks like he's doing very well.
And there's a direct threat. The bishop at the center of the board was attacked, forced to fall back now. A mistake, but it's a kind of position it's easy to make mistakes on. Suddenly you're questioning that rook on h3 just feels so misplaced. You know, with no ideas on the board currently, I think Levon's in bigger trouble than the bar indicates.
There we go. There's a rook trade that's going to help Javokir bring the other rook across with gain of time.
And do you care about knight f4 in the air as well?
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't ask. That looks... I'll let Levon deal with that one. The knight's creeping forward.
So you recapture with the queen here, not with the knight moving backwards?
Yeah.
Because if I'm trying to get that light squared bishop into the game, I capture with the retreating knight move. I now bring my e-pawn forward. Okay, too late. I'm proven to be wrong. I think it would make sense in the face of some grandmasters.
You had a very good point there. Knight takes is less natural, like backward knight moves are the hardest in chess to make. Just psychologically feels like you're giving ground. But maybe in that scenario it was also perfectly fine. So I think there was no right or wrong there. He just decided with his queen instead.
How good is Jabakir feeling about his life right now? World Cup winner, into the candidates, comes in here to South Africa, takes down the world #1, beats Magnus at the top of the leaderboard, half a point lead. Like, it's good to be Jabakir today.
At 20 years old.
Oh, happy birthday.
By the way,
as well.
yeah.
He's not even close to his peak. He's just loving life. Everything's still ahead. 20 years old today.
Unreal.
And what a year it's been. I think even before this year, it's, of course, fantastic. One of the youngest GMs ever. But this has been a real breakout.
But also how cool for him to be facing down Levon Aroni, and likewise for Levon, the oldest player in the field, to be right there in the #2 position. These guys are proving that age is less, the factor in any of these discussions.
More than double Javakir's age.
True.
That is wild. Levon literally won the World Cup when Javakir was born. First
Levon
time.
aging like fine Armenian wine. I mean, just incredible performances over the board in this last year it's been for him. And I think all of us and chess fans rooting for Lev so much everywhere he plays. Everybody wants to see him do well.
Without a doubt, he's a very classy player, classy guy. Moves his queen across, given a question mark. Not the most precise square, but he does have a clear idea, maybe in the near future, of trying to trade off the queens. If he can, releases some of the pressure.
Is Lev one of the most liked top elite grandmasters in the world?
Ooh, probably.
I would think so. I haven't met anyone.
It's not a tough competition.
It's true. It's not saying much.
It doesn't say much, but it's very, very possible. And Javakir, that's another touch of class. Like, he sees the opponent's threat. Levon puts his queen on the square purely to come forward and trade queens. So he says, I'll shut the door on that idea. I might lose a move. I push a pawn, but you have to go back to square one. Force Levon here to burn a bit of time on the clock. Down to 1.5 minutes. This feels like it might be a decisive game either way, which would certainly be intriguing for the standings.
That's a good point. If I check back in with the standings themselves, we can't forget that Arjun Erigaisi is only a half point behind Levon, right? So if Levon does end up taking a loss here, that means he is reachable. He is surpassable by the likes of an Arjun Erigaisi. You need to be falling down into the 3rd position and then having one more person get their pick of the litter before you do when it comes to picking your group stage, or rather your bracket stage opponent.
Yeah, we haven't had so many draws so far today. I think just 7 in the first 6 rounds.
Basically, roughly a quarter of our games have ended in a draw.
But it feels like all the eval bars are in the middle, but I have a feeling just the trend of the day, the clock ticking down, we'll start seeing some blunders in the near future. Danger zone now.
And while the bars might indicate that the positions are balanced, there's so many pieces on the board. There's still so many dynamics. None of the games are actually sort of navigating towards those peaceful end games or solid positions. So I think time scrambles are going to be huge in this last round. Currently, a threat on the board. Knight on e5 under attack.
Gotta move it.
Sindarov, head in hands, under 2 minutes.
Time to move. He's thinking about whether to jump forward, whether to kind of take a step back. And sometimes you have to take a step back in order to go forward later. He's very much looking towards the enemy king, though. You can kind of tell body language. He wants to go forward, but maybe not the best right now.
You know, the move you want to get in is that knight jump hitting that rook at the corner of the board. But then you're looking at, is it going to be enough if I'm going to give up 2 of my knights with that knight f4 move? And I just don't feel it's the right moment for him.
Yeah, you've got to wait. Be patient. Clock is ticking, though.
Yeah, click. Yes.
About to hit the 1 minute mark.
Yeah. From a time advantage to a time disadvantage, he will jump one of his knights forward here to the g4 square.
Suddenly we have some games coming to life. This is the moment. This is where things happen.
Thank you for calling my attention to it. Let's first go to Arjun versus Fabiano. I think that's the one we should go to because Arjun is up at the top of the table. And we did see the bar kind of flick one way and the other. He's up against Fabiano Caruana. Again, decisive victory here while Levon loses means Arjun ends in second place. So fighting chances, yes, the bar looks a little equal here. Maybe we roll it back and see where some opportunities may have arisen that weren't fully capitalized on.
Yeah, it was just a moment ago we saw some fancy queen exchanges, and it did look like Fabiano was doing very well for a second. But in this position, it does look like Black has enough control with his strong bishop planted in the center to hold the balance. It's Arjun, though, on the defensive.
Arjun on the defensive, trying to hold strong. So let's hop to another one that seems to be going all topsy-turvy. That's Vincent Keimer versus Hans Niemann.
Whoa.
I believe Vincent's been playing with very little time to his name for a number of previous moves, and he is very much on the back foot here against Hans Niemann, looking with a destructive advantage at this point.
It's the H-pawn, it's Harry the H-pawn, it's unstoppable there about the queen. And very importantly, you know, Black has set up this mating idea with the knight and the rook, but White has a beautiful bishop to defend. Knight F3 can always be countered by the bishop sliding back, no checkmate on H2, basically 3 moves away. And for Hans, he doesn't even give him that chance. He kicks the rook, H6 coming in any moment.
Oh, this is going to be decisive. The bishop has to drop back, but you can take this bishop. Look at the geometry. That would lure the black king to a square. It can get checked. The white bishop will jump forward with a check, hitting the black king, hitting the rook as well. That could be the beginning of the end.
Hans about to get the win. I wonder if the idea is to move your king forward. Tactics, Vincent calculating the line that, David, you mentioned. Hans is on it as well. Rook takes bishop, or will Hans simply move his own bishop?
Oh, big moment. The bishop in the corner is hit as well. Black does threaten some nasty checks, so he does take it. King has to move, cannot take the rook. That would have allowed the white bishop to come forward with the check, winning the black rook in the corner. So now is their time.
Hans looking to finish the day on a high. Can he put the finishing touches here? Attacks the knight. A check on F3.
Ooh, quick flick of the eyes as well towards his opponent. Hey, man, do you realize how much trouble you're in right now?
Vincent, I think all day the clock has been his biggest opponent, his biggest challenge. Not for the first time this season. Vincent really needs a bit more time to bring his best. There we go. He gives a check. He retreats, hitting the bishop, but also now trying to take the white rook. It's a double attack. How to continue? Maybe just moving the rook. And as Tanya said, Hans the H-pawn is going to win the game.
It's coming up.
All right.
3 moves away from becoming a queen. Black just doesn't have enough resources to defend this. You're down a piece, and now Vincent down on the clock as well. 7 seconds to boot.
He's surely doomed here. Hans keeping that 2-minute bank will surely allow him to win. And he pushes the H-pawn forward. That is really clever. If king takes rook now, the white pawn will continue pushing its way forward. And if the black knight ever takes it, we'll see this actually unfold on the board. Knight takes pawn now would allow the white bishop to deliver that last fork. Handshake, game over.
Realization that there's no more fight left in him here. Vincent Keimer admits defeat against Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann, the first victor of the round, but we're going to move quick. Let's go back over to Javokir, Sindarov, and Levon Aroni, because I do not want to miss the conclusion of this fight for first place between these two players.
Okay, fascinating position. It's deep in the endgame now. It's actually level material, but Javokir is the one with the threats. The black knight is threatening, most importantly, a nasty fork. It was trying to hit the king and rook at the same time. Levon gets out of the way, but the black rook as well. Very, very active. I think I would take black here, Tanya.
Yeah, and that's because knights are so super tricky, especially when both players are playing on seconds. You've got to watch out for those checks. Well, right now, G6 pawn attacked. The knight attack comes in. The white king will move forward, attacking the knight. Again, this endgame down a pawn right now, but with all the threats on the board, possible for all 3 results. But Levon needs only one. He has to win on demand to win the round robin.
Yeah, he would, I think, love the win, of course, but probably at this point, a draw is a very logical result. And there we go. Knight takes bishop. He's trying to secure it. Javokir, he leans back. What's happened here? Has he...
Whoa.
Okay, looked like a bit of frustration, but he knows that a draw is all he needs. So that's what he's playing for.
Maybe it was just that now all his problems are solved.
Yeah.
Draw is in the bag. you know, he's probably already thinking about dinner and who he's picking for the quarterfinals next.
That's a good point. Yeah, you better start thinking about that now. You'll be making that decision in just a couple hours' time.
Well, he's not picking Hikaru again, that's for sure.
Only because he's not here, David.
Yeah, not an option. Otherwise, maybe he'd want revenge.
And yeah, the players are continuing, but this is a very straightforward draw. The white pawn is easily kept under lock and key by the black rook behind it. And in the meantime, Javokir will try and create some counterplay on the other side, starting with some checks.
Yeah, this should be trivial for Javokir to hold this one with the black pieces. He's doing everything right now. Oh, and meanwhile, we've got a result coming in on the Magnus board as well.
Yeah, Magnus did ultimately dispatch Parham on their board. I think that's a game I'll actually want to revisit, funnily enough, after we watch the conclusion of this one, because there was winning chances for Parham midpoint of the game. We'll go back and see a couple of those moments where Magnus left the door open for a possible victory here for Parham, but instead he will ultimately get it done.
And look at that. Magnus is trying to remember the starting position right now. So that he can hopefully set it up, but he doesn't. He just goes with the 5. No, he is setting it up.
Yep.
You see that?
Doing his best. Not the easiest one to remember. We still have eyes there at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen there. Sindarov and Aronian's game on well in play. And just as we pop back to the table, it looks like the draw was decided. It's Javokir Sindarov, your #1 finisher, out of the round robin and heading into the group or into the bracket stage.
What was that head smash that we just saw at the end by Levon? Was there a miss that happened? Because we saw a reaction by Javokir. Something Levon wasn't happy with.
Yeah, I'm trying to track it down, trying to figure out exactly where the miss might have happened. It must have been in the middle game, but I don't quite see it. Like, there was a big advantage for Sindarov, maybe just for half a move, for one move, but nothing clear. Maybe in this position he was looking at, I don't know, bringing his queen across. Maybe it was something even earlier. But the players, nice to see them after, 6-7 hours of chess, still keen to continue.
And I'm going to say it. I mean, it was between these two players pretty much from the start of the day. They never lost control on the leaderboard. It was always a switch up between first and second.
Well, I mean, when you start your day taking down Magnus Carlsen,
you know good things are about to happen.
Exactly. And he fulfilled the prophecy of that initial win to run 5.5 points out of 7 possible. What a showing out of Javokir Sindarov. Levon Aronian just behind him at 5 points, our Vegas winner. Now, Arjun Erigaisi and Fabiano Caruana did conclude their game in a drawish fashion, so half a point apiece for each of them. That's 4.5 points now to Arjun Erigaisi's name. Fabiano will slide up to 3 points as well, but still just outside of the top 4. But this is how it all broke down here to conclude our 7th round of the day. Following the draw, the players went to their respective sides to analyze, try to find their best avenues to victory. Parham, he had opportunities, unfortunately couldn't end his day on a high note. He is winless at the conclusion of our round robin. Fabiano as well, taking a draw there. Not the way he wanted to have necessarily finished his day based on his hot start. And Arjun Erigaisi, very much the opposite story. Slow start, strong finish to end up in our top 3.
You know, as we see these scenes play out and our group stage result, I mean, we'll go through them, but I am so excited to talk about what is going to happen next. Just look at the way this has shaped up right now, with Magnus taking that final position in the top half of the board, which means he will not have an option. He will not be left with a player to pick, will be forced his opponent, and nobody from the bottom half wants to play him. Big questions here, guys.
No defeats on the day for our top 2 players, Javokir Sindarov and Levon Aronian. 5.5 points to Javokir, 5 points to Levon. They also pick up 8 and 7 points, respectively, when it comes to the Grand Slam points. That's already in their bank, with more to come based on their quarterfinal and bracket stage finish. Arjun Erigaisi, he gets 3rd, even though he's tied with Magnus at 4.5 to 4.5 because of the direct encounter and having the win in that column. So like you said, Tanya, he earns himself a pick between the 2 remaining, and then Magnus will be left with whoever is remaining in that bottom 4. Fabiano Caruana, Hans Niemann, Vincent Keimer, and Parham as well.
What an incredible day this has been. I mean, seeing Javokir at the top, something that we called out, is the guy to watch out for coming out of his World Cup victory. Levon Aronian, so many of us rooting for him. And I think the two most consistent players here, you can't even debate that. Sindarov getting that big win and undefeated throughout that round robin. Big question here. I'm going to throw it to David first. Who do you think Sindarov takes? I think that's the easy one to answer.
On paper, he should be taking Parham Maghsoodloo. Just because Parham had a tough day, it's going to be tough to recover ahead of tomorrow. Everything that could have gone against Parham did, and I think Javokir will back himself to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it might feel like the obvious choice, but I think the decision gets more difficult from there, right? If you're in the position right, of a Levon Aronian, now you're going, okay, Vincent Keimer, Hans Niemann, Fabiano Caruana. I had to play Hans in the final in Vegas. So I already know what this guy is capable of to a degree. He's made it to a final table. The same is true, though, of Fabiano Caruana. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But then you're staring down your third pick of Vincent Keimer, who as well has been a Grand Slam champion. So it almost feels like there are no good options.
He's definitely not picking Fabi. I mean, Levon and Fabiano have played endless amount of games between each other, know each other too well. So I think for Levon, it will come a choice between Vincent and Hans. Who does he take, David?
I think he takes Vincent. I think Levon knows that this isn't Vincent's ideal time format. He knows that, yes, it's 30-minute games tomorrow, but if he can hold those two, if it's 1-1, they go to quicker tie breaks, and Levon there is a huge favourite, just judging on form today. So I think he takes Vincent. But people have been punished for doing that in the past.
Yeah, and Vincent was very drawish today, had one decisive victory. So, yeah, maybe you are just looking to play maybe towards the tiebreak and possible Armageddons to move yourself forward through the quarterfinals. Arjun Erigaisi, like we said, he'll get to pick between the two remaining Magnus left with whomever is unpicked. I know that Tanya's hoping it's Hans Niemann who remains on the table. Again, I have a hard time believing that, that Arjun would pick Fabiano over a Hans, but you never know.
You know, just for the crowd, Arjun might do it. He's like, you guys want Magnus versus Hans, so I will give it to you. But I agree with you. That's a tough pick. But I have to say, at the start of the day, it was hard to predict that this is what we're going to be ending the day with. I mean, yes, Sindarov, one to watch out for. We mentioned it. Levon, excited to see. But at the top, and just how convincingly they did it, super impressive.
Yeah, it's moral of the story. It's good to be the oldest player in the field or the youngest player in the field. Levon Aronian and Javokir Sindarov. Yeah, I can't wait to find out the pairings. It's going to tell us a lot. It's going to teach us a lot. Today already, we've learned quite a bit about who is feeling it, who's in form, who's feeling kind of fresh and confident. But of course, tomorrow is where things really, really get juicy.
Wow. And I think for Arjun as well, finishing third, he's got a lot of things to be happy about with his play. It started shaky, but in the end, getting those points in to climb up, to have an option well between the last two remaining players, as he will. How do we sum up the world #1's performance here? How do you think Magnus is feeling about the day?
The toughest question to answer, because in order to answer it, I feel like you have to understand what his mentality was coming into the day. Actually, you were the one who brought it up pretty early on. If you're Magnus, you know, are you playing for first place? Are you playing a little bit fast and loose? Because ultimately you cannot be eliminated. Yeah. And you're probably confident up against pretty much anyone, regardless of whether or not you ended up being picked, let's say, in the bottom four. And even still, he managed to slide up into the top four. I think it just speaks to his overall ability, but therefore, I don't know. Do you feel like this is a frustrated Magnus with a fourth place finish?
I don't think he's frustrated with the finish. I think he knows he's done enough. Like, he's top half, that's cool. But I think it's just the manner of the games. We saw the sigh of relief when he edged past Parham there. He was in big trouble for a while. When he survived that game, I think he was just happy that it's over, Magnus. He'll try and come back tomorrow much more kind of stable, I think we'll see from him. He won't be letting opponents attack him like he did today.
Now, in tomorrow's pre-show, we'll do some of the math for you, because it is important to recognize that with that fourth place finish, Magnus has already secured another 5 circuit points for himself. That takes him from his initial 80 points up to 85. And so, again, that's an almost untouchable number when it comes to the overall standings. We were looking at the likes of a Fabi, a Levon as the people most likely to be able to catch him. I think Levon, with this finish and with this form going into the bracket stages, is a real threat all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool paycheck if you become an overall champion. A bonus of 100K. That's some very cool dinners and wine for David on the house if Magnus does it.
Yeah.
Hopefully for all of us.
I was going to say.
But whoever it is, it might be
a +1.
Might be Levon Aronian, you know, if he wins this tournament, overtakes Magnus overall, 300k for a few days' work. Not too bad at all.
I mean, think about it. If you went Vegas top finish into South Africa top finish, overall Grand Slam, I mean,
we're in the wrong line of work.
Well, I'm not good enough to be in another line of work, David. You might be, though.
And just so impressive. I think we've got off to the perfect start where we saw a lot of kind of bloodthirsty players, and that's always a good sign on day one.
Yeah, so many decisive games, right? I think single digit overall, which is something that we love about freestyle chess. With no safety nets, no predictability, you know, not having any idea of how to shut down games. Players, we've seen even Magnus being completely busted right out of 10 moves in the opening. It's happened time and time again with this elite, and that only happens here in freestyle chess.
Well, the players delivered for us in every sense of the word here through 7 rounds of our round robin stage. But I do want to get a word from a couple of them at the conclusion of our day and before we head into the bracket stage. Take a look.
Vincent, it was a tougher day at work today. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, it was kind of expected. Like yesterday I was feeling really, really sick. So I did feel a little better today, but still I could clearly tell that I blundered way too many things. For example, against Magnus, I just completely missed that queen f4 was even a move, which is something that normally really wouldn't happen to me. So yeah, I can't say I'm happy with my play, but I think it was kind of acceptable under the circumstances, and I'm just hoping to be back in better shape tomorrow.
You also get better time control tomorrow, and you do tend to do better with the longer time control. Do you think people are going to be worried about picking you?
I don't know. In the past, it hasn't worked out so well for them, so we will see. But I mean, my performance today certainly wasn't something to fear, but generally, as you already mentioned, the longer time controls, I tend to do a little better.
So what you're saying is that chess players don't necessarily learn by their mistakes, and maybe they will pick you early.
We will see.
Good luck.
Thanks.
How is it to play chess after being sick like you were yesterday?
I mean, sometimes it's good. It's fun to get to play freestyle and play some fresh positions, but I mean, I'm quite aware that I'm just not able to think anything close to as clearly as I need on a day like this, and then that's just the way it is in the end. I think the fact that I scored as well as I did is a bit of a miracle. I mean, I didn't feel like I was much in control in any games today. So I'm glad to be done with the day and then try and recover as well as possible for the next few days.
And by experience, does a day like this help for recovering for tomorrow?
No. I think I just need some rest and playing chess on a day like today when I'm not feeling up for it. It's exhausting, especially when you have a lot of games. And like in the last game, I was just, I don't know. I mean, obviously Parham had his struggles here, but it felt like it was so low quality that it was just embarrassing. But that's the way it is.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And it seemed like there were some players who had struggled to find rhythm today. How would you summarize your day?
I played terribly. It was very, very bad. I mean, it started okay, I guess. Although the first game also against Parham was very bad, so I can't say that I ever had found my footing today at all. Yeah, a lot of games were truly quite atrocious, and in time trouble I wasn't. I mean, I haven't sat down at the board for over a month, so I don't know if it has something to do with it, but maybe I'm still a bit rusty.
So when you have had a month without sitting down at the board, do you think a day like this with that many games can help sharpen your mind for when it really matters tomorrow?
Hopefully. I mean, I thought today did matter because there are some points at stake could prove important. Not a tremendous amount of points, but still something. But yeah, at least it's better to play a less consequential day first. But yeah, probably when you aren't really in practice, to play freestyle and rapid and 7 games is a bit of a challenge. So, you know, after I was +1, I thought, okay, shouldn't go too badly, but then the rest was, of course, was very poor.
So tomorrow it does look like you're probably going to be playing Magnus unless someone steals you prior to that in the picking session. What do you think about that matchup?
Well, it's always possible. I mean, there's no easy opponents, so obviously Magnus is the strongest player, but still, it's not like you get anyone easy here.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And what a day it was. Great to hear from Vincent Keimer, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana as they conclude their day. I mean, we heard straight from Fabiano there, not pleased with his performance or at least his level of play, trying to figure out what exactly to attribute that to. Is it just rust from not having been over the board in quite some time? And ultimately calling out, and I think one of the persons that's most relevant too, the possible importance of the points earned out of this round robin. Again, he, at the top of the day, entered in number 2 position of our overall standings at 49 points to his name, to the 80 of Magnus Carlsen. Ooh, will you be kicking yourself if you lose out on the overall title by just a couple of points, and it could have been done in the round robin.
That being said, if Fabiano does, as some experts are predicting, end up meeting Magnus, at least he has his fate in his own hands. He can knock Magnus down.
You know what?
Get some more points of his own.
I like where your head's at. Magnus, very stereotypically not too pleased with his performance, but like you said, he did get enough done, and ultimately he's saying, now I just need some rest. I need to make sure that I'm coming into the bracket stage in a bit more top form.
To me, it felt that Magnus came in today mostly and primarily to have fun with freestyle chess. He wanted to take his chances. He wanted that adventurous spirit. It backfired in round 1, but then he found his form. He got back into it, got that streak going. We've seen him do this. You know, there's a complete shift when we go into the knockout stages. Let's remind everyone, I mean, in Paris, he didn't need a single tiebreaker to win the whole event once it got into that knockout. If he plays Fabi, that's a rematch of the 2018 World Championship in the quarterfinals. You say that gets Fabi's fate in his own hands. I will say, though, that nobody's happy to meet Magnus in the quarterfinals. It could mean the end of the journey very quickly.
It definitely could, but only time will tell in that one. Now I turn to you at home, and I put the pressure on you to pick a most valuable player from the day. So make sure you make your voices heard in chat as to who you think had the best performance, most impressive performance coming through the end of our round robin. And as you guys get your votes in, just want to do a quick hit on what we heard from Vincent as well. Also not super pleased with his overall performance, but recognizing that this is a bit of a pattern for him in freestyle events, and somewhat cheekily saying, well, perhaps people won't have learned from their mistakes of the past, and I do get chosen into a matchup that could work out in my favor going forward.
Exactly. Backfired on Alireza Firouzja, of course, back in February. Backfired on Jan Nepomniachtchi in April. Choosing Vincent Keimer is so dangerous, especially because the games are a lot longer come the knockout stages. But I think on paper, someone has to choose him. And yeah, Vincent knows he needs to improve tomorrow.
And just have Magnus, we see this transition of narrative from the round-robin faster plays of freestyle chess going into the knockout stages. It's the same storyline with Vincent. Feels like it's a completely different player when there's a longer time format. You know, his fundamentals, his principal player, his understanding of where the pieces belong, he really shines with more time on the clock.
All right, we'll see if it's enough time for him, as it is a slightly shorter bracket stage in terms of time controls than it has been in the past, 30-15, as opposed to the 40-45 that we've played with in the past. Regardless, we won't know what the matchups are until dinner tonight, so we'll reveal those to you tomorrow as we come live for our preview show. Still waiting for the results of the MVP voting. I've already charged David with coming up for a move of the day. And it looks like Sindarov is the one
He's got to be, man.
who comes out with MVP. And I don't think that's going to surprise too many people. While it was quite the fight out of Levon and making things interesting at the top of the table, I mean, Sindarov just was on fire. And to kick things off by handing that first loss over to Magnus Carlsen, you can't really wish for much better.
And he said it. You know, he called it yesterday that if you have to play Magnus, you need to play him early on, and he feels that's his best chance, and he went on to prove he walked the talk right there, did it in style, never lost control on the leaderboard, was always within reaching a distance to Levon there, crushed and cruised his way through. I think definitely the most valued player. Also, happy birthday, Javakir. It's good to be Javakir today.
Well, that right there, that's the cherry on top of the cake, and perhaps we'll be eating cake at tonight's dinner in honor of him. But that was chat's responsibility to come up with player of the day. It's David's responsibility to come up with play of the day. What do you have for me, my friend?
Well, it's a case of what could have been, but I'm also bringing this up because I want to mention there's hope for everyone, even the likes of Parham Magzoglou. Round 1, he was winning against Fabiano Caruana. The final round of the day, he was winning against Magnus Carlsen. Here, he could have played what would have been the most spectacular move of the day by far if he had a bit more time on the clock against Vincent Keimer. Magzoglou was in trouble early on, but he did find some counterplay. And here, if he had sacrificed his queen with the beautiful queen takes rook, if I can make that move on the board, it would have been queen takes rook in the center. And okay, we're having some issues here, but it would have unleashed the white bishop on the long diagonal. That would have produced a full turnaround. Queen takes e5 for everyone at home. Go check this out. Parham Magzoglou against Vincent Keimer.
And then you capture the queen, the pawn moves forward, and that's pretty much game over right there.
It would have been game over.
Stunning.
Some technical difficulties. Go play it out on an analysis board of your own at home just to see the brilliance of it. But I like that that call-up because sometimes the best move might be one that wasn't found, but it was just there, just out of reach. And if you did find it, how it could have changed the story of the day.
Exactly. And it just shows that Parham's making chances. He's not been being steamrolled off the board. He's creating the chances, and with a bit more time on the clock tomorrow, just with a total different mindset, he might be able to take them and surprise a few of us now.
Surprise many of us. I mean, now all of a sudden we're turning our attention towards the bracket stages. I mean, we're moving quick here. And just like that, yes, today nobody was necessarily in danger of being eliminated. Yes, tomorrow we go into that pseudo-double elimination. But if you get knocked down, first place is no longer an option. So from here, you got to win your way through if you want to be the final Grand Slam champion here in South Africa.
And everyone wants to do it. This is the last one. You know, we've had a year-long tour. We're 4 tournaments down, and this is where it's at. We've spoken about Fabiano Caruana as Mr. Almost so many times. 2nd in Weissenhaus, 3rd in Paris, 5th in Vegas. You know, he's got all the finishes except that title. He might be playing Magnus tomorrow in the quarterfinals. He's still the one I'm rooting for here. He needs that one freestyle win, James.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm hearing perhaps that we're going to get a quick word from Levon Aronian as he had a stellar finish to his day, not eclipsing the top spot, but a top 2 finish for our most recent Grand Slam champion from Vegas. Oh. Actually, in fact, I'm learning he might be joining us live on the set. I don't have any eyes on him now, but I'm sure we'll hear him when he comes. Or we'll see that bright-colored shirt, regardless. We're going to send somebody to go hunt him down. It's a beautiful view. It's a beautiful venue.
Who's got eagle eyes at home in the audience? Who can spot Levon there moving towards us?
And a beautiful sunset. What a way to start and close our day here on the southern tip of South Africa.
Okay, prediction time tomorrow.
You're going predictions already for tomorrow?
Okay, prediction times overall. Who do we think is going to win the whole event?
The whole thing here? The final one?
It's all about the tough questions here.
It's really tough. I mean,
I'm going Javik here before anyone else can. Yes!
I said that at the start of
Too
the
bad!
James.
Recency bias. Everyone's going to remember me saying it.
Levon Aronian before you. Go on, Tanya.
Guys, you've taken Sindarov, you've taken Lev. We're talking about the entire event, right?
Yes.
Not the tour.
Not the tour, just the event.
Just this event. It would be very safe to call Magnus out, but I'm going to say it, Fabi gets it done this time.
Wow.
Let's go, Fabi.
Wow, wow, wow. After a disappointing day, let's see if he can turn it around and going into tomorrow. I know. I mean, he's been so close and yet so far in so many different events, but we've also seen in non-freestyle events what he's capable of, most recently here in 2025. And I think that's the Fabi that a lot of people keep looking to and saying he's just got to find that last ounce, whatever's missing. I see a very stylish man getting mic'd up to join us in just a couple moments' time. I'm excited to hear from Levon on what he feels about his performance of the day and the rest of the field, how it maybe matched his expectation, and what his chances are going forward, and maybe who he's thinking about picking. What do you think?
I wonder if he'll give that away right now. It happens at dinner in just a couple of hours, not even. Watch this space, guys. We might have the big reveal right now.
Yeah. Well, speaking of this incredible venue as we wait for Levon to join us, I know that you got to go on a lovely helicopter ride, no?
Literally behind you.
Oh.
Guess who's here?
He's stepping in now, so we don't need to talk about that. I'm welcoming Levon in. Thank you, my friend. Congratulations on a top 2 finish for the day. Talk to me, where's your head at? Was this going to your expectation? You did have to go up against the other top 2 finisher in Javakir Sindarov at the end of the day, but you two seem to separate yourself well above the rest.
Yeah, things worked out. Got lucky in some games, so far so good.
Don't you make your own luck, though?
Yeah. Also, I mean, but sometimes, you need a bit of luck to finish on top.
I'm curious, coming off of your performance from Vegas, obviously an incredible finish, top dog. Do you feel like you're at that same level? Do you feel above? Where are you at coming through the conclusion of the round robin today?
I have no idea.
No idea?
No.
Okay, well, while you have no idea, I'm going to centralize you here. You're the star of the show, so you go to the middle. You guys got anything you want to throw Levon's way?
You know, you're talking about luck. I mean, I have to ask you, do you think the lucky charm is just having your family around? Because every time that happens, there's magic on the board with you, love.
Yes, thank you. No, I think, this day doesn't really decide much.
Yes.
So that's why I was relaxed. And tomorrow is where the hard work starts. So I can only judge about my form starting from tomorrow.
Well, the hard work starts tomorrow. Well, one could argue the hard work starts right now because you have a decision to make about an opponent. It will be Javakir who picks first, but then you'll be left with the decision between 3 players. Not necessarily going to ask you to reveal it, but have you already been working through the different...
You're asking you to reveal it.
She wants you to reveal it. I was going to respect the integrity of the moment.
I'm going to ask Annie.
Ooh.
Okay.
And whatever she says...
Well, she's right here.
Yes.
Annie.
Keep it a secret.
But how do you see the draws being pulled out right now? If you had to kind of give a way to it, Sindarov starts first. What do you think is going on in his head?
I think it's a no-brainer for him. Parham scored 0. I mean, with all due respect, it would be disrespectful towards Parham if somebody would say, no, I don't pick him. Because he had such a bad day. So, yeah.
What do you make of Sindarov's play? Again, you got to play him at the end here. This is a guy who's made waves at different times throughout these freestyle events, but he hasn't necessarily been a guy to join a lot of the podium finishes. And right now, at the end of 2025, he looks really strong. What do you make of him in his form right now?
Oh, he plays fantastic chess with lots of passion, and you can see that he's out there with his opinion about the positions when we're analyzing it. And I respect that a lot. I like it, you know. I like somebody with the flame.
Speaking of the analysis portions, you guys were having a lot of fun out there, it feels like. Maybe more so at this event than any of the previous events. A lot of banter back and forth between you and Magnus. Aren't you afraid of some stuffs? No, you're not afraid of any stuffs. A lot of stuffs going on.
You know, the stuffs is a word of Peter, our friend Peter Leka.
Ah!
He used to say great stuffs. And it's homage to a dear friend of mine.
Rightfully so.
And Levon, what would you define as a successful tournament for you? Is it victory or nothing overall?
Successful tournament? It's already a successful tournament. I'm here. I got here.
Look at this face. I mean, this is stunning, right?
Yes.
It's been awesome. And I have to just ask you one more question. Great shirt once again. And I know you always have these shirt stories. Is there a special one to this one?
So this one was designed by Annie.
No way.
Yes. She went to a shop in Paris.
Annie.
You got done yourself.
We need help next time.
Yeah, seriously. We're going to bring you in early for future events to start dressing us up.
Yes. but it's expensive.
Ooh.
All right. Well,
You
then I'm
have
also
to talk
asking
to
for
her
a raise,
manager.
but we can talk
You have
about
to
that
talk to her
later.
manager.
We need a raise here.
We'll talk about that following the conclusion of this event. Well, Levon, again, I just want to congratulate you on a stellar performance through the first day, but I do want to let you go get some rest and go spend time with the family because you got a lot of work ahead of you. 3 more days to go to see who will be crowned the champion here in South Africa. Thank you so much, my friend. We'll let you go rejoin your family. And as Levon leaves us, we will go ahead and wrap up the day with any final thoughts you two have based on what we saw. I mean, again, I think Javokir, I think that's where my mind just keeps going back to somebody who right now almost looks infallible.
I mean,
right? It's incredible.
Yeah, just insane. But I just want to say that I'm still thinking about, Annie, the amazing singer. We've seen her perform at these events, and now we get to know that she's multi-talented, got that design skills on as well. Behind that shirt, I mean, I can't get that out of my head.
Voice of an angel as well. If you haven't seen her sing, you should definitely check her out. A multi-talented family. It's on display here.
Artists all around.
Seriously, final thoughts from you, David, before we head out.
Feel good, play good. Levon said it. He's just happy to be here. And I think that's a good tip for everyone at home. You've got to enjoy your chess. That gives you the extra edge. It takes the pressure off. You don't kind of take passive negative decisions at the board. You always kind of feel freedom to go for it. And I think that might be the difference here. Magnus and Fabiano are fantastic, legends, but they didn't sound like they're fully comfortable yet. So, Levon, I'm still backing my horse there.
How are we guys enjoying the evening? Feel good, play good, feel good, commentate well. What's our plan today?
Couldn't be happier. Yeah, eat good. We're about to go eat good. We've been eating good all week long. We're going to go eat good tonight. We're going to go learn what will be the matchups for the quarterfinals that you'll see play out on your screens tomorrow. That's going to be it, though, for us here in South Africa. We're going to shut things down. We'll be right back here, though, same time, same place tomorrow to kick off the bracket stage. And soon we'll know who will be the champion in South Africa. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the full, let's don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time. What I wanna do with my time. I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you Don't wanna leave you, I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me.